for the second and final race this weekend, the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 420R Championship. So the unpredictability window rears its ugly head yet again, and I'm just looking forward to what's going to be a fantastic race of action over the next half an hour, which is now race 14 of the meeting. We have a total of 21 races, which will be concluded by the British Racing and Sports Car Club Mazda MX-5 SuperCup and SuperSeries. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens, and I'm waiting for the obligatory Caterham dive bombs to happen up the inside of the Melbourne Loop. But I can't really call anything on it because this is my first time sort of up close and personal seeing the Caterhams in action, and to see the top tier of the Caterham Motorsport ladder in the 420Rs. As you said to me when we started this weekend yesterday, that it was a case of these are full-blown race cars. And it's great to hear that Graham McDonald's having a great time doing both the 270Rs and also the 420, running in the car that would normally be occupied by Sir Chris Hoy in the number 7. But I'm interested to see how he gets on through this race. He had a good race in the second of the 270R races earlier on today during the course of the morning. So the grid looks to have been cleared. So all family, friends, supporters, team members as well now been cleared. The green flag is now being waved, and they will now go on to their formation lap for this particular race. So it's Henderson in the 5 on pole position, Stevens alongside on the front row in the 15 with William Smith, and Richard Ainscough in the 27 and 58. Henry Heaton and Aaron Head rounding out the top 3 rows with Matthew Higginson, Alexander Kerbel, Tim Dickens and Justin Armstrong completing the top 10. And with a full capacity grid of 23 cars, it's a very mouth-watering prospect, because we've been treated to a cavalcade of action thanks to the Caterhams all weekend, as well as the Mazda MX-5s, and of course we'll have the Teekay Couplings production GTI Championship starting their 2 races later on. Actually, the first one will be after this particular race, but I can't really predict in any way, shape or form, Scott, how it could go.
It's quite difficult, isn't it, given the fact that we've got some cars out of position, some cars having issues. But what's interesting is that once again, John Byrne finds himself in a situation where he has to fight his way through the field. He's done this now the last 2 meetings, where he's had to come through from the back of the grid after something happening in race 1, or a retirement or a mechanical issue, or in his case he got demoted down to 15. I didn't realise the penalties do actually stack, so he got a 5-second penalty, then a further 10, then a further 30 for the getting the drive through, having that time added on for being given the drive through for the track limit. So he got a total of 45-second penalty, which put him down to 15th, which means he starts from row 8 on this grid, and he's hoping to try and pick his way through, because every single time that's happened, he's done exactly the same thing. He's pushed his way to the front, he's taken the lead, and he's actually won the race. So history would dictate that effectively, in some cases, John Byrne, on paper, and based by history, should win this race, because he is in 15th. It's exactly the same scenario. He's back in the pack after something happening in race 1 with I would say, a mechanical problem, or a retirement for some reason, like an accident, or whether it was, in this case, a penalty, which put him all the way back down the field. He's got some work to do. Drivers that also might start working their way through the field, obviously watch for the cars at the back of the grid. Of course, James Blake Baldwin in car number 9 is enjoying himself. He's with a good team, actually, because he's with DW Motorsport, run by the champion of the previous 2 years in 420R, Donington Stanley. So rather than racing this weekend, he's looking after these own cars. And also Graham McDonald, who's in the factory run number 7 420R. And of course, that's the car regularly driven by Sir Chris Hoy when he does venture out back into a Caterham. Of course, Chris owns a couple of Caterhams and likes to drive them regularly around to park on track days. So David Henderson in the sort of almost a bit like a BNR inspired sort of 1999 inspired split livery. It's red on one side, black on the other, kind of like a grey bit down the middle. And Luke Stevens will line up alongside him on the front row in the blue car. It's the chrome orange car, Will Smith, in the second row of the grid on the inside of row 2. Outside of him will be Richard Ainscough, one of the better starting spots in his racing career. Row 3 is Henry Heaton in the chrome blue car number 10. The distinctive black car with the pink roll bar at the back Heaton and Alexander Kerbel round out top 8 in the top 10 completed by Tim Dickens, who came into the weekend with a 6-point lead in the championship. We're down to 3 after John Byrne picked up the Super Pole yesterday. So the cars to watch out for behind the top 10 is certainly Matt Topham in 12th, 13th, 14th position, John Byrne in 15th, and also James Baldwin and Graham McDonald as well. We're all set then for race number 2 of the weekend for the Avon tyres Caterham 7 420-yard championship. Henderson and Stevens will be in for the whole shot in turn 1. Let's find out who gets it as we get back underway. It's a strong start for race 3 and 4. It's 4 abreast already between. It looks like that looks to be Kerbel, Head, Higginson and Heaton. They all squeeze into turn 1. Henderson will get the whole shot. A little wide there for, looks to be Richard Ainscough, got a lightning start from the second row of the grid. That means that Will Smith has moved up into P2. Ainscough looks to be down to P3. They all shuffle their way through the crane of curves. They pour their way down towards the bottom of the hill at the old hairpin for the first time. And they turn their way into brakes side by side for second place already as they turn through the right-hander at the old hairpin and up through Starkeys. And so it is going to be Henderson trying to pull away in the lead already. Second place goes to Smith. It's battling for third between looks to be that's possibly is that Justin Armstrong. Justin Armstrong potentially, or it could be Luke Stevens, one of the two. Looks like Henry Heaton's got up to third place now with his chrome blue card glinting in the sunshine as they head up through towards Coppice for the first time. So it looks to be a clean start for all 23 starters up through into Coppice and down the back straight. This is where the real action is going to start because, of course, for the first time in several laps, it's going to be literally slipstreaming and 2 and 3 abreast action aplenty on the approach down towards the chicane.
That's definitely the case towards the back part of the field, as I've just seen the last half of the field actually come through the exit of Coppice, heading down into the S's. And I'll tell you what, Smith has got a pretty good run. I mean, he took a good advantage going to the outside of Redgate, but a little bit further down the order, someone's going very slowly there.
83 of Matt Higgins has got a problem, so he needs to make contact, he's got some kind of mechanical issue, but sadly, looks as though that has a bit of a look at it, and he's going to pull that car off the circuit, sadly. It looks because that car is crawling to a halt before it gets to the Melbourne Loop. So possibly, I'm afraid, Matt Higgins after a promising day yesterday. Sadly, his race is over before he's even completed lap 1. So Henderson comes across the line to complete the opening lap from a Smith in second place. Heaton's into third. Luke Stevens from second, the grid down to fourth. It's then Ainscough fifth, sixth position for Aaron Head, seventh for Tim Dickens. Unless my eyes are deceiving me, I can't sure be Aaron. It could be John Byrne in ninth place already behind Justin Armstrong. It is. So 15th for ninth. So we've made it 6 spots already. But then again, I wouldn't expect anything less from John Byrne, knowing that he's done this twice before. He did once at Alton Park for the back of the field, once at Snetterton. He's probably going to do it again this afternoon here at Donington Park as well.
Graham McDonald now up into P20, obviously with Higginson's troubles on the very first lap. So he's made up 2 positions on merit, one as a result of Higginson's unfortunate slowing and demise there. So that's a real shame for the 83 as they go it looks like Smith is being caught by Heaton by a big rate of knots there going into Coppice, but it looks like Smith has brought Heaton along with him, and they're trying to close the gap on Henderson, who continues to lead. The gap was just over 0.6 of a second at the last across the start-finish line as they come into the S's, Scott, and it's looking very, very dicey. Battle for second and third, well and truly on, and Henderson's probably thinking, well, if these guys keep on battling, I can get away like the proverbially scalded cat.
So Smith holds on to second place, exiting the S in his first round. One key thing back to point out is Luke Stevens goes back up the inside to retake 4th position from Ainscough. Aaron Head bits as well, followed by Aaron Head and then Tim Dickens, and also John Byrne makes the final pick to dive up the inside to get through.
Big lock up from the back part of the field, but someone made up about 3 places and timed that. I don't know how they held on to it, but there was a huge lock up.
We think possibly maybe Blue Car Russ Oliver's, maybe he might have overtaken her in the yellow flags, we think, because of course Matt Higginson's car that's stranded just on the run to Melbourne Loop. So we'll see if the message comes up from race control if that's the case. So order at the end of lap 2 then, it's still as it was in the top 3, Henderson from Smith and Heaton. Aaron Head thinks, right, time for me to turn the wick up. He set the fastest lap of the race. He's on the quest now to reclaim his lap record from yesterday, because it went yesterday, if I'm correct, looking at the race from yesterday. Because John Byrne set a 140.087 in the previous lap record. Before then, it was 140.146. So it's about another second to find or so. As Mark just picked up a piece of bodywork there on the someone's lost a wing entering the S's on the first couple of laps as the leaders come back up to the top of the hill.
There's a big lock up heading into McLean's there.
Oh, one car's gone straight off the grass, straight onto the infield. I can't quite see who it is, but someone has completely gone straight off the road, way across the grass on the infield, just exiting Schwantz and across McLean. Looks like he'll try and rejoin. I think he rejoined safely because he could come through to the back of the field. Couldn't quite see who it was, but we'll wait for him to come through to see who goes tumbling down the timing screen as a result of losing all those places. but it looks like somebody possibly maybe at the base of the top 10, so it could be somewhere around maybe Armstrong, Topham, Bates, that sort of area of the field. Leaders come back down towards the Melbourne Loop. Big fights on for fourth between Head, Stevens and Dickens. Also in the mix now both Ainscote and the charging John Bird. It's 5 of them into the head for fourth place together. So fourth down to 8, all in one line, headed by Aaron Head, the former double champion. Then it's Stevens, followed by 2 Dickens in the 44th. Then Richard Ainscote, then the charging John Byrne in 8th place. The top 10 completed by Justin Armstrong and Alexander Kerbel. Kerbel himself is just ahead of Matt Topham in 11th place. So out of the hairpin now to end lap 3, it's still Henderson, Smith and Heaton, that's the top 3. Then Head, Stevens, Dickens, Ainscote and Byrne, followed by Armstrong, then Kerbel.
Byrne's just put in a 1:46.55 just then.
It's still 6/10 off what he set for his lap record yesterday, but he got the fastest lap of the race, so he's turned the wick up and he's trying to get himself a little bit further up the order. His current task at the moment is to try and get around, if he can, Richard Ainscote in the 58. Of course, that will be for 7th place once he manages that one. But already you can see David Henderson trying to make the most of the fact that John Byrne is back in the field, trying to extend his lead. He wants to come away from the weekend with a double victory if he can, to really bolster his championship chances in the latter part of the season, with just Silverstone and the finale at Brands Hatch to go at the end of September. So out over the top of the circuit at McLean's. Possible change on for 7th, I think, between Ainscote and Burns may happen imminently as they come back up towards Coppice and onto the backstroke. We'll see even more slipstreaming and passing.
It looks like Byrne has made the move for 7th there, Scott, but it's side by side between him and Ainscote coming out of Coppice, heading on the run down towards the S's.
So into the S's they come. This is on lap 4. Top 3 in a line. Everyone's still a line astern at the moment now, just funneling one after the other 3 of the S's now. Bit of a fight on again, as we see. It looks like Henry Heaton's coming with a threat from both Aaron, who's closing up on the one towards Melbourne Loop. Luke Stevens is going with it. We'll close up 3 of them together for 3rd place. Dickens isn't too far away in 6th. There's still 7th, and you're right, there has been a change to 7th place because John Byrne has made up another place at the expense of Richard Ainscote. Still the top 10 filled out by Justin Armstrong and Alexander Kerbel. We've got behind him Matt Topham in 11th place. 12th place is going to be the number 24, which is Chris Aubrey. Came into the weekend 10th in points. Then it's Bates, Kramer, Calder, Ross Oliver 16th. James Baldwin after he started back in, I think it was 22nd on the grid, up 3 spots to 19th. And just behind him is Graham McDonald, who started right at the back of the grid. And there's been a bit of a change because now James Baldwin has not only got sitting in front of McDonald, he's passed Ross Oliver. He's now up to 16th place.
And a little bit further down the order, Bates and Bain. Bates in the 45 Jeff Coates art car inspired livery there, trying to battle their way through into Redgate. So Bates still ahead of Thane in the battle for 21st position.
New fastest lap of the race from Aaron Head, 140.338. He wants that record back again, so he's about 4/10 off it, but that could be some bragging rights for him. He currently sits, of course, 4th at the moment behind 3rd place man Henry Heaton. But I've got a sneaking suspicion that might have changed around actually, because it looks there was the blackened car with the pink roll bar ahead of 2 blue cars, which inspect to me that I think Aaron Head has found a way past Henry Heaton into 3rd position at the number 10's expense. Of course, we have to point out, if that's the case, everyone in the top 3 has won a race. Aaron hasn't won a race this year. He hasn't won a race just yet. Ollie's come back. Neither has Henry Heaton in his 420R career, but Henderson and Smith certainly have. And yes, it has happened. Not only has Head gone through to 3rd place, but Luke Stevens folded through to 4th. So in the space of 1 lap so far, he's gone from 3rd to 5th. John Byrne has also got past 2 Dickens in the process. He's now up to P6 after starting in 15th on the grid. So a typical John Byrne charge at the moment. The man who came to the weekend 2nd in points would have lost a few more by the fact that he ended up classified 15th, but means he's going to try and claw his way back up the order and make up some points. And finishing ahead of Dickens is a good start as they come out of the final hairpin onto the pit straight. A black and white flag is going out for somebody. That's for car 23. That's Justin Armstrong. That's a warning for track limits. That's the first one we've had in this race so far. Hopefully, all the drivers were stern talking to keep it within the white lines. No one wanted to get as many penalties as John Byrne did yesterday. I think the occasion would rather prefer they avoided that level of penalties.
Luke Stevens, in the meantime, has just gone to within a 10th, I think, of what's been going close down. 1:40.105.
Well, he's fractions away from John Byrne's lap record, because that record yesterday was set as a 1:40.087. So he's only 200ths off that now.
That's pretty. That's very impressive indeed. So yeah, I mean, Head's still running consistently in the low 1:40s, 1:40.215 on that last tour. And the gap between Henderson and Smith is just under 6.5 tenths, as they've already gone through McLean's and through to Coppice now. So I have the vast down towards the S's on lap 6 of this race.
come back into the S's now once again on this 6th lap. So yeah, David Henderson, for the first proper time in this race, is being put under pressure here from Goldschmidt. But look at the way that Aaron Head's catching the pair. They're bringing Luke Stevens with him. So these four are starting to drop. Henry Heaton now in position. John Byrne now will lead the chance to chase after Henry, with both Dickens and Ainscoe in tow behind him in 7th and 8th positions. Jonathan Armstrong has been warned about track limits. He's 9th in the curve and 10th. Just further back down the order, James Whitmore is now ahead of Graham McDonald, who's got past Russell, but now Russell's being attacked by Alex Jordan. Down the top 10, more paddling going on behind there. So Russell sort of opens the door and says, after you, Alex, and Prix goes on the inside line, so the place he's lost this time. He's lost about 3 spots in the last couple of laps. Matt Topham's doing well so far on his own a bit in no man's land in 11th place, out of the hairpin to end lap 6.
Just been keeping an eye on Aaron Head. He's run on the back bumper of Will Smith as they went through the exit of Redgate through into the Craigers. So whether he might close up even further in the old hairpin is another matter. And he's right on the back bumper of the number 27 right now as they exit the old hairpin.
And Head's in there as well. So Aaron Head's in there, so Aaron Head possibly could be in a position here. I think it's his strongest performance arguably of the season so far, because he's in a great position to possibly win a race here. Luke Stevens also put in a great performance, because remember he got second. He got the podium yesterday, which saw him line up on the front row of the grid for the second race as a result. So he's certainly making the most of this opportunity to keep with the top 4, showing some great pace this weekend. To the back straight they go all together, and now they come back down towards the S's on lap 7. And there's a bit of position swapping, position changing going on. They are side by side for the lead. There's a bit of change, I think there has been. I think Will Smith has got through, has he? Yes, he has. So Will Smith takes the lead then in this second 420R race in the number 27. Henderson will come back with him on the outside line. Luke Stevens, one thinks, we're a double champion, are you? Doesn't matter to me. Up the inside he goes into the hairpin, and he does get past, so Aaron lets him through. Let's get the switch back on the exit. But look at this, Henry Heaton's also fancy a crack back into the mix as well, so he's now back in there, just behind the second back on the 3rd place. And John Byrne now starting to drop both Henry Heaton and Rich Baines' coat. He fancies a crack at the top 5 as well. Into the hairpin he goes. Out of it they come. So Smith now under big pressure from Henderson to reclaim the lead. Here he comes. Which was going to go inside up towards Redgate corner. They go side by side, wheel to wheel into turn 1. Henderson nicely slots through and gets in front before they turn in. He's back into the lead. So effectively, even though he lost the lead briefly on this lap, he has led now every single lap of the race so far, even though he briefly lost it partway around the lap he just completed.
A good clean exchange between the two leaders, Henderson and Smith, as they go through towards the old hairpin on lap number 8. We've still got 17 minutes and 40 seconds of this fantastic second and final Caterham 7-420R race here. So they're now going up towards McLean's. Smith still pressurising Henderson for that lead, with Stevens and Head battling along with Heaton for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Just keeping an eye on John Byrne, and he was actually 0.4 of a second quicker than Heaton. Exactly on that last tour.
Not just that, he was quicker than everyone else in front of him, because he did a 140.4. Everyone else in front are so busy scrapping amongst each other, they're just losing time, getting held up, trying to pass each other, which is the key thing which John Byrne needs. They're side by side for the lead again, up towards the complex. Who's going to be in front? Is it going to be Head or even Smith or Henderson? It's now going to be Smith again, as it was through the chicane the last time by. Stevens is now right up the back of the top 2. Henderson goes back to the outside, and Stevens thinks, right, I'll make it 3 of us if you don't mind, or tries to, into the hairpin. Side by side, they both go slightly deep. Stevens tries to find a bit back up the inside of the exit, tries to put himself alongside Henderson to his outside. Now both Head and Heaton are mixed as well. John Byrne just about tacked himself onto the back of this 5-car, trying to make it a 6-car scrap for the lead. Into the hairpin at Goddard's they go, all 6 of them together in a line. So in order across the line, Smith, Henderson, Stevens, Head, Heaton and Byrne. It's that close. Top 6 covered by 1.4 seconds, as another new fastest lap of the race gets taken back by John Byrne. Still not quicker than his lap record, but it's a 140.100 exactly. So again, he's lowered it by a couple of thousandths, but he's still a fraction off that lap record pace from yesterday.
Also, Dickens and Ainscough were really battling hammer and tongs for 7th and 8th going on to the approach to Redgate. So that's a really intense battle there. Kerbel and Armstrong battling over 9th position, separated by just under 4 tenths on that last lap alone. Leaders coming through, and it's nearly side by side on the approach into McLean's. Henderson's trying to go around the outside, and here comes Stevens trying to go up the inside of the number 5. Can't make it stick. Henderson on the back of Smith on the approach onto Coppice. But the number 27, that bright chrome orange coloured Caterham 420R is definitely not giving up the lead. But right on the back of that 3-car train is Aaron Head in the in the number 19. So Head's now coming back into this. This is going to bring Heaton and Byrne back into this, as the gap was 1.471 seconds. Trying to get my numbers right there.
And it's all changed again because now Luke Stevens hits the front this time. He takes his turn in the lead. Henderson back to second place, which this has been shuffled back to third. But it's then for help Aaron Head. John Birmingham has got past Henry Heaton. Tries to look around the outside of Aaron Head, but thought that discretion was the better part of balance at the time being. He's still trying to force the issue on the run down to Scott to try to sneak up the outside line. And he is trying. He's trying to put himself a level with the 19 into the left hand at the end of a lap. But now it'll be the third different lead in this race. As Luke Stevens takes his turn at the front, he's actually waving to Henderson saying, look, don't fight me, let's try and pull away from the guys behind. He's pointing to David Henderson saying, look, come with me, let's pull away and have our own private battle. But I don't think Henderson's listening too much. He goes up the inside and goes, right, I'll lead back if you don't mind. Smith gets third, Heaton's Head still fourth, Byrne now into fifth position, right behind the 19, just behind him further back. James Baldwin's getting a bit racy. In fact, since we last saw him, he's passed number 3 or 4 cars. He's now up to, that'll be 12th place now, passing Chris Aubrey. He's got now then Matt Topham, and then he's got a few more. Matt Topham to get into 11th place, but then he's got about 7 or 8 seconds to make up in what is still the second half of the race to get himself into the top 10. But bit better luck we had yesterday, as he holds on to the lead. As the leaders come into McLean's now for the 10th time, Stevens still leads the way, but Henderson is right underneath him as they run towards Coppice.
Yeah, just keeping an eye at the top of the hill. Henderson is not closing up the braking zone, but everyone else is sort of being pushed back onto each other through the braking zone. But Stevens still leading on the approach down to the S's. Down the back straight they go, and it was 1.2, well, just over a second and a quarter between the top 6, and it's getting very dicey. It's 2 abreast for first and second, third and fourth. As Smith's now down into fourth, well, make that 5th place. Tom Burns going to try and go up the inside of the Melbourne Loop. Looks like there's another change for the lead there, Scott.
Yeah, Henderson's back into the lead. Stevens in second place, Heads down into 3rd place. Byrne picks up another spot at the expense of William Smith, or does he? Because Smith gets back on the exit, gets the power a little bit quicker, moves across the chop, goes to Tom Byrne, says, right, I'm going to do that, I'll go to the inside line. But Smith blocks that as well into Goddard, so wherever he goes, he finds a quite big chrome orange cage from straight in front of him, blocking his path everywhere he goes. So, Henderson back to the front, Stevens second place, Head now into 3rd. Now we see the scrap going on between Smith and John Byrne. The shuffle back to 6th position, 7th place for Dickens, 8th place for Ainscough, then 9th and 10th. The battle continues to go on between Alexander Kerbel, who wants to be looking at all of that, has got past Justin Armstrong. Now we've got Matt Topham 11th, but looking at the times now, he was caught in the last up by 6/10 of a second by James Blake Baldwin, so he certainly adapted to 420 yards pretty quickly this weekend.
So yes, it's definitely very interesting. Well, the number 45 of Chris Bates from Camberley, Jeff Coons-inspired livery Caterham, has just pulled it into the pit, so there might be a problem for his race as it's getting very, very dicey. It looks like Will Smith has been dropped a bit by Henderson, Stevens and Head as the top 3 go up into Coppice, and they are line astern coming towards the exit. So this is definitely going to be one of those slipstream fests where you don't know where someone's going to end up at the end of the S's very, very shortly. It's 9 on 3 abreast for the lead, and it's 2 by 2 for 4th and 4th and 5th as well, as they come flying their way through. And Aaron Head's now up into 2nd position. Will Smith's trying to go side by side with Byrne there. That's for 4th place. 3 abreast now for 4th.
It's almost 4 abreast, so Dickens trying to get himself to the mix there as well. But now Luke Stevens once again takes his turn at the front of the field. Aaron Head, who can find a way through into Goddard, so he's fairly close. Will he make a dive up the inside or outside? The answer's no, not quite. He's not close enough to make that move. John Byrne's going for it though, up the inside of Henry Heaton. Heaton's got past both Smith and Dickens. They both have, so Smith tries to get him back on the exit, gets the power down a little bit quicker, but has to capitulate and let Heaton get back into 5th position. So Smith is down to 6th. He's now Dickens 7th, and then Ainscough 8th. Meanwhile, round the outside of the braking zone goes Aaron Head as he takes over. He's the 4th different leader we've had in this race so far. So out of Redgate Corner, up towards the top of the hill at Hollywood, and down through the Craner Curves they'll go on lap 12. We've still got 11 minutes to go in this race. Fastest lap of the race is still held by John Byrne, 1 minute 40.100. But that's a fraction off his new lap record pace he set yesterday. But he is looking pretty racy out there, and the top 8 continue to run together in what's been a fascinating second race this afternoon for the 420 yards so far. And the top 8 still separated by, wait for it ladies and gentlemen, 2.3 seconds, as it looks like there has been another change for the well, it looks like Head was trying to go up the inside of Stevens through McLean's up towards Coppice. Top 3 pretty much line astern, followed by Byrne
Heaton, Smith, Dickens and Ainscough. So the top 8 really are not letting each other go. And it is Leinestone heading down into the S's. This is one of the fastest parts of the track.
Oh, and it is 3 abreast on the camera down towards it. It's a big lock-up from somebody into the complex. He may go skippy across the chicane, and he almost has done. That was possibly David Henderson. How he didn't go across the gravel, I'm not sure.
Burnt's gone up the inside of him, and also the number 19 of Head to go up into second position. He's got the inside line. It's a great bit of strategy. Well, a bit good peripheral vision and cat-like awareness there from Burn there, getting his way up into second. Head's now back up into third place with Henderson just behind.
Not anymore, he's not. He's going back up the inside of Head to try and make that stick for third place. He might show him the edge of the road, which he does. Heaton got a little wiggle on as well on the exit of the corner, but it's enough momentum to carry on. So now once again Stevens again finds himself back in the lead. It is now John Byrne into second place. I think possibly the one that made the big lock-up, it may have been Aaron Head actually, made to try and lock up into the chicane. He was the one that lost out 2 or 3 spots, but the Henderson was quite slow off that chicane as well, so he might have been in the mix too. As for the rest of the order, now James Bennett-Baldwin has caught Matt Topham, so he's now up to 11th place. Now I don't think he's going to catch 10th place man Justin Armstrong, as he's about 12 seconds behind him, and there's now 9 seconds to go, so he would need, touch wood, a problem for either Kerbel or Armstrong to break into the top 10. But 11th place on his only his first weekend in 420 hours, very impressive for James. And as they come up towards the top of the hill, and John Byrne's going for the lead into McLean's, and he's got it. So from 15th place into the lead, that is... Oh, no, it's not actually. No, sorry, that's... no, it is actually. Sorry, it is John Byrne. I thought for a second it was William Smith, but he's back down the order in 6th position. So it is now into the lead of the race. John Byrne for 15th on the grid, and as I said, he did this at Alton Park, did it at Snetterton, and once again, Alex, he's at it again.
Yeah, but it's going to be all fair in love and slipstreaming down towards the S's, because it's 2, maybe even make that 3 abreast for the lead. So Byrne might have the better run coming out of the S's, which he does. And Aaron Head's trying to get past the number 5 of Henderson, currently in 3rd place. He's going towards the inside line. It's almost going to be 3 abreast heading into Melbourne. But Byrne keeps the lead at the minute, ahead of Stevens in the 15, Head in 3rd. And Owen, hang on a second, I'm just keeping it.
We've got someone to pull it off, we think, actually, at the head, we think. Who it is, we'll look in the sequence, see who we're missing. Who are we missing from the sequence? We are missing from that top 8 who's going tumbling down. It's Ainscough, I think we're missing possibly. Yeah, Ainscogh's gone, so the 58, Richard Ainscogh's missing unfortunately. So Richard Ainscough with a problem. That's a shame after a personal best 4th place yesterday, so one of his best results of his catering career as far as I'm aware. Change again for 11th. So Matt Topham's got back past James Baldwin now in that position, further down the bottom outside the top 10. More battles going on, but yeah, confirmation that we've lost Richard Ainscough after he's pulled off on the exit, just on the exit of the Melbourne Loop, as he's now gone to the bottom of the top 20 now on the timing screen, so that's a shame. Having a good run on that, up at that point after starting 4th. Leaders now come back up to the top of the hill, and it's still Stevens who leads the way. It's now Aaron Head in 2nd place ahead of John Byrne, then it's David Henderson 4th, Smith 5th, Heaton 6th, and then it's Tim Dickens in 7th place. Kerbel still sits ahead of what is now 8th position, then it's 9th place for Justin Armstrong. I've said someone has to drop out from that top 10 to give James Baldwin a chance to get himself into the top 10. Now it's Matt Topham in P10 from Baldwin in 11th place, and then 12th place is going to be Chris Aubrey from Bate, Jordan, Craig McCalder and Ollivans, and Graham McDonald's at the back of that train in 18th place as well.
And looks like Aaron Head's now still in 3rd place. John Byrne now down into 2nd position. Stevens in 1st as they head down towards Melbourne, but it is still unpredictable. Will Smith was very, very brave and very late on the brakes through Melbourne there, and that's put him up into 4th position. Or could it be it's a dash side by side between him and the number 10 of Henry Heaton?
And look at David Henderson go inside a pair of them, big lock up on the inside left front, squeezes past Heaton as well, so he's now back up to 5th position. There's still 6 1/4 minutes to go. As now John Byrne's got in 2nd place, but for how much longer as Aaron Head has gone round the outside to make a move into Redgate corner once. He can't do it this time, but it's still side by side between Henderson and Henry Heaton, and Henderson does come out on top of that one. With that, and also not too far away from them catching up to them are now both Matt Topham and Alexander Kerbel and Justin Armstrong. Trevor McDonald's getting amongst it. Now he's battling Gary Bates, and who else was that? That was Stuart Calder, I think. He's sitting right amongst it, 3 abreast into Redgate corner. He goes round the outside. The Boston driving though, two for the price of one around the outside of Redgate. That's not an easy move. So impressive stuff from Graham.
Good to see his foot firmly planted to the floor with the throttle on that one.
His tail must be up after you won at Spa. I'm not sure you've won enough people about that yet, but he did win a race at Spa when he didn't know that. It was his first proper championship win. I think he's probably started talking about it since. So, and his confidence is up, and thought, I fancy a 420R this weekend. And it's paying off, though. He's up to 15th place.
Sorry to cut across you there, Scott, but it looks like the changes for the lead are happening quicker than I can actually fathom them now, because I saw Aaron Head looking to be at the sharp end of the field as they go through the S's. So they're about to come through there now, and John Byrne leads, Aaron Head second, Will Swift with an absolute blinding run on Stevens in the 15. He's going side by side on the approach down to Melbourne. Stevens goes, well, let's try and see if we can go up the inside of Aaron Head. It nearly comes to blows there. Stevens in the middle of a three-way scrap for third place, but manages to power out of the corner pretty convincingly. And here comes the number 5 of Henderson. He's going to try and see if he can go up the inside. He doesn't. But hang on a minute. Where did Will Smith went? That was great. And he kept it in third. Kept it round the outside of Stevens, who's now down in fourth. Henderson in fifth. As it's Byrne and Head leading the way.
Yep, into Redgate corner they go for third place. Stevens tries to break it out with Smith. They're almost banging wheels on the exit Redgate corner, but I think Stevens has got through. Into third place he goes at the expense of that one. The next big trend comes into view with James Baldwin leading them all down towards Redgate corner. You've got Matt Topham in there, plus you've also got Chris Aubrey, Alex Jordan, Russ Oliver's in there as well. You've also then got Harry Kramer, plus Graham McDonald and Stuart Calder and Gary Bates. A great scrap going on for what is now at the moment 10th place down to about 17th or 18th place. So a great deal of cars in the second half of the field battling amongst them. As John Byrne brings the field into McLean's now for lap 16 with Head in second place. It's now Stevens in third now ahead of Will Smith. The rest of the field goes poor. That top 7 or 8 group goes through with Heaton up there in 5th position. His bright chrome blue casing glinting in the sunshine as they come up through Coppice now on lap 16 down towards the S's. And this should be an interesting sequence to be seen now. There's no one moving out just yet to make a move side by side. Everyone's nicely in line astern here. A couple of cars go to the inside to defend their position. There might have been a change actually further back, as Will Smith has got mainly ahead of Henry Heaton. Now here comes Aaron Head trying to make a move on John Byrne into the complex at the hairpin. Tim Dickens makes a big dive on Henry Heaton for 5th position as well into the hairpin, and doesn't pay off, not yet.
Head's got a bit of run on Byrne, who actually locks up in the right front going into Melbourne there, but Byrne actually managed to power out, and we've got one that nearly went very, very wide. Well, actually tried to nearly cut too much of the apex there. Looks to be maybe the number 14 of Topham, who's up into 11th position. But in the meantime, Stevens is now trying to catch both Head and Byrne, who are second and first respectively, as they head into Redgate on lap number 17 of this race.
There's only 2 3/4 minutes to go in this race. We're just under that, so we're going to get probably this time by 2 more laps to go, I think, including the one we're on. So this is the penultimate lap of the race, and what's been a fantastic, one of the best Caterham races of the weekend so far. Still in 10th position is James Baldwin ahead of Chris Aubrey. Then Matt Topham's dropped back into the place, and he's coming under threat from Alex Jordan. Russ Oliver and also Graham McDonald, who's made another pass on, now on Harry Kramer, it seems, up into what is now, 15th place now, so he's inside the top 15. So good work from Graham so far. The top 3 have now broken away in this lead group here as they come up into McLean's on the 17th lap of this race. Still Byrne from Aaron Head and then from Luke Stevens. Then behind them it's Henderson from Smith, Heaton, Dickens and Kerbel and Armstrong. And then some 18-19 seconds back it's then Blake Baldwin. That's the current run of the field so far. Up through Coppice and down to the apex of the right hand onto the back straight they go, and they're starting to find out again it's going to be 2 races, it's going to be 3, they're going to go for it. Is that Stevens possibly going up the inside lines to take the pair of them? You think he's got second at least?
No, it's Aaron Head. Aaron Head got in front, but Stevens has got the run on him on the approach. He's going towards the inside. This is going to be a great slingshot opportunity. He makes the move even before the apex, but is Aaron Head going to get the switch back as John Byrne tries to go up the inside?
No, Stevens nicely parked it on here, but any kind of cut back move for Aaron Head. What it now puts him is on the back foot against John Byrne. He can start to close back up for this one. They're going to come to the last lap board now. It's been a fantastic race. We've got one more time to go.
One well off at the S's, and that looks to be the number 80 there that went very wide. That's Jordan, who was running in 13th. And we'll drop the number 80, the very bright pink and blue coloured car there.
Meanwhile, side by side for the lead into Redgate for the last time, and it's now Aaron Head into the lead now, past Luke Stevens. Now it's John Byrne in third place. They come through the Craner curves, and then what will be the last time of this race. And the 3 of them together for the lead. Looks as though at the moment, if it stays as it is, one of these 3 will be on the top step of the podium. These 3 will make up the podium. In which order? We've still got more than 3/4 of a lap to decide it. Up towards the old hairpin for the final time. They all power their way through. They again, 3 of them together. The next group is headed by Henderson, followed by Goldschmidt. Then it's going to be Heaton, and then Callum's have a Kerbal who's moved up strongly in the last couple of laps. He's lost out. He's just up behind Henry Heaton now, as Burnley's back up into second place at the expense of Luke Stevens.
Heads now into the lead a bit. So.
Yep.
Oh no, Burns gone off the inside on the approach towards Colbis, I believe, and Stevens was trying to go through. He's side by side with Head. This could be 3 wide into the S's for the final time here.
I think there has been a change. I think you're right. I think John Byrne has snuck through on the inside line, and possibly Stevens might be trying to go with him. They're going to head down towards the S's now for the final time. Brace yourselves, everyone. This could be a very tight last few corners here, and it is going to be John Byrne in the lead, but Aaron gets a good one off the exit. The S's down towards the Melbourne Loop for the final time. This is well, the action's been all race long. And Head and Stevens trying to take the wide approach, but it has to go defensive. Is he going to go too deep? The answer is no, but he's got one more corner to go. And Aaron might get one more chance to get him off the exit of the final corner. It's the sprint to the checkered flag now up towards it. Looks as though even though Aaron Head has closed in, as much as it's not going to be too late. And again, he did it at Alton Park with Eston. He's done it yet again from 15th on the grid. John Byrne has done it once more. It's his 7th win of the season. He punches the air, and rightfully so. What a drive from 50th. There is no stopping John Byrne. You give him a chance to start from the back of the grid. He will power his way through. He does that every single time now. 3 weeks in a row. Alton Park, Snetterton, and again here at Donington. That was vital, particularly. He needed the points after yesterday, and also, crucially, finishes way ahead of Tim Dickens, so possibly, unless my calculations are horrifically wrong, and it could be wrong, he'll be outside of, he'll be more possibly could be, maybe he's the championship leader, I'm guessing. So the finish positions were Byrne, who takes the victory, Head in 2nd place, Stevens 3rd, Henderson 4th, and then Will Smith rounds out the top 5. Henry Heaton is 6th, Alexander Kerbal 7th, Justin Armstrong 8th. There's Tim Dickens back in 9th, and that weren't pleasing for his championship chances. And James Baldwin on his first weekend makes up for a bit of a dramatic day yesterday. P10 on his first weekend. Very good run from James, and that was from near the back of the grid. I think, what was it, 22nd place on the grid. 22nd to 10th, brilliant drive. 11th place for Chris Aubrey, 12th for Russ Olivan, and it's going to be Matt Topham. Graham McDonald 14th in the end from the back of the grid from 23rd. Again, another great drive, making up 9 places on his 420-yard debut. Then it's Harry Kramer, Stuart Calder, Gary Bates, Alex Jordan, who had that excursion and finished up in 18th place. But it's 53 of Chris Welch, followed by Douglas Thane, then Richard Ainscough, who retired sadly. And we also lost Chris Bates in the pit lane, and Matt Higginson, who retired on the first lap with some kind of mechanical issue. That, I think you'd agree, everyone, was intense, and that was incredibly dramatic, but it was a very fun race, and I think incredibly, once again, if you're down ahead, and once again, when he comes past, give John Byrne number 3 a round of applause. That was a superb drive from John Byrne, 50th on the grid to win the race. Give them a round of applause, please, at the hairpin. That was an unbelievably great race for the 420 yards, and they deserve your admiration. Fantastic job from everyone in that field, but John Byrne in particular, with another stellar drive. And I think that's another drive like that, like Alton Park, like Snetterton. I keep on saying it, but those are drives worthy of him winning this championship. And I'm making a declaration there. I think effectively, if he doesn't win the championship, he'll at least have driven like a champion in those 3 weekends alone. That was definitely a champion's drive. I couldn't agree more. And to see that in person was nothing short of spectacular. So well done, John Byrne. I have to say though, the rest, the top 9, ladies and gentlemen, was separated by just over 3.7 seconds after that exciting 30-minute race. And as I attained to earlier, effectively that it was going to be very unpredictable, and it provided unpredictability. And on the last lap, going into the approach into Coppice, John Byrne took the win. Aaron Head was just in front. Byrne just slingshotted past him, made the move cleanly, and as they say, it was done out on track. And we always do like the fact that we do have the opportunity to see these cars up close and personal. And to see the 420Rs compete, along with all the other Caterham categories I've been keeping my eyes on this weekend up in the commentary box, it's been very, very interesting indeed, and I can't wait because I can't wait for more Caterham action. We do have one more Caterham race to go, which will be the Santander Caterham 310 Art Championship race 17 of the meeting. So all the drivers making their way back into the pits. And I'm sure that John Byrne will definitely be revelling in glory, as we'll find out from him when he speaks to Scott Woodwiss, and also we'll have our top 3 being
if we do have a chance, because we do very, very shortly have our first of two races, two encounters for the Teekay Couplings Production GTI Championship, with both the Mark II 16 valve class and also the Mark V class. So, those championships are definitely heating up towards the business end as the Mark Vs lead the way out of the access road, and now here come the older generations of the Mark II 16 valve. Myself being part German but also a Volkswagen nut at heart, it's great to see two different generations of the Volkswagen Golf. Obviously, for those wondering what Volkswagen actually means, it means it is the people's car, and the Golf GTI has been going so strong, and it's over 35 years of age in terms of the name, the moniker GTI, and it was a creation of the of a specific team that worked behind closed doors, out of hours, in Wolfsburg, in Germany, and the GTI was born in the late 70s, and that was the initial foray into what we now know in the current era, and has been since the 1980s, the hot hatch. And they will have two staggered grids, so one for the Mark Vs, which run a 2-litre TFSI engine, inline 4-cylinder with a turbocharged with a turbocharger on it. The Mark IIs, they had two variants when they released the GTI on the Mark II. It was an 8-valve or a 16-valve, so we have the 16 valves here with us this weekend. And it's going to be very interesting. They're going to have a staggered grid start, so we have effectively the first 5 rows will be the Mark Vs, then we'll have a 2-row gap to the pole sitters, which will be sitting on row 8. And in terms of the championship standings, in the Mark V class, Simon Hill is leading by 58 points. He took pole position by a whopping 1.2 seconds, or just over 1.2 seconds ahead of James Colburn, who's currently second in the standings, 58 points adrift. Simon Verco, who's currently third in the standings, will start in third, and will be alongside him is the number 96 of Martin Walsh, who's fourth in the championships, just 10 points behind the number 11. And then we've got John Beale, who's sixth in the standings on 70 points. He will start on fifth position, and just alongside will be the number 33 of Richard Marsh. Ryan Sayer in the 61, and John Maudsley in the 7 will complete row 4 with 10 Golf GTI Mark Vs tuned to around 260 brake horsepower, as opposed to the standard around about 197 or 200 brake horsepower from the standard road-going Mark V when it was introduced. And we've got Paul Blackburn and Jamie Butcher in the 83 and the 42 rounding out the top 10, well, the 10 for the Mark Vs. And then we go to the Mark II 16 valves, and so it's Tim Hartland who currently leads the standings, but with 145 points to his credit. He starts on pole for the Mark IIs in the number 9. Alongside him will be his nearest protagonist in terms of the championship dynamic, Chris Webb, who currently comes into this weekend in second in the standings with 57 points to his cause. Third place in the championship is Spencer Beale, who is in the 64. Will actually start on the inside of row 11, or basically row 4 for the Mark IIs in 7th position. You've also got Ian Webb, who's alongside him. Ian's currently 6th in the championship on 44 points. He'll start on 8th position. And, well, without further ado, let's go down to the 420R podium for the Caterham 7s with Scott Woodwiss.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. The drivers just making their way down and around to the front of the podium. We'll be getting our second podium underway very shortly. Avon Tyres at Caterham 7 at 420R Championship. Lots of happy faces down here after 30 minutes of very intense racing. Last couple of drivers we're just waiting for to make their way out the Parc Fermé. We'll be able to crack on and do our podium presentations whilst we wait for the production GTI to go. I think we've got a tiny bit of time whilst we clear up a couple of the cars that are around the circuit at the on the track after that 420R race. So just waiting for the podium to get underway, which it will do very, very shortly. And I think we're almost ready to get going very shortly, I think. So, last couple of drivers just to get themselves around good to go. So, podium 420 yards. Third place goes to Luke Stevens. That's his second podium of the weekend after second place yesterday. Second place to Aaron Head, who takes his first podium of the weekend. He's steadily getting towards that top step in his return season. And John Byrne with another cracking drive, 15th on the grid to the race victory. He heads to the top step of the podium, and that is now, as we say, 3 meetings in a row where he started from deep in the field to come through and win the race. A fantastic performance by him and everyone on the podium. So everyone's to the top step. They're going to get photographed by John Bryant's Snappy Racer. They're also being, I'm sure, filmed for, I think, Kingfisher TV as well, if they're here today. And we know what comes next after the photos. And it is champagne time. One of the corks goes flying already. Quickly, all of it goes in John Byrne's face. And a bit more goes down his neck as well. And the very least with John. Let's see how we felt about that one. Just very quickly we jump in. John, quick word. Well, you did it at Alton Park, did it again at Stesterton, you've done it again here. There's something about you start at the back of the field that just seems to pump you up. That was incredible.
I get angry at myself from the first one, and then I like her from the back. I just take it from there really.
Is that the fact that was back in the field in?
As well, so that helped again. That's all it is now. It's just getting points now for the championship. That's all I've got to look for. Just can't get solid rounds, no crashing, and no going backwards.
Best luck at Silverstone. Well done. Right, back to you, Alex, as the production GTIs are underway for race.
Thank you very much, Scott. Yes, 20 minutes. The timer has started ticking down, and Simon Hill, the current Mark V leader in the Teekay Couplings Production GTI Championship, is leading the way as they've just exited the Craner curves, heading into the older hairpin. So Hill's got a gap of around 5 to 6 car lengths at the moment. It could be that he's ahead of James Colburn at the minute as they go up towards McLean's through to Coppice for the first time. So Hill has got a bit of a big lead in this championship. He's been running away with it at the moment. He's got a 58-point advantage, looking to consolidate and possibly extend that as they come down the hill into the Fogarty S's on lap number 1. Hill's got a clear lead. So some drivers will opt on the Mark V's with either a normal manual gearbox, or some will have what's called a direct shift gearbox, or DSG as Volkswagen have called it. So at the moment, Hill's got a lead. It's not much though as they go into the braking zone heading into the Melbourne Loop, but there are some banzai moves up the inside, and there's 3 cars trying to go up the inside of 1. So going into Goldschmidt for the first time, Hill leads, Colburn in second, then it's Walsh in the 96 in third, the 46 of Beale, I recognise that name, that's John Beale from Thatcham, as there are some cars trying to gain position, so Beale crosses the line, as it's side by side with Verco in the 11, and 7 of Maudsley running for 6th and 7th, and just behind them looks to be the number 33 of Richard Marsh from Bristol, but Simon Hill has got a gap of around 9 6/10 of a second as they've completed lap number 1. They go down into the Craner curves yet again, and it is side by side for 6th and 7th. So Vergo and Maudsley still battling away as they head through Craner into the old hairpin. And they're still battling side by side for that position. So Hill's trying to mitigate the gap, but whilst Verco and Maudsley have been battling away, well, they've stopped their side-by-side encounter, and this has brought Marsh and Blackburn in the 33 and 83, who are in 8th and 9th respectively. Leaders now having come through Coppice. Down into the S's they go. So big run down, and I'm just seeing whether Colburn's actually managed to catch up to Simon Hill at the moment. They come through towards the S's as it's 3 abreast. Colburn is really pushing the envelope, trying to keep that car on the black staff as they head down, so it's still Hill from Colburn. Then it's the 96 of Walsh. John Beale in the 46 in 4th place. As the top 4 really starting to close up. We've got the number 61 of Ryan Sayer from Spalding. He's in 5th. He was the one that nearly got 3 cars barrelling up the inside of him on lap 1 going through into Melbourne. And it is side by side towards the bottom of the top 10. And that is the number 33 and the number 83. So Marsh and Blackburn at it again going through into Gollards. But Hill now has a lead of 0.896 and he's just put in a 1 minute 51.795. In terms of the Mark II category, we've got a battle on for the lead as they start making their way through, and leading at the moment it is the 57 of Chris Webb, currently 2nd in standings. Where's Tim Hartland in all of this? He's actually dropped down all the way down into what is 4th place, and in 2nd position is Spencer Beale, and that battle's really going to keep on carrying on. So 2 races to just like the MX5 SuperCup and the SuperSeries, the Teekay Couplings Production GTI Championship has 2 races in 1. So at the moment, top 5 in Mark 5s, it's Hill from Colburn by just under 9 tenths. From Walsh, John Beale and Sayer in the 61 rounding out the top 5. In the Mark 2s, it's Chris Webb in the 57, leading from Spencer Beale in 2nd. You've then got Pete Milne in the 44. And then Tim Hartland, the current championship leader in terms of the Mark II 16 valves, down in 4th place. And in 5th, you've got Luke Haberman from Colville. The gap looks to be getting truncated somewhat by James Colburn as he's trying to chase down Simon Hill into the approach, into the Melbourne Loop. And I do have to say that Walsh has really got some good pace under that Mark 5 as they now head down towards Gollard, having made their way through Melbourne. So the gap looks to be a lot less than just under 9 tenths of a second. Someone has gone wide coming out of the S's. Looks to be a 64 there, and that's Spencer Beale that's just gone wide. So the lead now between 1st and 2nd, Hill versus Colburn, just under 7.5 tenths. Walsh a further 8 or so tenths behind. John Beale in 4th, Sayer in the 61 in 5th. As the Mark IIs make their way, and it looks like there's a bit of a move up the inside for position. Let's just see what comes of that. And that was for 3rd place, and that is the number 19 of Haberman, with Hartland clearly wanting that place back as the pair go side by side in nigh on identical red Golf GTI Mark IIs. Looks like Hartland's got past and actually slungshot past around the outside before they'd even got into Redgate at the moment, as the leaders for Mark 5s have made their way through Coppice. Well, they're starting to make their way through Coppice, so Colburn trying to close the gap on Hill thus far. He's managed to take out about a tenth or so at the minute as they start making their way out of Coppice down towards the S's. Just keeping an eye on some other battles. It looks like Maudsley might be in another entrenched battle going in towards the S's, but leading is still Simon Hill, but James Colburn has definitely closed down that gap. It's around 5 or 6 car lengths as they head down into the Melbourne Loop, once again on lap number 4. So very interesting how quickly James Colburn is now starting to get a bit of pace. He was actually a tenth and a half quicker exactly than Simon Hill, with Walsh in the number 96. That's Martin Walsh from Chipping Norton, as Verco is battling away with the number 61 of Sayer and is overtaken for 5th place. Top 3 come across the start-finish line. Gap is still around 7.5 tenths between Simon Hill and James Colburn for the lead. Mark II's in the meantime are coming. The first of them are starting to come through the Melbourne Loop. Pretty steady for the number 57 of Chris Webb, who continues to lead. And you've also got Pete Milne, still looks to be in 2nd position at the moment. And then Hartland is charging. He's now up into 3rd place. So the number 9, the current points leader, on 145 points, I believe, is now moving forward. So at the minute, so we've got just over 11 and a half minutes to go as the Mark 5s are making their way up towards Coppice. Hill still very much in front, still trying to control proceedings. Colburn and Walsh trying to chase the number 51 down as they head down towards the Fogarty S's. And Hill, Colburn and Walsh all look very composed through there. Gap still pretty much the same as it was last time around, and just behind is John Beale. Verco has got away from Sayer quite convincingly, having passed on the last lap around, heading into Goddard's. So very much the case that it's still a lot to play for in both the Mark 5 and the Mark 2s. And Walsh has definitely got a bit more pace now and is closing on the back bumper of Colburn in the number 1 as the top 3 head down towards Redgate once again. And just keeping an eye on Tim Hartland, he is catching the number 44 of Pete Milne in the Mark II, and he's right on the back bumper. He's got a real good turn of momentum heading down towards Goddard's. So Chris Webb continues to lead, and his lead now is 3.3 seconds, but Hartland has really closed the gap on Milne going towards Redgate. Hartland goes round to the outside. Both the brake lights on both of those Mark II GTIs come on at the same time, but Hartland has to swap back behind Milne through Redgate and heading down into the Craners. So the Mark 5s in the meantime, just trying to keep an eye on where they are. And while the gap has closed a little bit now between the top 3, not as much as probably James Colburn would like, but he's dropped Walsh to the 96 a little bit now as they go into the Melbourne Loop. Meanwhile, just behind, Verco, that's Simon Verco, has been closing up on the back of John Beale and is now going to challenge for 4th place. And he's got a really good run as the number 11 on the 46 on the blast down towards Goddard's. So the gap now between the top 3, it's just under 6.5 tenths between Hill and Colburn for the lead. Verco, in the meantime, is closing and was just over 0.6 of a second quicker than John Beale. Closes up in the braking zone going into Redgate. And there's definitely a bit of side-by-side action between 2 of the Mark IIs that could involve Tim Hartland and Milne in the 44 for position. Milne has actually been passed, has he, by Hartman? Let's just have a look. So Webb's there. Now Milne. And Haberman. Now what has happened to Hartland? Hartland is dropping. And there is a car beached off the exit of McLean's, and that could be, I fear, Tim Hartland. That looks to be the case. So, looks like there are yellow flags being waved up at the top of McLean's, and yes, that is Tim Hartland. Unfortunately, his race has come to a premature end after what was a sterling performance, making his way up the field. So it's just off the racing line, Scott. So that's a bit precarious, but that's a real shame for Tim Hartland. What's
more substantial is he's the champion leader coming into the weekend by over 50 points. The fact that he's now going to have a non-score means that he'll have to use that as a drop score towards the championship. So that's actually a very key event for the championship, because Tim Hartland going off the road. Now I have to admit, I didn't see exactly how he went off, whether he jumped or whether he was pushed, but either way, there is the live snatch vehicle here this weekend rather than having to opt in to get the safety car all the time. So that means that they're trying to drag Tim Hartland's car around. One thing's interesting is going back to the front of the Mark 5s. in non-typical Simon Hill fashion, he's not being allowed to get away because he's won 7 out of the 8 races we've had so far. Because there are only 6 meetings for the production GTI. We've had 8 races so far this season, which I've been privileged to commentate on the TV coverage for most of them, ones that have been filmed. Simon Hill has won 7 of those 8 races, but he's not being allowed to get away. He's only been beaten once this season, and he was beaten by the man in second place, the reigning and defending Mark V champion, James Colburn. So the fact that he's been kept honest here this weekend just shows possibly that maybe James and co are starting to turn the corner a bit. Martin Walsh, good to see him back up on pace. He's struggled a bit in the last couple of rounds with he just being off the pace and having mechanical problems, but usually when he and Hill get on the track together, it's usually quite an entertaining affair because those two are good friends on and off the track, but they always put on quite a good scrap whenever the two of them together. But it just seems as though this season Simon Hill has had the edge in terms of the pace of all that number 51 car. He's someone who hasn't formally raced in the Mark 2s before, but quite a few drivers in this championship have switched across to the Mark 5s and found it quite a nice transition. The live snatch thankfully seems to have cleared Tim Hartman's car beyond the gravel trap now and against the barriers, which seems that it should mean that hopefully we can get rid of the double wave yellows fairly shortly. But we've only got 5.5 minutes to go in this race, and the top 3 of the Mark 2s make their way down into the S's now for what is lap 8. It is still looking pretty tight between the top 3.
Yeah, it's been pretty much even Steve's for the majority of this race with James Colburn. I think, as you very much said, might be turning that little bit of a corner where Hill's now got to realise Hill's wanting to just extend that championship gap. But we've had some great battles. Ryan Vercote has been absolutely flying.
You mean Simon Vercote?
Simon Vercote, my apologies there, I'm getting my names mixed up. But he started down in 3rd and he dropped down the order off of the start because Hill got an absolutely great hole shot. Colburn went with him, and Vercote seemed to drop a little bit down the order. He's been able to get past the likes of the 61 of Ryan Sayer, as we've had a black and white actually for Milne in the 44. So one of the other Mark IIs that Tim Hartman was actually battling with, whether that's an excursion.
Tim Hartman's car's got going again. So since they've dragged him out of the ground, he's got going. He's bounding along the grass. We're just going to try and catch him on the cameras. He's getting back onto the circuit. Where is he? He's got back onto the circuit. He is granted a lap down. In fact, he just got back onto the circuit, not far in front, or behind the Mark II. In fact, the Mark II is just coming out of the Forest ESs now. And also one driver I want to give a shout out to is Ryan Sayer, because he has been sort of towards the bottom of the top 10 for quite a few rounds, but he's actually having a decent weekend so far in this first race. With 6th position in this race, he's been up there battling with Simon Vercote, who's another driver who's in his full rookie season this year at Production GTIs, and on occasions, particularly at Anglesey, he has taken the fight to Simon Hill and actually kept him honest. So Simon Vercote's had a very good opening season, actually running 4th at the moment. It certainly keeps him in touch. He came into the weekend 30 points on 92 points, but he was still almost just under 40 points behind James Colburn, and of course at a further about 50 odd, even 60 odd almost points behind Simon Hill, who actually leads the way quite substantially with 188 compared to James Colburn's 130 before they came into this weekend. Mark 5s are out of the Performance ESs, and James Colburn is still keeping him honest. Looking at lap time wise, I mean, last time by Hill was about 2 or 3 tenths quicker, but in this lap it seems as though that he's got a little bit into the hairpin, so there is still a little time to go here. Still 3.5 minutes to go, and like I said, Hill's only been once this season. He had one or two moments where he has sort of put the pressure a little bit. One of them was at Snetterton, where he was leading on the second lap through Corman Corner, lost the back end of the car, caught it, but then the car straightened out, and he ended up bounding over the grass, basically missing Corman Murray, the rest of the Corman Murrays, and that's sort of rejoined onto the track in 5th position in that race, but he still charged it with enough time because it was only the second lap of the race. He charged his way back through the field and still picked up the victory, which just shows how much he can be. But I wonder if possibly Simon, either his tyres have gone up a little bit, or he's just managing the gap to try and just at least keep Colburn at bay, and maybe even start to back him up a bit more into Martin Walsh and see him lose second place, because of course Colburn is his nearest rival in the championship, and maybe it might be something he's possibly inadvertently doing to possibly make him lose even more champion points if Martin Walsh could find a way through to pick up second place.
That's very much the case, Scott. I mean, Walsh has been running, very, very consistent on pace with the top, with the other two, the other two drivers, Simon Hill and James Colburn, and he's been running the high, in the high 52s, a 52.913 last time around. But it's only less than a tenth and a half off Simon Hill's pace, so he's keeping it quite consistent, which is why the gap is not really swinging in any sort of direction to the favour of one driver, with his first, second, or third. So they're all running at the same pace. He's actually got, I think, a very good marker in the forms of both Simon Hill and James Colburn. So that's going to help him keep pace. And if someone makes a mistake in front, he has got a prime opportunity to, who knows, even get second place, maybe even the victory. But we know both Simon Hill and James Colburn won't do that because they've been the ones that have been fighting at the sharp end of the field all season long.
Well, there's a bit he's good at closing up under brakes. He done this the last couple of laps, and once again, this time by the Melbourne League, he does close in when he hits the middle pedal through into the Melbourne League up through guidelines. But the gap has stabilised in this race. Less than a second, it's stabilised around anywhere between 0.6 and 0.9 of a second. Just quick, and they're coming up to a couple of the Mark IIs now, which is Ian Webb, which is Chris Webb's car. That actually got headlights on the side when on the slower Mark IIs that he is coming through. It's going to be the last lap of the race this time, as they cross the line this time. So one more time around the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit for his first race in two for the Teekay Couplings Production Team Championship. Fourth place for Simon Berger, who's dropped the battle of fifth, dropped John Beale. Sixth place scrap on between Ryan Sayer and Richard Marsh in the white and pink number 33. John Maudsley, who is having a slightly off weekend. He's been up in the top 5 a couple of times this season. He's back in 8th this time by. Paul Blackman also, good to see him in person on track for the first time this year, but given the fact that he had a bit of a nasty accident here at this time at the circuit at the end of last season. I spent most of the off season recuperating, missed the first couple of rounds, but good to see him back out now. He's up to full strength and running at the moment in 9th place with Jamie Butcher, who is taking over the BMMC liveried car. I get in trouble every time I say the wrong word after BMMC. Liveried car, which is Jay Butcher driving for the first time in production GTI. That's the car normally driven by Dawn Boyd, who is a very experienced front-wheel drive racer in Fiestas and I think Goldschmidt before and Honda Civics as well. So not here driving this weekend, but certainly allowing her car to be out there with Chris Webb still leading Pete Milne and Luke Harberman in the top 3. Just going through some of the back markers there. Looks like James Colburn very tight to Matthew Rhodes while he comes to the Mark IIs. And I think Alex, they come up towards the final corners. I think Simon Hill is about to make his 8th victory in 9 races. That was a bit of a shaky exit from the final corner for Simon Hill for some reason. The Spider will try to struggle to get the power down. Well, either way, it will be 8 victories from 9 races.
So the headlights ablaze along the front bumper, the number 51 of Simon Hill. He takes the checkered flag here for the first of 2 Teekay Coupling Production GTI races here at Donington Park by just under 9/10 of a second. Ahead of his chief rival in the championship, James Colburn, with the number 96 of Martin Walsh from Chipping Norton, rounding out the top 3. And at the end of it all, Scott, they were only separated by 1.5 seconds. Good job by Simon Vercoe. I will get his name right by the end of the day, believe you me. In 4th place, ahead of John Beale in the 46. Now, John Beale, that name sounds very familiar because there was a Beale that I knew of that had a nickname Minty. It wasn't that same person, but I don't think it might have been. But
I'm afraid you're asking the wrong person.
No. There was someone that I know that ran in Mark V GTI a couple of years ago, and his nickname was Minty, so it might be John Beale. If John wants to correct me otherwise, that's fine. Yeah, sure. I will. What I'll do is I'll head down to the pits.
As it is a championship that Alex wants to cover, and he has got a soft spot, not only for Germany but also for Volkswagens. I shall hand over the microphone to Alex, and he can have a chat with our both Mark II and Mark Vs, because I think we've got. Because they'll be stopping at the bottom of the pit lane, you'll have a good chance to chat to both of the classes because they'll do podiums for both. So he'll have a chat to both, not only our top 3 of the Mark IIs, but also here comes Chris Webb to pick up victory in the Mark V in the Mark II. So Simon won the Mark V, so Chris Webb wins the Mark II race. That's one of his good to see back on the top step. The former double champion was the champion 2017 and 2018. No, sorry, 2016, 2017. Tim Hartland was Mark II champion last year, but good to see that Chris is getting back on track with a good result. And that will be some key crucial points to claw back on Tim Hartland in the championship race. Pete Milne picks up 2nd place and Luke Harberman 3rd. Spencer Beale gets 4th and Matthew Rose is 5th. 6th for Ian Webb and 7th place struggling around going to be Tim Hartland after his escapade into the gravel trap. And Matthew Eccles sadly didn't finish the race after he retired around about halfway through. So quick confirmation, that was the Mark II. Quick confirmation of the top of the results. It is Simon Hill with his 8th win out of 9 races so far this season, which is very impressive at the mark for the GTIs. He is certainly, if he continues this form, surely going to have at least one hand on the Mark V title by the time he leaves Donington as he heads to the final rounds of the Lever Brands Hatch at the end of September. James Colburn maybe looking at being outgoing Mark 5 champion, but anything can happen in the last 3 races if he can find the strength he needs to possibly get himself up there. Third place for Martin Walsh, good to see him back on the podium. I'm sure Simon Hill will be pleased as well, because as we say, those two are good friends. Simon Verco picks up another strong result with 4th, John Beale is 5th. Then Ryan Sayer picks up, I think, one of his personal best results with 6th position. 7th place for Richard Marsh, 8th place for the 7 of John Maudsley, 9th place for Paul Blackburn, and then rounding out the top 10 is Jamie Butcher in Dawn Boyd's regular machine car number 42. 11th place was, and winning the Mark II was Chris Webb, with Mark II's all the way down now from 11th place downwards, which was Pete Milne in 12th position and 2nd in Mark II's overall. And then it's 13th place and 3rd in Mark II's for Luke Hardman, 14th place and 4th in Mark II's for Spencer Bill. Then it's Matthew Rhodes, Ian Webb, which is the father of Chris, and Tim Hartland, who was the champion coming into the weekend. I think he still will be, but he'll have dropped substantially quite a few points to Chris Webb in the process. So Alex Goldschmidt making his way down to have a chat to the production GTIs as they are stopping promptly underneath the pit lane. You've got our Mark 5s, and I think, well, Mark 2s are... No, also that was Ian Webb going past. We haven't got our Mark 2 top 3 just yet. So reiterate for Mark 2s then. It is Chris Webb, Pete Milne and Luke Hardman, numbers 57, 44 and 19 that we need to hopefully stop at the bottom of the pit lane. So, yeah, he's got them. Excellent. got the signal from the marshal. Well done. Good stuff. So here they come then. Here comes Chris Webb in P1 for the Mark IIs, and swiftly followed by Pete Milne and Luke Hardman. Thankfully, they are also stopping underneath the pit lane and getting the round of applause from Rob Sadler of Production GTIs, the man behind it. And it's good to see Production GTIs have had a really nice, consistent number of cars in both the Mark II and Mark 5 classes this year. Really good to see their growth and consistency this year in entries, and I'm really pleased about it. And I can hear in my ears now, with just about everyone in place now. Down to you for your first podium of the weekend. I'm sure one you'll thoroughly enjoy, Alex. Alex Goldschmidt with the Production GTIs, both Mark 5s and Mark 2s, your top 3s, ready for the podium.
Thank you very much, Scott. 8 from 9 for Simon Hill this season. James kept you very honest, though. It wasn't that far between you at the end of it, and of course we had Martin about another 7.5 tenths. It was just about controlling the pace out there, wasn't it, really?
Well, do you know what? There was no getting rid of either of them today. I was driving the effing doors off it, and they were still there. I mean, you look at James's in-car, I had quite a few trips where I've had a tyre on the grass. You know, from lap 1, it was absolutely like qualifying laps, lap after lap, and it was just great fun. But, you know, these cars are so closely matched. If I'd have made a mistake, I'd have missed a gear, I'd have lost the place, James would be. And it's just, that's how close it is. It would be the same if James was leading. I wouldn't have been able to have got past him if he didn't make a mistake. So you really do have to make sure that you just hit every apex, every braking point, don't miss a gear.
Well done, Simon. All the very best of luck. We'll see you this afternoon. James, second position. I think it's been pretty much the same for you guys, you know, in the top 3. Very much equal machinery. Now, I can see by your car, you're running the standard 6-speed gearbox, but some people in previous years have used the DSG. What's the differential between using the automatic transmission that Volkswagen did with this car, but using the 6-speed? It gives you a bit more purchase through the corners, I would imagine.
Yeah, I guess you've got a little bit more.
Yeah. Don't worry, the microphone cuts out, so I'm trying to keep it as clear as I can. But yeah, as you were saying,
yeah, a bit more control on your engine braking, and sort of you got your clutch, obviously you can engage. But I've not driven them side by side. I know Simon switched from DSG to manual, so probably be a better question for him.
But obviously, you know, very level between the top 3. You know, you were all keeping each other honest, as Martin does a little bit of a jig down in the pit lane. Happy with the podium. But yeah, I think it's just going to be pretty much the same of you guys having to use that strategy, just try and get the whole shot, get in front, and just keep it nailed all the way, hitting every apex, hitting every braking point, and getting the power out right, isn't it?
Yeah, it's keeping it tidy, and yeah, these guys great to race with. I've raced with Simon and Martin for 8 years, I reckon, and it's always been close, particularly the Mark 5s. Yeah.
All the very best of luck this afternoon. Okay, right. Now, was that a dancing jig of joy there, was it, Martin?
I'll do anything to get one over on Simon Hill. Tracks, I'll do wherever.
You were definitely front and centre doing that right there, just by James's car on the near side rear. But again, you know, your pace was coming to you as the race progressed. I mean, obviously we found it where people have gone, oh, the tyres have to be managed, the gearbox has to be managed, the engine temps. You've got to keep an eye on a lot of things, even though these are very much a production-based car here.
Definitely, particularly in the 20-minute races, and I weren't on new tyres either, so it was a case of managing the tyres as best I can and hoping the other two would fall off. But exactly as Simon says, there's nothing between them.
Martin, all the very best of luck for the second race this afternoon.
Thank you.
Chris from the Mark II's, nice win out there. You got a bit of a good sort of getaway in the initial stages when obviously you had like Pete and then Tim were battling away over second position, and then we saw Tim's car in the gravel up at the top of McLean's. Your first thoughts when you saw that car in that gravel?
Shorten the question.
I caught myself a little bit.
Shorten the question.
There was that, and
Jesus.
also just feeling dead sorry for Tim because I wanted to have a good race with him today. But I saw his car in the gravel, and it's just a dead shame. But I saw his car come back in, so it looks like it's running. Should be good for race 2.
Yeah, they did have to use the double wave yellows in the live snatch, but obviously this gives you a bit more motivation, a bit more confidence going into the last race this afternoon. How are you feeling about that?
Oh yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to it. I've had a little bit of bad luck this year for the racing and a few mechanical bits and pieces, but the car's on song now, and just really enjoying driving it. Really enjoying it.
All the very best of luck this afternoon. Chris Webb in the number 57. Pete in the 44. Very big battle that you and Tim had, but obviously, can you just tell us from what you're... Because we saw his car in the gravel off at McLean's, but you guys were side by side at multiple points during a couple of laps. Just tell us about that battle going door to door with Tim.
We were. It was a good scrap, and I made a slight error on the old hairpin, so he got a run at me going up the hill, and I just gave him room, and we headed for the apex of McLean's, and that's all I could do. And he turned, and we hit, and he went off, and that was it.
Just cut it there. Cut it there.
All the very best of luck for this afternoon. And last but by no means least, Luke Haberman, third place, podium for you. Must be feeling good. A bit of a smile on your face there.
Yeah, I'm very happy with that. To be fair, I didn't really expect it. I was aiming for 4, so third's definitely a bonus.
And your thoughts ahead of having a bit more motivation, a bit more confidence now you've got that podium today? That must be a good feeling. And just as all, I think, well, I've got third. I could possibly do it again later on this afternoon.
Yeah, I'll try everything I've got. I'm going to try and stick with Pete and Chris in front of me and do what I can to stay there.
All the very best of luck. So, Scott, I think I understand the MX-5 SuperCup and SuperSeries on their formation lap, so I'll hand it back to you.
Yeah, they're just coming up. Thanks, Alex. And good to hear from our production GTO Mark 5, Mark 2 drivers. They're actually already come up to the end of their formation laps. I'll have to quickly run through the grid here for this second race. The grid is set by the second fastest times from qualifying, so very quickly as they come onto the grid. It's number 43, Jack Harding on pole position alongside key championship rival Luke Herbert, number 1. Row 2 is number 8, Aidan Hills, number 116, Simon Baldwin. Row 3 is number 62, Will Stevenson, number 199, Joseph Marshall. Row 4 is number 91, Jack Sycamore, number 29, Patrick Fletcher. Row 5 is number 99, Nick Rutter, number 36, David Henderson. Row 6 is number 96, Christopher Richardson. Number 169, one of our extra drivers this weekend, Lewis Kent. Then it's number 54, Paul Myers, and number 44, Bradley Kent from Gary Townsend. Number 223, Chris Dawkins, number 22. Then a couple of rows back to our Super Series runner with race 1 winner Matt Pitford on the pole position there with Simon Fleet alongside him once again. Row 2 is Simon Hutchings and Christina Holly from Alex Miller and Adam Rowlandson. On row 3rd row of the grid, number 784. Row 4 is number 27, Jim Hart, number 112, David O'Reilly. Then it's Liz Walton, number 19, number 15, Clive Powell, number 11, Declan Lee, rounding out the what looks to be a 27-car grid for this second race of the weekend, the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup and the Super Series. So Declan Lee slots in place at the back of the grid, the green flag waves, and we're all set then. So this is take 2 for the MX-5 SuperCup and for Super Series. Another chance for Harding and Herbert to get the sprint down towards turn 1. The red lights are on, race 2 is underway. It's a decent start in the second, and also cracking start from Patrick Fletcher on the fourth round of the grid. He's already getting passed by Joe Marshall and Jack Sycamore and possibly Will Stevens to get up to 5th place by the time they get to Redgate Corner. But it once again is side by side into Redgate in the first time between the front row, and Jack Harding does get his nose in front. A little bit of a slide there from Luke Herbert on the middle of the apex in the middle of through Redgate. Super Series cars kick off with a decent getaway initially from Clive Powell from the fourth back. A little rub with Jim Hart, but it's from the front row once again. Matt Pittman and Simon Fleet, John down towards turn 1. Simon Hutchings, he's in there with third place, trying to squeeze behind Matt Pittman into Redgate for the first time. And they squeeze in, and so Matt Pittman once again leading the way from Fleet. all get through. Looks apart from a bit of dust kicked up at the exit of Redgate Corner, everyone appears to have got through pretty safely.
Did see a really good start from Lewis Kent there. He was a little bit further down the order, but Lewis got a good move from 12 on the grid, and I think he got towards the lower part of the top 10 as they were heading into Redgate for the very first time. But yeah, again, really looking forward to seeing what transpires over the next 19 minutes, Scott.
So out through Coppice and onto the back straight for the first time come the leaders, and then Luke Herbert's actually taken over the lead now, so he's passed Jack Harding. That could be crucial in the battle for the championship as they come down towards the Foxy S's for the very first time under braking. It's almost side by side as Harding peeks out to the outside line, but they hit the racing line into the first part of the S as they go, and it is car number 1, Luke Herbert, who leads the way. Jack Harding in second place, Aidan Hills in third, and Simon Baldwin fourth from Patrick Fletcher in fifth position. Great start for the information on the grid. It's Paul Stevenson sixth, Sycamore seventh, and it's Joe Marshall, Nick Rutter, and we start Nick actually up to ninth place, and David Henderson 10th. Good run for Melbourne Luke for Jack Harding to try and put himself alongside Herbert on the sprint towards Goddard's for the first time. The rest of the SuperCup field heading now in 11th place by Lewis Kent. And the SuperSeries drivers particularly leads the way in that contest from Fleet in second place to Simon Hutchings. That's a repeat the load of the top 3 from race 1 in SuperSeries, with now 4 place Alex defending from both it seems. Clive Powell had a very impressive run so far from Christina Holly, so that's a car which has been driven before, taking the fine race with Dubai BC cars off Brian Charles. She's doing a cracking job. In 6th place on the black-headed Jim Hart.
Harding was looking a bit menacing around the outside towards the approach into Redgate on Herbert for the lead of the race, but managed to had to slot back into second position. So it's getting a bit racy at the front of the field as they go down through the craners into the old hairpin, and it's line astern for 3 on the lead going through the old hairpin. So it's being led by Herbert, Harding in second, Hills in third. There's a bit of gap between them with the 116 of Baldwin a bit further down the order, but looks to be the highest placed Masters driver at the moment in 4th position. Fletcher's past Stevenson for 5th place, Sycamore's in 7th with Joe Marshall in 8th, with Rutter and Henderson rounding out the top 10 in the SuperCup.
Actually, whilst you're mentioning it there, Jack Sycamore slid up the inside of Stevenson at McLean's to get through into what is now in 6th position. So a key move for the 91. At times, Jack Sycamore's had really good pace and went up with the front runners, but had made a couple of mistakes which had put him out. One notable one was the first race at Brands Hatch, where he was on one of the fastest drivers out there, got to wire 6th, and then properly threw it in the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend, which he kicked himself for. But he managed to redeem himself the next day. So the top 3 in the championship, in championship order down towards the hairpin for the second time. Herbert leads Harding, who again looks to the outside line. He wants the undercut on the exit, just closes up on the rack bumper. He gets a little nibble through the apex of Melbourne Loop. It's reminding Herbert that he's there. Hills is also giving a good go here for second place on the outside, but Harding cuts across up to 4th now after a big melee into the hairpin. He's now Jack Sycamore, cracking stuff. You must be listening on the commentary to us and Alex in the commentary box. He's up to 4th place now, or he was, because that's somehow he tries to tuck up the inside line, which he almost does, but Sycamore manages to cover the line off and he's into 4th. But Baldwin, and also look at Patrick Fletcher trying to squeeze up the inside line, trying to prise open the door on Simon Baldwin. Eventually he says, oh, go on then, I'll have to give you the room I have to. Up towards turn 1, so for 5th place, Fletcher on the inside line. Joe Marshall watches on as Baldwin opens the door and loses 1 and possibly 2 places because Joe Marshall thought there was a gap there, but possibly have to go side by side with him up towards the Craner Curves now for the 3rd time. There goes the top 3 through the Craner Curves line astern. Still Herbert from Harding and Hills. Then Sycamore leads the next train, followed by Fletcher, then Simon Baldwin, and I think also looks as though that Baldwin did manage to keep ahead of Joe Marshall, then into the old hairpin on this first few corners of lap number 3.
And in SuperSeries, the top 4 have just gone through Redgate, and it's being led by the number 16 of Matt Peckford at the moment, and just behind is Simon Fleet in the 21. You've got Simon Hutchings in 3rd place, and then the number 7 of Alex Miller, and they're separated by just under 1.5 seconds in the battle for actually what is the lead in class, and not too far behind. It's good to see that the number 15 of Clive Powell's car is back, and it was basically, it looked to be the front left wing when he had that coming together with the 99 of Rutter in the first race, Nick Rutter. So as you were, and obviously more goings on with the SuperCup at the moment.
The position to change now because there was a move for second place into the chicane between Harding and Hills, and also they changed to a lead there because Hills snuck up the inside he had done, but Herbert gets him the switch back on the exit, so he wasn't standing for that, and he couldn't even get back to what he was before he got to the chicane. Because here comes Harding on the outside line. Oh, there's a cheeky little bump there from Harding on the front of Hills' car. Hills won't stand for that, he's straight on the anchors, and he almost might tag the back end of Luke Herbert, but he was very close not to get the back of his, well, quote-unquote teammate. They are good friends, but they're almost teammates between the two of them. They almost share the same sort of paddock space. Now Harding gets back up the inside on the exit for second place. On the run down towards the right-hander at Red Corner. Is he going to sweep back in front, under braking? Hills won't let him. He's going to go round the outside still for Harding. Puts his foot down, and he is just back in front in second place. Maybe a little wiggle of oversteer on the exit, but he holds on for the time being. Back with the Super Series. Here come the leaders in that contest, with Pickford still leading. He's looking for his second win of the weekend and of his Super Series career, followed by Simon Fleet in second place, Hutchings third, Miller fourth, and it's 5,000 fifth position. Christina Hodley still sixth in the what was Brian Chandler's car earlier on in the season. Seventh place now for Jim Hart, followed by David O'Reilly, Declan Lee and Adam Robinson, rounding out the top 10 in the Go For It racing machine.
Yeah, so a lot of drivers from Fletcher downwards making a lot of personal bests. Fletcher's just done a 1:53.939, just under 4/10 slower than Hills, who's currently just less than 6/10 of a second adrift in the battle for the lead of this race, as they're going through Coppice at the moment. It looks like second and third pretty much line astern between Harding and Hills. So could this allow Herbert to pull a gap?
Herbert's got a tiny gap now to the second and third, but they're all coming to put a lap on Paul Myers, who's the former OSS runner in the Global GT Light. He's really got a baptism of fire here. They've all caught him at the chicane, which could be very messy, but they've all squeezed through. And actually, Jack Guy's taking full advantage up the inside. This is the move he needed. Up the inside line towards the Melbourne Loop. This is the championship contenders side by side into the hairpin. Harding's got the inside line and he's got through. That was a crucial move for Jack Harding into the lead. Or is it? Because here comes Herbert on the exit saying, I'm not having any of that. Back up the outside line, he goes down towards Garner's hairpin. Hills watches on, probably gets the clock on that, thinking, you two keep on scrapping, I might take advantage in a minute. Into the hairpin they go. Harding stays on the inside line. Herbert tries to go around the outside. Hills thinks, right, you open the door, I'll go straight through if I can. But Herbert denies it, and now they're tucked underneath each other, first and second, bumper to bumper, down the pit straight. Where's Herbert going to go? He's going to go left or right? He's going to force the inside line. When he goes to the outside, let's have a look. Meanwhile, there's a big melee going on the fourth place behind them as the speeds go side by side. It's now Fletcher up to fourth, Baldwin fifth, Sycamores down to sixth and being put under pressure from both Paul Stevenson and Joe Marshall. They've all got cast and put a lap on Paul Myers, with Nick Rutter, then also Lewis Kent and David Henderson just behind them. And then we go back to the Super Series, where that's now coming out the final couple of the corners with Pickford in the lead, Fleet in second place with Hutchings, Alex Miller and Clyde Powell rounding out the top five. Lots of action at the end of that fourth lap.
Yeah, and Simon Fleet was looking a bit more racy, a bit deeper on the brakes into Goddard's behind Pickford in the lead, the battle for the lead in the Super Series. As there's more battles going on, the 112 and the 84, that's O'Reilly and Rowlandson battling a little bit further down at the bottom of the Super Series order, but over the top of the hill. I tell you what though, Harding is not being let to get away by Herbert as they go through Coppice. So Harding will be under threat here, as Herbert and Hills will have the momentum going down the back straight.
And there's no back markers this time to get caught up amongst, so maybe if Herbert's going to do this, he's going to have to do it the hard way, getting around him without any assistance of a back marker, but he's trying down the outside line. Herbert's not giving him any room whatsoever, and Hills is right underneath Herbert's back bumper. They head through the fog as he exits. They're all together once again down towards the Melbourne Loop. Three abreast in a minute, they're not careful. Harding throws the block straight away. No, you don't, Luke says Jack Harding. Aidan Mills thinks, right, I'll go down the outside if you're going to play that game. Tries to get the inside cut back on the exit of the Melbourne Loop. Almost starts drawing alongside. The 5-car melee in the fourth place isn't too far away from them either, still headed by Patrick Fletcher, who has had a couple of podiums this year, but he's having the best of the rest outside the podium places in fourth place, but still being put under massive pressure from the 4 cars behind him. They all turn through. Down the pit straight they go. Still Harding from Herbert, from Hills. I really would love to get another race victory to try and reduce that points gap even further if he can. Of course, the drop scores will come into play before the end of the season. We'll turn into this as well. With the Super Series guys just heading down towards Wales now. It's still Pickford from Fleet from Hutchings, with still Clive Powell's and Alex Miller Miller ahead of Powell's now, with Christina Holly rounding out the top 6.
Definitely interesting. I think that Fleet has got Pickford as a gauge on where he can brake and where he can actually put it at the absolute limit before out-braking himself and maybe having a lock-up on the front or rear axles. So Fleet is trying to time it. He's got we're actually past the half-time distance here, 9 minutes and 45 to go. So I think it is Pickford's to lose, but Fleet's to gain in Super Series.
And can't disagree with that. Pickford's looking for his second win of the weekend, because Fleet and Hutchins would certainly like to get some success. And as Simon was saying, he regularly races a Mark III MX-5 in the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship, but he's got the taste for the one-make championship now with these Mark IIIs, and that's why he's so good in these cars. He's taken to this SuperSeries pretty quickly, and it's going to be good to see him hopefully in a couple more rounds before the end of the season, before the season is out. Of course, we've only got one more set of SuperSeries races to go, and that's going to be at Silverstone in a few weeks' time.
Oh, right off the leads, really kicking off right now. I tell you what, the number one, Herbert, is trying to slingshot up the inside line on 2 wheels on the grass, heading down into Melbourne, and Hills is thinking to go around to the outside again, and in the middle of that sandwich is Harding.
But Hills, before that, possibly looking at the undercut, couldn't do it, and a big lock up behind him, Simon Baldwin, as he looked to make an attack on Patrick Fletcher for 4th place. Now, but there's contact with him and Jack Singleton, they've both gone around, and Baldwin instead has gone into the side of Joe Marshall. And as Marshall got away with that, I think he just about has, and Simon Baldwin. There's going to be some words after that one. Now, what that started by looks to me was Jack Singleton trying to take advantage of Simon Baldwin, trying to get up the inside of Patrick Fletcher. He just misjudged it a little bit. There was a bit of contact, got them both sideways. Baldwin came across to try and correct. That put him into the path of Joe Marshall. I think there was quite a bit of side-to-side contact, nothing that damaged anything like the suspension or the chassis or anything else like that. Everyone got going again, but the order now is from 4th place downwards. It's now Fletcher in 4th, Sycamore continues in 5th, Stevenson's now 6th, Joe Marshall's 7th. I think Rutter's now up to 8th place, one of his best results of the season so far, if he can stay there. Then it's Simon Baldwin, and up to 10th place now is TCI UK star Lewis Kent, who is a few positions ahead of his brother Bradley, who currently runs in 15th place.
Yeah, just noticed on Joe Marshall's left front wing, it just looks like there's a little bit of superficial damage, but that seems to be tracking true. Might have a bit of misalignment on the steering wheel being centred after that slight contretemps, but you know, he's still going. So the main thing is, if in doubt, you just keep going flat out these days. SuperSeries in the meantime, just keeping an eye on them at the moment, just waiting for them to come through. Looks like they're heading up to Coppers right now. What was that? That looks to be the overall lead, I believe.
Yep.
So SuperSeries at the minute. Now there is a lot of smoke that's just poured out of the back of one of the vehicles going up into McLean's. Either that was a lock-up or something's happened there. But that driver seems to be still under full pace.
We'll see if there's anyone pouring the smoke in a minute just as we come back through. Meanwhile, the lead is now to change for 2nd place is on there because Hayden Hill's got a great run off of the chicane. I think it might have been a possible fail move to go for the lead by Jack Harding. Hayden Hill says, right, you're going to leave the door open, straight up the inside I go into 2nd place, and he does get through. I will try and get it back on the exit, a little nibble on the bumper, now he gets a good offer off the corner. It's going to be a side-by-side sprint down towards the Goddards. Just notice that the back of Luke Herbert's left rear for the bumper, just hanging off a tiny bit, so there might be a bit of contact. Hill's back up the inside to reclaim and secure 2nd place, which he does. So Harding will try and get it back again on the exit, good exit from the corner. Now tries to put himself alongside, he'll be on the outside line for Ridley corner, but you can pass on the outside line if you're in the right place, if you've got enough grip and confidence. Across the line they go. Possible taking 5th on behind between Jack Sycamore and Will Stevenson. Meanwhile, Harding can't get around the outside and stays in 3rd place. For 5th, though, here comes Stevenson. Can he get past Jack Sycamore? The answer is maybe. He's sticking around there, got good grip. Let's look at the camera, see if we can try and find him, if he's trying to go around. And Jack Sycamore showed Will Stevenson to put 2 wheels on the grass. They're still side by side through the S's. They're being dropped by Patrick Fletcher, and they're still side by side, but Stevenson has finally got through. So that was a great sequence of corners. Stevenson stuck it out around the outside, braved it in the first couple of corners, and gets the job done to move up into 5th position. That's one of his best drives of the season so far as well.
Looks like the top 2 in SuperSeries, Pickford and Hutchings in the 16 and 37 have now broken away. They've actually got past Bradley Kent, who's now down in 17th on the road. Miller and Powell's a little bit further adrift, but there is a bit of a gap there. So Miller's about 4 seconds off of Kent, but that puts him 5.3 off of Hutchings, who's 2nd in SuperSeries at the moment. Black and white for track limits for Richardson, the number 96, currently in 12th place.
What's interesting is that the battles between Hills and Harding are only benefiting one person, and that's leader Luke Herbert, because the more they scrap, the more it's going to see them possibly lose time to Luke Herbert, who needs more. I think he's only got 3 wins so far this year. You want those at 4 wins. No, 4 wins now this season he's got. So he wants to try and pick himself up another win to add to his tally, because Jack Harding won the most races this season. Hayden Hill's won a couple, he's got 3 wins this year, because he only won his 3rd race back at Brands Hatch. So he's now going to try and pick up possibly win number 4 if he can, but of course really Hayden Hill in many cases to act as a little bit of a buffer now between himself and Jack Harding inadvertently, but Jack Harding now has to try and possibly go with Hayden Hill so he's got enough pace to catch her, but try and benefit from that. Is Harding going to possibly last minute switch to the inside line? He was just a peek on the outside line, put himself into Hill's mirrors, but it looks the inside line, last minute dive up the inside of the red gate corner, and he does get it stuck unless Hills sneaks back up the inside on the undercut, which he does on the exit on the run down through Hollywood towards the Craner curves. They go, it's still side by side, they go up through the left-hander, they're side by side again into the Craner curves, and Hills has got his nose in front. Is Hardy going to capitulate? No, he's going to keep with him. He's got the inside line for the second part, into the Craner curves, they go into the old hairpin, and he is through back into second place. That was a crucial move with 4 and a bit minutes to go. Now he's in front of Hills again. He needs to put his foot down and start charging after hit Herbert in the lead.
I'll tell you what, though, in the Super Series, Simon Hutchings has caught Pickford in the 16 by about half the gap. It was 1.3, it's now just over 0.6.
More importantly, where's Simon Fleet gone?
Simon Fleet
is in the pit lane, I think. Well, I think Simon Fleet is... No, he stopped out on track somewhere. So we've lost Simon Fleet sadly for what was second place.
And we've just had the 199 of Joe Marshall pulling the pits.
That's a shame. He was having such a good run in the SuperCup this weekend. I'm sure he'll get that car out again in race 3. That has to be as a consequence of the contact he suffered between himself and Simon Baldwin. If we look back to our SuperCup leaders, there is Luke Herbert. Jack Harding still can't shake Hayden Hills on the run down towards Melbourne Loop. They've got only a couple of laps to go, really. And Jack Harding being harassed by Hayden Hills really isn't helping his cause here, though he does split him a little bit through the Melbourne Loop. So as they're in the slow speed corners, Jack Harding's car is pretty good. It's a little bit better, it seems, than Luke Herbert's car, but in the high speed corners, Herbert has a bit of an advantage. Harding's car also looking pretty good under brakes as they head back into the hairpin. So, first, second, and third still all together. Still Luke Herbert, double defending champion in car number 1, head across the line. They've got how many? 2 laps to go, I'd say, including the one that they're on now. Because the fastest lap of the race is held by Luke Herbert. There'll be an extra 2 championship points for him then. That'll be a 1 minute 53.036. If he wins this race, he'll get 102 points, the maximum towards his championship. And back with that Super Series battle, it's Pickford versus Hutchings.
Hutchings looks to have dropped back a little bit. He did have a bit of a right rear wheel on the grass coming out of Goddard's, going into the start-finish straight, but he's closing up in the braking zone, so Pickford knows that he's there, but Pickford's trying to manage the gap, as we've had just 3 cars pinged for track limits being given black and white. So number 44, Bradley Kent, number 16 of looks to be Pickford in Super Series, and then number 11 looks to be Declan Lee.
That's crucial for Matt Pitt because he leads the way in Super Series, as you said, and if he continues to stray over the white lines too many more times, he will get himself a time penalty, which may possibly in turn give us yet another different Super Series race winner in the form of Simon Hutchings on his very first weekend in the series. So that could turn for the books if that happens. Where are our Super Cup leaders? They are just coming up now towards the S's now on the 10th lap. Then they go. Jack Harding on this lap has closed a bit more on Luke Herbert. The gap is a little bit closer than it was last time. Keeping in his sights, so across the top of the circuit at McLean's through Coppice and down the back straight, he's closed it a bit more. He's only got a lap and a bit to go now, because there's 1 minute and 25 seconds left on the clock. So Jack Harding needs to really put his foot down and try and get a nice, smooth, fast lap, put it straight on the back of Luke Herbert. Possibly look for a move in the final few corners. Maybe the GP Luke could be a blessing in disguise for Jack Harding as they come back into the hairpin. Again, closes into Goddard's. They're going to come and take the last lap board to start the last lap of the race. The black and white flag is out again for, as we say, to signal to that that he has a warning. Up across the line, it is new fast lap of the race. They're set by Jack Harding on 52.604, and he was 14th for a second quicker than Luke Herbert. This race isn't done just yet. He takes a slightly tighter entry to try and show his nose to Luke Herbert through Redgate Corner. This is the crucial part of the race now. Up through the Craner curves they go then for the final time, as they head off down towards the bottom of the hill at the old hairpin. How's it looking in the Super Series?
Pickford's still leading, still comfortable. So he's now going to get the final lap board, as will Hutchings in the 37. And Pickford's kept it nice and composed, nice and neat and tidy throughout this race, and he hasn't allowed Hutchings to try and catch him. But obviously Fleet, the biggest casualty in that sort of four-way scrap that we had before the top two got separated by managing to get past Bradley Kent, who now crosses the start-finish line, as it looks like the number 7 of Alex Miller has just passed him as well.
So whilst that goes on, leaders in the Super Cup are now all together, because Jack Harding is as close as he's ever been, right on the rear bumper of Luke Herbert, with now about a half a lap to go in this second MX-5 Super Cup and Super Series race. They head out of Coppice onto the back straight. This will be where he can get the best chance to get a toe and maybe set him up for a move into the chicane. It's the run through the S's in the final two corners that could settle the second race, and he is trying to look to the outside line, looking one with them the other, but Herbert throws the block. They're into the chicane together. Good with the exit here down to Melbourne. It could be all crucial. He tries to look to the outside lane, but he's looking for the undercut now. As though it moves back across to the outside line. Down into the hairpin for the final time. Harding closes in. Can he get the switch back on the exit? Put himself alongside. No, but all he tries. He's got the inside. There's a little bit of contact. There's body contact between the two championship rivals. But Herbert stays in front. There's really tension between these two. They don't get any more contact to make it even worse. Down towards the head of the final time. Harding takes the wide approach to get the undercut on the exit. It's going to be the sprint to the flag that will decide it. Where's Harding going to go? Left or right or next to the corner? He can't get it done. And so it will be a second different winner of the weekend. It'll be his third win of the season. It will be Luke Herbert who takes the victory. Just from Jack Harding and Aidan Hills. I don't know if there's going to be any more needle between the pair of them after that contact. I don't know. But Jack Harding was trying everything he could there to get through. Aidan Hills gets third place. Patrick Fletcher gets fourth. Fifth goes to Jack Sycamore from Will Stevenson, sixth. And in the Super Series...
Well, here they come out of the Melbourne Loop for the final time. Pickford still leading from Hutchings, and they go into Goddard's for the final time. The number 37 of Simon Hutchings from Swansea will not have an opportunity to get past as Pickford powers out of Goddard's for the final time and takes a well-deserved race victory, punching the air with one fist, just ahead of Hutchings in the 37. That's your top two in Super Series, but what a drive from the pair of them. They kept each other honest there.
And third place, well-deserved effort for Bora Motorsport. Alex Miller takes the final spot on the Super Series podium. He finishes in third, ahead of Clive Powers. And then we have the fifth place car in Super Series is Christina Holly. Another strong result for her in Brian Chalmers' BC Cars Motorsport Repair Machine. She has taken the season to 5 race victories, and the top 5 finished to boot in this race as well. So good effort from everyone involved. I'm going to quickly head down and have a chat to our top 3 in both of those classes. Next up, I believe, on the timetable, I think we have got, if I'm correct, our last catering race of the weekend.
Oh.
And that is the Santander Catering for the 3 class, which could be saving the best until last, mind you, because yesterday's race was pretty spectacular.
Yes, I definitely agree there, Scott, especially with Jamie Cormack finally getting the win after a little bit of a wait. But that's going to be really interesting. But great job by... both the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup and Super Series. They will close out the action here at the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit as we get towards the inevitable conclusion of the BRSCC Caterham race weekend being held here. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are around by the circuit, if you're one of the viewing areas, please give our drivers from the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup and Super Series a well-deserved round of applause. Great to see them battling as always, and as I said earlier, they do punch above their weight. That has been clearly personified in this particular race, and what a way that to have Herbert and Harding rounding out the top 2, separated by just under 0.4 of a second at the flag. And I can't wait to hear what they're thinking getting out of the car post-race. But they've got one more race to go, and that will be race 21, the final race of the weekend, at around about 5:45 here at Donington Park. Local time now is 3 o'clock, so we're running, I think, slightly ahead of schedule by about 4 to 5 minutes. As always, expedient service through the BRSCC that we were running very far ahead of time as the entire field comes through, that we're still able to complete the race. Obviously Joe Marshall will look to fight back in the third and final race of their weekend. So what they'll do is they're just basically motioning to the top 3 in both the Super Cup and the Super Series, the 2019 BRSCC Mazda MX-5 SuperCup and SuperCup Series. Hopefully very shortly. I think Scott will be down there momentarily. Will be down there very shortly. I'll just wait for him. And I think I hear a microphone in the background. So, Scott, I'll hand it over to you.
Race 2 winners fresh from the track is Luke Herbert. Luke, you 3, whatever happens, put on quite a show. But you leave it right to the last minute, don't you? But that was a cracking win. But again, you had to work for it.
Yeah, I mean, the car was great. Dad, Dan and Octavian, Mummy Case have put a great car together this weekend. Got a few supporters here, the Hendrick gang and the Isherwood gang, so just give a little shout out to them and mum and girlfriend and everyone here, It feels like the end of the day, but we still got another race to go, so, I mean, Jack was absolutely phenomenal on that last lap. I mean, his brakes were almost on fire, they're pouring smoke off, that's how quick he was. I couldn't contend with that pace. when he was harrowed down on me. I thought I was doing my quickest lap on that last lap. Jack was still getting it, so great to him. Great to have a good battle with Vader. It's all clean. A little bit of rubbing, but nothing out of the normal for Mazda. A little bit concerned about Jack's brakes. That they're going to burn into flames.
But no matter where you go, you three out of the class of the field, arguably, and no matter where you go, there's no clear gap in the championship. You're so close with about 2 meetings to go. Yeah, I think the standard of drivers in this championship, is so high. I mean, James proved early. It's his first weekend out in the Caterham, so he's a front runner in this. And he come from, he had a bad weekend in qualifying with an engine blow up, etc. But he's come from, 28th to 10th. So it just shows, that the drivers from the MX5 SuperCup can go and compete in anything. So it's tough out there. It is tough. I mean, the reverse grid's later. Jack's amazing at reverse grid, so he seems to get through in about 2 corners to the front, and it takes me a little bit longer. So he's got the youth on me, so he's got the fight. But so we'll see. It's just damage limitation now, so I can afford to just relax a bit now. Now that me and Jack have had one on each other, so I imagine he'll get it on me on the 3rd one, but we'll see. Go and chill out. We'll see you in race 3. Jack in 2nd place, and you make it hard for him, don't you?
Yeah, I got into the lead briefly. We came up to a back marker, and then I think the lap after messed up the chicane and they got on the inside of me. I spent most of the race up anywhere from between 1st and 3rd, just keep going up and down. Managed to get into 2nd, and then I just eased on the brakes into the last turn to give myself a good run for the 2nd to last lap to try and get the fastest lap, which I managed to do. So because then I knew that I'd be having the same points as Luke. So that was the plan. It worked all right. So we'll see what happens.
Key thing is you don't let these two get away, do you? You keep them in your sights, you keep them on their toes.
Yeah, I mean, Aidan was struggling a little bit with his car, so I would literally just try to point him to go, but then he was struggling so much I just needed to get past him and try and catch Luke, otherwise we'd have never caught him, because I think his car had gone off. But I ended up catching him, got the fastest lap, tried something at the hairpin, didn't work, but we'll see what happens in the reverse grid.
Go and get your trophy. Well done. And we'll get Aidan Hills in a second. Meanwhile, let's have a quick with our Super Series guys, bit of conversation here. Matt, 2 out of 2, you're getting used to this now, aren't you?
Yeah, that one was a little bit harder at the start. Simon was keeping me very honest. He was right on my back bumper. I was much quicker through the Craners Old Hall complex, but he was catching me down the wiggly bits down the back. But then he just disappeared, and I hear he had some mechanical issues. So, that was a little bit lucky for me, I think, because I think a couple more laps he would have been really pushing on me.
No pressure, but you got a hat trick to get now.
I know. Let's see if we can do it.
I think this man will have your head if you don't get it.
I think he will, yeah.
Well done. Where has Simon Hutchings got to? Where's he got to? Simon Hutchings is... Oh, there he is. He's right at the end of the paddock, so we'll go and grab him in a second. Tell you what, before we get to him, let's have a quick word with Aidan, actually. Aidan, 3rd place. Win earlier on, but again, back and forth for you 3, isn't it? Lots of battling, and 1 point you were leading. Next 2nd, back to 3rd. It's you 3 keep on providing good action, don't you?
Yeah, well, it's the same everywhere at the end of the day, mate. Us 3 have been close all year, and it's getting to the business time now where these 2 are getting a bit feisty, and I'm just trying to pick up some pieces. Got in the lead, exactly the same scenario, apart from there was a back marker, and I just managed to make the most of it. Got into the lead, and from there it was just I made a little mistake, and then they both got back underneath me, which it's not the first time I've done that. It was a good race. I enjoyed it. I want to get, my goal this weekend was 3 podiums and at least 1 win, so we're nearly there.
Benefit is you get to start ahead of them for the last race on the reverse grid.
Yeah, I don't really think it matters too much, mate. It's going to be a dogfight like always, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Good man, we'll see you in race 3. Let's see if I can find there's Simon. He's just doing it appeared again. Simon, well, 3rd in race 1, 2nd in race 2. I guess really that only means one thing for race 2, I suppose.
Yeah, no, I'm really, really pleased. It was a bit of not the circumstances I would have wanted with Simon's engine, but I really enjoyed. Couldn't quite catch Matt, but I had a really, really good time, and then having to defend. So yeah, really enjoyed.
You're on the front row this time next to Matt, so the target is get him into turn 1.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll give it a go.
Good stuff. Well done. And Alex, been a while since we've seen the podium, but good to see you back, 3rd place, and nice steady race for you.
Yeah, it was a good race. Really enjoyed that. Got away well. Kept with the first 3 for a good few laps there, and I was really enjoying it. But got to go for a bit higher up next time. That's the idea.
We were on the 2nd row for the last race, so you've got a good chance of getting a good start. You could worry these 2 into turn 1.
Yeah. Hopefully, I can stick with Matt long enough to give him a few headaches and see where we go from there. But I'll do well just to hang on to these 2. I think they're a bit quicker than me.
Good stuff. Well done. There's our top three then for both the Super Cup and the Super Series. They'll go and grab their trophies. They'll be out for the last race of the day here today at Donington Park. But I think it's time to quickly run back up to Alex, who'll give us the grid for our last Caterham race of the day, the second Caterham 7-3-10R race here this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Scott. Yes, race 17 of the meeting. So 16 down, 5 to go. So it's the second and final race for the 2019 Santander Caterham 310R Championship here. Jay McCormack, who finally got a race win yesterday as he was speaking to Scott on the podium, starts from pole position on the 25. Then it's Gordon Sawyer in the number 77 that will start alongside on the front row. Donald Henschel and Pete Walters in the 19 and the 88 comprise row 2, with Tom Grensinger and Tim Child in the numbers 48 and 29 respectively. They start on row number 3, ahead of David Yates in the 15, Ben Gillies in the number 30 as they start to make their way around the circuit here at Donington Park. He comprises 8th position with Andrew Perry in the 11 and Lee Bristow in the number 91 rounding out the top 10. Harry Senior in the 28 will have James Winfield in the 47 alongside on row 6. Richard Lambert and Jake Swan Dixon in the numbers 6 and 66 will start on the row 7 with John Chiverell, Mark Roberts in the 10 and the 53 comprising row 8, with Michael O'Reilly in the 13, John Starring in the number 4, Dave Bullock in the 18 and Caroline Everett in the number 20, in the number 9, rounding out the top 20. Completing the running order is Jeff Price, Mark Davies in the 38 and 5, Gary Curtis in the 22, Martin Pratt in the 52, Aman Pal in the number 94, Greg Hyatt in the 50, Chris Welch in the 68, Surhid Chatterjee in the number 33, Andrew Hughes in the 55, Nathan Bell in the 79, Matt Topham starting all the way down in 31st position in the 27, Simon Sharrock alongside in the number 8 in 32nd, with the last row being comprised of by Douglas Christie and Harry Landy in the 67 and the 21. But yesterday we had both Douglas Christie and Harry Landy not classified, and we had a red flag after 12 laps, which meant that we had both Harry Landy and Douglas Christie actually immobile at the time of the red flag. DNFs were Nathan Bell in the 79, Matt Topham and Simon Sharrock ending their races, but Jay McCormack also got the fastest lap of the race yesterday. And when you had a chat with him at the podium, Scott, when you said, "Got one word for you, Jay," finally, which was perfect.
Yeah, he's been waiting for his first race victory of the season all weekend. There was a moment when they were deciding the result where it looked as though possibly going up just one lap back, it was going to go to Gordon Sawyer. It would have been his 7th win of the year. But results corrected again, went back a third lap, and Jay did actually get the victory. So he was overjoyed at that. And what that'll mean is his tail will now be up. His confidence will be sky high now because he knows he's won this season. He wants to go for the double, and all that will do is strengthen his championship chances this year, because he's come close to the title in Academy, in road sports, and in 270Rs. He must feel surely at this stage of the season, possibly with the end of the season on the horizon, with still Silverstone and Brands Hatch at the finale at the end of September to go, possibly it could be his year this year. But we've still got 5 more races to go, including the one here this afternoon for race number 2 of the weekend. And his key rival Gordon Sawyer is right alongside him on the front row of the grid.
It's going to be looking like it's going to be a colder air encounter, because the clouds have started to envelop Donington Park over here, especially on the main start-finish straight. But that's going to help the engines to breathe. But for those that are at the track, if you have those screeching tyres, they're just putting some temperature into them, into the Avon ZZS 13-inch tyres that all cars are competing on this weekend with. This is one of the things I love about this, the multitude of colours, Scott. It's definitely a very colourful affair in Caterham's.
You're not wrong. Also, one to point out is that Jay McCormack will be chasing to go quicker than his lap record yesterday, which is 1:48.899, which beat him by over a second. So, starts from pole position, Gordon Sawyer alongside him on the front row. We'll also watch for Don Henschel and Pete Walters from the second row, as well as Tom Grensinger on row 3. Red lights are on for race 2 of the 310Rs this weekend. The lights are out, and it's a decent start on the front row with a better getaway initially from Gordon Sawyer from the outside of the front row. He'll try to squeeze across on the inside in front from McCormack. McCormack comes back in on the second phase of the start. They hit the brakes together into turn 1. McCormack has the lead on the inside line. Sneaking up the inside for second. I think that's Don Henschel trying to get past him as well. It could even be Pete Walters even. Someone from the second row had a good start, and possibly he's into P2. They all filed their way through. One car was a little wide on the exit towards the back of the field, but everyone appears to have got through pretty swiftly. And they pouring their way down the crank. It's a brilliant sight on the CCTV cameras into the old hairpin for the first time. It looks to me as if it is indeed Jamie McCormack leads the way. I'll know that because when they come back away from the camera, or for everyone else, it will be the car with a blue and red back, and it is. So he is the one leading. But it is Don Henderson to second place, and the front row man Gordon Sawyer is back into third after what was a decent start, but he got mugged at the first corners by both McCormack holding on to the lead, and then Henschel sneaking up the inside as a result of the open door to get second place as well.
Lead is now coming through Coppice. McDonald is trying to fight off for the lead, and it is going two abreast heading into the Fogarty S's. Could it be 3 wide? Oh, quite close. Maybe even. It's 2 abreast for second. It's nigh on 4 abreast down at the bottom part of the top 10. But McCormack still leads coming out of the S's, and it's side by side for 5th at the moment.
Yeah, that's between Redsinger and Henschel. Walters got the inside line. Gilligas is there as well, as is David Yates. Late breaking from Tom Redsinger beats all of them to the head. He stays in 5th position. And a good start for Tim Charles as well. The edge out to Jordan 3-10. He's up there in 4th position already behind second place man of the championship, Gordon Sawyer. Top 2 are down towards the hairpin, and here comes possibly to the inside. Don Henschel thought about the move on the inside of McCormack, but decided to sit back and just try and take second place in the run towards the start and finish line to end the first lap. So McCormack leads, Henschel second, but lining up for a pass of the lead. Sawyer's in the no man's land in third place. Tim Charles with a great start up to 4th place. One of his better wet racing weekends in his catering career so far. 5th position is anyone's guess. It's 4th now for Redsinger, 5th now for Tim Child. You could get mugged by Pete Walters and possibly also Ben Gilliass as a result of that, because he could possibly go down to as low as 7th place if he can't maintain the position. Through the crater curves they go once again, with McCormack still in control of this race in the lead at the front, and also we can see Gordon Sawyer's trying to go with the top 2 as they turn their way out through the old hairpin and up through the kink at Starkeys, through the Schwanz curve, curving up towards McLean's at the top of the hill. And it is still, it's Henschel leads the way now, so he's taking the lead between Redgate and the old hairpin. So it's McCormack in second now with his key championship rival Gordon Sawyer right on his tail. And it should be down 4th. I think Tom Grant's in 4th place. I think Walters is now up to 5th. Gilliass could be 6th now. And Tim Child, who was as high as 4th across the line at the end of lap 1, could be Alex as low as 7th place as they head back towards the S's.
And from 4th onwards, I count at least a 12 to 14 car Caterham train.
Excellent.
And that is an absolutely glorious sight. And it's getting even more dicey. 3 abreast for the lead on the approach. But who's going to make it through? It is
at the very least
McCormack.
Yes, and at the very least Sawyer was going to be second, but not anymore. He's not. Great exit from the chicane gives Don Henschel the place to try and charge back off from McCormack. He might drive up the inside line, but McCormack saw that coming, goes straight to the inside line, straight to the apex, and defends the move. Good run from Ben Gilliass as well, around the outside of Pete Walters. Massive train. I believe that someone a big lock off further back in the field. Can't quite tell who that was, but a big lock up for somebody right towards in the second half of the field. Big down in the car, so around about say 14th, 15th down, which includes Caroline Everett in the 9. Out of the final corner, they come to end lap 2. What are these slightly equals of conditions? It's now McCormack, Henschel, Sawyer, and Redsinger. Ben Gilliass up to 5th place, one of his best weekends of the season so far, performance-wise. 6th place for Walters, 7th place for who's across the line. That was David Yates. 8th for Tim Child now. Matthew Lambert 9th, and Lee Bristow, the first ever 3-10R champion back in 2017. Currently rounds out the top 10, the orange number 91.
Yeah, I did see that Ben Gilliass got a perfect run out of the S's on Walters and just slingshot past him. So it was Walters trying to go back up the inside of Gilliass, going into the Melbourne Loop, but that was just impressive. The run that you can get in these 3-10Rs out of the Fogarty S's as the leaders come through out of the old hairpin down towards Schwanz curve. And it's nigh on 3-4 abreast, maybe even for the lead.
And I'll tell you what, McCormack's wheels were just 2 wheels on the grass right on the outside of Schwanz curve, and that's put him under threat now for not only 3rd place but also 4th maybe, because he's on the tail. He got both Redsinger and Gilliass right on his tail as they come up now through McLean's and up through Coppice once again onto the back straight into lap 3. Fastest lap of the race now has quickly gone to Matt Topham with a 1:47.286, but he's all the way back in 15th place, but that matters not when he's going to be the fastest man on track so far. Down towards the complex now once again at the S's, and it's again 3, maybe 4 abreast in chicane. That's not wide. Who's going to come out on top? It's going to be
McCormack again.
McCormack somehow gets back in front again. Gilliass up to 3rd now, ahead of Tom Grantzinger. Don Henschel's back now to, what is it, it's 5th, 6th position. He's side by side with Walters to his inside. Change the 3rd one as Grantzinger tries to go down the inside line of Gilliass. Gilliass tries to stick it around the outside line, but then opens the door up for both Walters and possibly Don Henschel. And Henschel's almost like sort of similarly coloured car. David Yates is right behind him as well. They're almost teammates, those two. Here comes Henschel back up the inside of 1 and 2, back up the inside of Walters and maybe Gillias. They maybe touch wheels on the exit. That's a scrap for 4th place going on to the top 2 in the championship, top 2 in the race, and scrapping over the lead. So now lines up McCormack for a pass.
Oh, it's the Barry, it's the number 11. He's lost. That's Perry. He's gone into the that's the front right that's come off,
and he's classed the Barry. You can see the tyre marks where he's hit the wall, and so hopefully he's okay. The car's up against the barrier, so that would at the very least be. At the very least be waved yellows to cover that car being recovered. No, there's a live snatch, so I'm not sure if that's going to be substantial for a safety car because it is on the grass and way off the racing line.
Yeah,
so I'll wait and see what the clerk decides to do.
Yeah, I saw the right front wheel sort of go up and down, and he's lost part of the wing. He's getting out of the car. That's the main concern that we have. So I'm really glad that's the main first priority that we have, that everyone is safe and sound. Yellow flags coming out of the exit guard, so no overtaking. And I'm just wondering whether, because they put the yellow, just keeping an eye on what TSL is telling us with regards to race control. Brake lights are on the BMW course car. So whether they do decide to call it as a safety car is anyone's guess, but we'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, safety car is on standby. Well, lights haven't gone live yet, but if they are calling the safety car, which will actually be the first safety car of the weekend because they already mainly operating live snatch recovery rather than safety car to kind of make sure the process keeps as sped up as possible to make sure there's less to go. Until that happens, but it changed now for what is second place and possibly the lead because the two teammates, if you like, Tom Grenzinger and Jay McCormack, are now battling for first and second. Two possible almost teammates. David Yates on Henschel scrapping over what is 4th place with Ben Gillias, and the man who's currently got it just about, Pete Walters. He misses the shift. He lets David Yates get through into 4th position.
What?
And now
just
5th place.
Fast, didn't he?
He did, absolutely. So now the other flags on the exit course of Goddard, so they cannot pass into Goddard effectively. That's to be safe. Come across the line, top 3 are now in the race of their own at the moment. It's still McCormack from Grenzinger from Sawyer, 4th and 5th together. Two identically coloured cars, which would be blue, black and white machines of what is now David Yates ahead of Henschel. Walters is now 6th. Another new fastest lap of the race this time from Tom Grenzinger, 1:47.228. And again, the lap record from yesterday was the fastest lap of the race set by Jay McCormack, who took the victory. And that was a storming 1:45.899. So he smashed the lap record by over a second in the process. Let's see where our race leaders are on the run through. They've just come out through Old Hairpin, and they're side by side for the other two teammates. As Grenzinger's got the inside line for Schwantz, will have the outside line for the next corner at McLean's, and Sawyer's in the mix as well, just keeping the two teammates as honest as possible. And they'll start to pull away now. There's a bit of change for 4th and possibly 5th position. I think David Yates has lost out to Don Henschel and maybe Pete Walters as well. So if they can change around for 4th place, has seen the other blue, black and white car of Don Henschel move through into what I think should be 4th position. As the leaders come out of Coppice and down the back straight towards it, and again they're side by side for the leads. I think Sawyer's probably trying to just slot in behind either one of them on the racing line. And which of the blue cars is going to be in the lead? It's going to be McCormack still, but Grenzinger's giving a really good big hurry up down towards the Melbourne Loop, and so is Sawyer. He gets a great start for the pair of them. Into the Melbourne Loop they go all through together. The next group comes through for 4th position, side by side between Pete Walters and I want to say it's Don Henschel in the number 19. It could be wrong, but we'll have to wait and see exactly who it is. Walters has 4. Who is it battling for 5th place with him? And again, Walters falters, no pun intended. On the exit of the following corner, we've got a car off in the gravel trap. That's car number 50. So car number 50 off the gravel trap. That is Greg Hyatt.
And also there's another car involved just off there, because I think I might have seen Ben Gillias actually going wide, because on that 4-car train that were battling over 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, Ben, I think, appeared might have gone wide. This is after him going over there.
That's not Ben Gillias, I can tell you that.
No.
Who else is it that's possibly gone off? Well, that will prompt a live snatch. That'll mean there'll be yellow flags not only on the exit of Goddard, but also now into the chicane. And the other car that's involved is stopped, literally just beyond the white line, on the exit of the Fogarty S's. So 2 cars involved there. Greg Hyatt's car's deep in the gravel trap at the S's. The other one, they've managed to push start it away again, but I think there's damage on the right rear, which might possibly see him park that car way up onto the inside of the grass, but it might be possibly slightly out of our view to see who it is. I think the other car that was involved possibly is Aman Uppal, I think, in the 94, because he hasn't come through, as neither has Greg Hyatt. So I think both Aman Uppal and Greg Hyatt were the 2 cars involved down at the instant, down at the S's.
They both dropped down the order significantly, and I mean, it's quite interesting how, you know, some drivers are pushing the limit and some have just gone a bit beyond that, and, you know, two cars coming together isn't always a pretty sight, but the thing is we've still got the yellow lights still flashing away on the start-finish line.
And it's because the marshals think they're trying to find a moment to try and possibly clear Andrew Perry's car away when they get a chance to do so. Safety car's been deployed. Now, that's the first time we've seen that this weekend. They've only called it when it's absolutely necessary, of course, but there are 2 incidents to clear, which means that the safety car, for the first time this weekend, this is what, race 17 of the weekend, in 17 races, the first time we've seen the safety car, because, of course, we've been operating live snatch recovery to reduce the chance of a safety car, of course, to make sure we keep racing as flowing as possible. But, with 19 minutes to go, Jay McCormack and co will now line up behind the BMW safety car. The race is currently neutral. The field is neutralised for the moment, which means there's no overtaking until we get back underway. But there are 3 cars to clear up: Aman Opal's car and Greg Hyatt's at the chicane, and also we've got a chance for Andrew Perry's car to be recovered in order to allow us to get back racing again once those 3 cars are safely behind the barriers.
Very true. So we're now into the, as you say, we're now into the first 60 seconds of a first ever safety car period this weekend. Up until this point, you know, I had a feeling that might have been a safety car possibility with Perry's car being stricken as it was, and plus also that's going to have to go on the back of a low loader, to be completely fair.
Yeah. So just to reiterate, Andrew Perry's car is against the barriers. They're also trying to recover an incident between Greg Hyatt and Aman Opal. Greg Hyatt's car's in the gravel trap at the moment. Aman Opal's car is behind the barriers.
They're happy with that one.
Looks like they're happy with Andrew Perry's position because it is off the racing line. It's not going to be in too much of a precarious position. It is, however, Greg Hyatt's car that is deep in the gravel trap, which I think is going to require more than just a live snatch to get that free without too much trouble, because it is in a bit of a precarious position in the gravel trap. So that's not going to be just Marshall parallel that will get it underway.
It's quite interesting because I've just seen the car go out of the pits, just being released. Yeah. So I'm not too sure.
There should be somebody that'll have a little gear next to there.
Just keeping an eye out for that. So maybe whether Amin Opal got going and managed to bring it to the pits, I'm not sure. That's the only sort of logical explanation I might have for that one.
I'm looking at the timing screen. There's still an orange triangle with an exclamation mark next to his name, so I don't think it was Amin Opal. But the thing is, if it was anyone else, they would have a little gear next to their name on the timing screen. But that's not the case. There is a recovery vehicle making its way, I think, down towards the S's, just on one of our CCTV cameras. So under the safety car, this is the field so far as it sits under these conditions. Jay McCormack, at the moment, leads the way, from Gordon Sawyer in second place and Tom Grensinger in third. Don Henschel sits fourth ahead of David Yates in the top 5. Then it's Pete Walters sixth and Ben Gilead seventh. And Lee Bristow, James Wingfield's up to ninth place. He had a bit of a quiet weekend, but he started back in 12th on the grid. He's up 3 spots to 9th, which is a good run so far. Matt Topham's up to 13th. Tim Child is 14th. And that was shaking. He was as high as about 3rd or 4th at one point, but has tumbled down outside the top 10 in these first few laps before the safety car in 11th place. Jake Swan-Dixon is currently 12th. Then it's at the 53 of Mark Roberts, followed by Matthew Lambert and Harry Senior rounding out the top 50. You could see Harry out after he was involved in the race, the accident that stopped the race. In fact, he started back in... Where did he start? Back in... Oh, that's Harry Landy, sorry, not Harry Senior, my apologies. Harry Senior started in 11th place. He's actually dropped a couple of spots to 15th now. 16th place at the moment for John Chiverall. Caroline Everett is 18th place. 19th place for Jeff Price, and running up the top 20 is the 18th Dave Bullock, followed by Nathan Bell and the 52 of Martin Pratt. Yep, followed by the 5 of Mark Davies, the number 8 of Simon Sherrock, and then it's Gary Curtis, the 68 of Chris Welch, followed by John Styring, the 55 of Andrew Hughes, and the number 33 of Sonny Chatterjee. And that's the field as it stands, from first down to 29th out of the 29 cars that are still running. And the 32 cars that started, and the 3 cars that we've lost are Aman Opal, Greg Hyatt, and Andrew Perry. So that's the current situation of the field, as the Statch vehicle is now not only just not pulling, but it's actually lifting Greg Hyatt's car out of the gravel trap and back to safety. So I'd imagine if they can get this clear pretty quickly out of the way, there's a possible chance that the permanent clerk of the course, Peter Daly, might decide that it might be clear enough possibly to get racing back on the road, because it is out of the gravel trap now, and they're only just crossing the start and finish line, so there is a good chance if they can get the car firmly behind the barriers and the recovery vehicle back into position, we could get back racing next time by. There's a chance of that, and there's still plenty of the race to go. We've only just ticked over past halfway, there's still just under 15 minutes to go in this race, and plenty of time for Messrs McCormack, Sawyer, Grensinger, Henschel, Yates, et al. To possibly change the order of the result before the checkered flag, as I'm sure what will happen at least once between the restart and the checkered flag.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, we've had this air of unpredictability all the way through the weekend for the Caterhams, and here is no exception, because this could really throw the race on its head. You know, there's so many different factors that you might have to consider into the restart, because when the BMW safety car comes in, Jay McCormack is going to be setting the pace. He is the one that's going to have to bolt early or bolt quick enough, catch the others napping, or is someone going to actually get the jump on Jay going into Redgate? So it's very, very, the drivers now having to reset, refocus, and think, right, I've got to nail it at the perfect time. So first of all, Grensinger could say, well, if I get a good enough run, I could get past both Sawyer and McCormack into the lead on the restart. But who's going to say that's going to happen?
Ultimately, when it comes to restarts, the man that's in the best position really is the guy in third place, because the guy who's at the front decides when to go for the restart. It's the guy in second place who might react out of the three cars at the front the slowest, because it means that Gordon Sawyer has to wait for McCormack to go, but Grensinger can watch what happens to the leader and possibly react where Sawyer doesn't. So there's a good chance possibly if Grensinger gets a good run and watches McCormack carefully on the restart, there's a good chance he might possibly slip back into second place within the first few corners on this first proper racing lap, back away once again. Let's have a quick look on the camera to see where we are with the safety car. Of course, we'll be looking for the lights to extinguish on the back. They are taking them around quite slowly, which I'd imagine is a reason for that, is because they want to try and get them around with enough time so they can bring the safety car in possibly at the end of this lap, I would imagine. And looking on the cameras, just keeping an eye out for the safety car. It's on the back straight now towards the S's. Lights are still on, but the recovery vehicle is getting back into position, so I'd imagine it's speeding up a little bit as well. So I think possibly, if it can put its lights out any moment now, could be getting back under racing this time by, thankfully. Yeah. But good work again by the marshals and the officials and the recovery teams to get everything fixed and sorted out in such quick succession. So into the S's they go. And out of the S's, and the safety car lights are still on at the moment, but they may choose to put them out on the run to the hairpin. Jim McCormack's watching us right before, I think, so we're still see if they go off. Yeah, they haven't.
And that's been just over 7 minutes and 45 seconds of safety car period whilst they've been doing the clean-up operation. Big thanks to the marshalling team there, but I'm not too sure. Because I would say that if the safety car is going to go and switch the lights out and pull away, it's going to be now.
It would have done it by now. I thought we'd done it pretty much by the time we got out of the chicane, but for whatever reason, there's still something else which the park wasn't happy with.
Because of the fact that the live snatch vehicle that pulled out car out of the gravel is still moving back into position. So I would think we'll probably get halfway around the next lap, so that will be probably nigh on a 10-minute safety car period, and then they'll probably maybe say Coppice, safety car will switch its lights out, pull away, get back into the pits, be in the standby position, and then we can get racing once again. But this is where the anticipation is building.
Obviously, Jim McCormack literally sort of gesticulating, saying, "Why are we still in the safety car? Come on, let's go, let's quickly go." He's thinking, look, what is it that's keeping us there? This is Jay McCormack's thought saying, it's not me, but Jay McCormack. But he's sort of gesticulating as if he's saying, "Why are we still in the safety car? Let's go again. Everything's clear. Let's get back underway." But again, he doesn't realise that obviously we're still waiting for the snatch vehicle to get back into place once again. So, we just mentioned that Jay McCormack's kind of gesticulating, saying, "Come on, are we going racing tonight?" He's getting paid because he wants his second win. That's what he wants. He's got the flavour now. He's got his first one yesterday. He wants his second one of the weekend, and he's keen to get going again because he knows that Sawyer, Grensinger, and everyone else will be trying to catch up with him on the restart.
So 5 laps under green flag, 3 under safety car conditions. And the funny thing is every single time we've gone past the start-finish line, Jay has been clocked as the leader every single time, even though he's been battling away with Messrs Sawyer, Grensinger, Henschel and all. But it's a case of now, let's wait and see when the safety car puts its lights out here in this second and final race. Hasn't done it by the time they get through to McLean's in the final race of the Santander Caterham 310R Championship this weekend. They've gone out. Now here we go. The BMW safety car pulls away. So now Jay McCormack will be setting the pace. Ladies and gentlemen, wait for it, because the restart, I think, is going to be very, very interesting indeed.
That's interesting, because he's put the lights out earlier than I would have expected, because that's right on top of McLean's. I would expect to be either just towards the end of the back straight or just out of the chicane, but he's put them up very early, so that's interesting. So that's going to mean that Jay McCormack now has got to spend half a lap backing everyone up now to try and figure out where he has to go. So a reminder for those who might not have seen this before, in a safety car situation, when the lights go out in the safety car, we're about to go racing again, what happens now is the safety car will zoom off into the distance. Jay McCormack now effectively becomes the safety car. He's the one that has to now back everyone up now, and he will then choose when is the right time to put his foot down to what I like to call pull the pin and decide to get the race back underway again. He controls when the race restarts. So everyone now behind him is waiting on him to put his foot down, and either one or two will happen. He'll catch everyone napping and go to his restart, or he will be a bit too predictable and everyone will go with him and possibly usurp him for the first few corners on the restart. So we're about to get back underway into the hairpin. Is he going to go now? Excellent hairpin, possible to sprint down towards Goddard. When's he going to go? He's put his foot down. Now he's gone. So he's decided to put his foot down now. Sawyer has just about gone with him on the run down to the hairpin. So into Goddard's in to get the racing underway. But they can't overtake until they've got past the start and finish line to take the green flags. Out the final corner to the start and finish line. Green flag in the end. We're back to racing. And Gordon Sawyer immediately gets a good one off of Goddard's down towards turn one on the restart. He's side by side with McCormack. He's already given me a switch to the lead. Redskins looks why he's sort of stuck in the middle between the pair of them. Into Redgate corner, but McCormack holds the lead with Sawyer in second place and Redskins third. Top three are together, but also trying to go with them on the restart is Don Henschel, number 19. As they head out now towards the Crane curves, it looks to be now 4 for the podium places, with McCormack holding on the restart, but a very feisty Gordon Sawyer trying to snatch it away from him on the run to the old hairpin.
Yeah, I think Sawyer was definitely wise to McCormack, deciding to push, as you said, Scott, pull the pin on the Great Egg and throw it, coming out of Melbourne, but it's now 9 on a four-way battle for the lead as they go through. It's 9 on 3 abreast up into McLean's, and there has been a change for the lead. Has that been Sawyer that's gone around the outside of McCormack?
I think he is, and that's audacious going around the outside. He got the inside line for Schwann's curve, and basically just stuck it right around the outside of McLean's. I think, to quote Will Buxton, I doff my hypothetical cap to you. Cap. It's been a long weekend.
Yes.
To Gordon Sawyer with a great move like that to take the lead. That's the reason why he's won 6 races so far this season. He wants his 7th, but I think McCormack's trying to come back with him. Oh, it's always 4 abreast down towards the chicane. Careful, boys. They head down towards the chicane. Who's going to come out on top? Is going to be McCormack once again? Answer is yes, it is. And also not just that, but Spencer's got back past him. And now the third place. Here comes Don Henschel. Behind him there's a battle 4th going, 5th position going on between Walters, Yates, and then Gilliass. Into the hairpin they go. Sawyer comes back down, possibly going to lose third place on the exit of the Melbourne Loop to Don Henschel. Sawyer, he shot straight across the nose of Don Henschel, really cut off the avenue. So Henschel comes back at him on the inside lines of retaliation, but Sawyer's so busy attacking Tom Grenziger, he's not even seeing Don Henschel behind him. Jay McCormack thinks, see you later, boys. Checks his way out on the front of the field, try and pull away, back up to second place on the inside line goes Gordon Sawyer. He should complete the move on and breaking into the apex.
Oh, there's a bonnet up on one of the. That's the
Tim Child's one. That's the pink coating, but it's a front nose section, front leg around right. He's not careful. That might possibly give him a black and orange mechanical flag if that is deemed unsafe or doesn't dislodge itself or resecure itself with the air pressure. Through the old hairpin go for leaders, still with McCormack heading away. I think he's benefited a little bit from that battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. There's a good scrap behind them, 5th place downwards. It's being headed, I think, by Pete Walters, with David Yates, Ben Gilliass and Lee Bristow just behind them in the orange car, number 91. Lee Bristow in 8th place. There's a scrap on from 1st to 4th and a scrap on from 5th down to 8th. And whilst that's all been happening, a new fastest lap of the race on that first proper lap racing again has gone to Harry Senior, 1:46.714. It's not as quick as the new lap record set by Jay McCormack yesterday, which was 1:45.988, I think it was.
Yeah, there we go. Black and orange for Tim Child there. So the number 29 will need to bring it into the pit lane.
So well spotted into the chicane they come once again. This is on lap 11. Now we're back on the race because there's only 5.5 quarter minutes to go. McCormack still leads from Sawyer in 2nd place. Here comes Henschel looking up the inside with 3rd place on Tom Grenziger. 2 blue cars going for the same piece of road. And they've both really close off the back of Gordon, so I think Henshaw would have to stand on the angles at the apex there to avoid hitting the back of Gordon Sawyer in the process. And here comes Pete Walters thinking, I want to play this too. Going for 5th position. He wants to scrap now for the top 5 placing. He's right on the back now of both Don Henshaw and Tom Grenzinger. Out the hairpin there. I think they're going to get possibly 3 more laps. I think they're going to get this time by. So still McCormack from Sawyer, Grenzinger 3rd, Henshaw 4th, Walters 5th. Then it's David Yates, Ben Gimmias and Lee Briscoe. Rest of the top 10 sees Topham in 9th and James Wingfield in 10th position. So they'll head down into turn 1 together. And they're all changed in the first few places so far.
Yeah, just noticed that certainly Chatterjee in 29th and led last at the moment has got a black and white for also for track limits. So another driver having to watch the actual limits of trying to push the car too hard and not go over the boundaries, and that has been rigorously policed all weekend long.
Oh, he's almost 3 best of Sawyer. He's done it for the 2nd time through Swan's curve. Round the outside into McLean. He's done it again for the 2nd time. Jem was thinking, you've got me once, but surely twice? Really? Come on. That shouldn't be possible. But Jordan Sawyer's proved him wrong. Round the outside he goes and back into the race. Tom Grenzinger was in there. There's now another new fastest lap of the race has been set, this time by Pete Walters, 146.284. He's still going to find another 3 tenths or so to match the lap record from McCormack from yesterday. And as they come out down the back straight towards the Fog TSs, they're side by side again, down for the lead. And is it McCormack back into there? I think it possibly might be. Sawyer back into 2nd place. Can we confirm that? Yes, it is. So it doesn't matter what Sawyer does. McCormack would always get him back on the back straight. He comes Sawyer now for a bit of retaliation. Charging down the back straight towards the Melbourne Loop.
In the words of John McEnroe, you cannot be serious in terms of what Sawyer is doing, just trying to throw it around the outside of Melbourne on Jay McCormack. But he didn't get it.
No, and here comes Don Henshaw. Could be all 3 abreast with Henshaw trying to shoot the gap. Sawyer is determined to get to the inside line. Big lock up from Grenzinger and almost clips the back of Jay McCormack in the process. But it is now, effectively the 2 teammates first and second. It is now Jay McCormack from Tom Grenzinger. Sawyer back now to 3rd. Henshaw 4th. Pete Walters 5th. Battle on for 6th between David Yates and Ben Gillias. That circuit where he won the Academy White Route Championship on a national layout 3 years ago in the wet on the last lap of that race. Into the turn when he goes up to Peter. It's good to see him performing at the front of the field actually. He took a year off racing Caterhams elsewhere, but he's back in the field and doing a really good performance so far in his return year and one of his best weekends of the season. Now, meanwhile, is without a front nose section.
Just seeing that Starring's being pressurised by Lambert in the number 6 for 24th on the approach down to Redgate. So might have made the move stick, but yeah, it's just Sawyer's just positioning that car in places where people wouldn't think that it would happen. And it's 3 abreast going on the approach up to McLean's. I don't think Sawyer's got past, but the 2 teammates side by side. I think McCormack's still got the lead from Grenzinger at the moment. Sawyer's going to be in there as they head up the hill towards Coppice. This is getting very, very dicey, but I think McCormack's still held on to it for the moment, but they've got to run down to the Fog TSs.
Yeah, McCormack I think still in the lead. He managed to. I think he was wise to. He learned the lesson from Sawyer twice before. I thought, right, do not go around the outside this time. Blocked off his teammate. I don't care if you're my teammate. You're not getting past me. They are side by side, possibly by side again into the Fog TSs. But is it going to be McCormack out of the front?
No, Sawyer.
It's not Sawyer this time. Grenzinger's into 2nd place. McCormack dropped back slightly to 3rd. He's now in the clutch of both Walters and Don Henshaw. Grenzinger looks at the outside line, makes a laser dive round the outside of Gordon. Sawyer trying to give a taste of his own medicine. Goes deep into the corner, maybe he's out to Sawyer and possibly McCormack. No, he hasn't. That's a cracking move around the outside line. Sure, there's honest contact between Sawyer and Grenzinger. I think they locked wheels. That's locked a bit of body work. Dislodged one of the wings of Tom Grenzinger. Grenzinger tries to get him back. As McCormack back into 2nd place, they're going to come around to start the last lap of the race. Watch this through your fingers. This is going to be very, very tight. So Sawyer comes across the line without his left rear wing. His right one's flapping around in the breeze. 2nd place is McCormack trying to break the toe from Tom Grenzinger behind in 2nd place. But he's following Sawyer in his slipstream. 4th place now for Henshaw, 5th for Walters. It's 5 for the lead with 1 more lap to go. Another intense Caterham race, and this is going to go down certainly again to the last corner of the last lap, as it tends to do in Caterham racing pretty much most of the time here in this championship.
The good thing is about this race weekend, up until now, I have been anticipating it, but now I can actually see it happening, as you've just called it, and I thought, well, even with the fact the top 10 are separated by just 3.8 seconds, you cannot have, such a great race. But everyone's just battling with each other, and no one's giving any quarter, as we just found out with all that bodywork going over, just coming out of the exit of Melbourne.
So around about half a lap to go now. McCormack is trying to stick with Sawyer here. There's a little bit of momentum on the exit of McLean's on the run back towards Coppice, but he knows he's strong in the slipstream on the run down towards the S's. He has got Grenzinger looming large behind him, and Grenzinger could be possibly a fly in the ointment to his plans to possibly get the lead back, but he knows he'll start to close behind Golden Sawyer on the run down towards the chicane. It's going to be very tight down towards the S's. There is a battle going on here. I think McCormack moves out, trying to go around the outside if he can. He's going to possibly go side by side. Gretzka's in there as well, going around the outside of possible McCormack, and also McCormack's probably lost a little bit of time. Where's Gretzka got to? Gretzka disappeared. Oh, he's behind Sawyer. He's side by, we couldn't see him that close. Side by side for the lead. Gretzka goes back around the outside of the side, possibly the second time. Sawyer's just tried it once, not going to let you try it again. Oh, that's McCormack. That was barrier. No, McCormack didn't make calls. That was Henschel and Walters. Walters went off the barrier. Almost he got hit by 2 or 3 cars, but into the hairpin for the final time. He missed that because of the red flag yesterday, but looks like Gordon Sawyer's going to make it his 7th win of the season out the final corner. That's Gretzka and McCormack can do anything about it. They can't, and it's Sawyer who wins, punches the air with delight. It's 2nd place for Gretzka, 3rd for McCormack. 4th to Ben Gillias after all of that. Lee Bristow gets 5th, Matt Topham 6th, then Yates, Henschel, Wingfield, and a rather aggrieved, I'm sure, Pete Walters in 10th position. Wow, what a finish that was. And the top 3 recovered by 0.746 seconds, less than 3/4 of a second. At the finish of the final Caterham race of the day. I think that is a perfect way to sign off what's been a very entertaining and energetic Caterham racing, with the top 3 separated by that much. A very dramatic last couple of corners, but Gordon Sawyer then, basically it's the championship contenders with a win each from the weekend, and that will certainly make things very interesting with 2 more weekends left to go at Silverstone and then the championship finale. I think for the first time, or at least in a very long time since I've known it, because usually the finale is at either Silverstone or here at Donington, but the finale at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit, certainly if it stays as close as it is in the championship fight for 310Rs, and I know I'm there for that weekend because as I have been for the last 4 seasons prior, the championship, the finals weekend is usually quite tense, but it's quite dramatic and quite entertaining as it usually is in Caterham's. That was quite a superb way to end Caterham's activities for the weekend with a fascinating race, including a safety car and a dramatic last lap switch for the lead.
I've got one sentence to say. Clean up on aisle 3. That's all I'm saying now after the bodywork that we... obviously we've got the number 11 of Andrew Perry's car now to be recovered. Obviously that's a bit forlorn. They'll have that repaired and ready for the next outing. And then obviously the bodywork that's stricken a little bit just past the Melbourne Loop. And Scott's going to make his way down to speak to our top 3. So, I have to say, Mr. Woodwiss, and I know that you're just frantically writing things down, but I've been brilliantly entertained by the Caterhams. I definitely, this is one on the bucket list. I definitely want to come back for more Caterham commentary, that is for sure, or even as a spectator. So Scott's making his way down. But ladies and gentlemen, just to see the top 10, or top 9 separated by 3.966 seconds, with Gordon Sawyer picking up a win when you had the likes of Granting and McCormack as the top 3 now make their way into the pits. I'll go down towards the paddock where so there'll be a few fist pumps from the mechanics, rounds of applause, probably a few high fives as well. But you know what, the thing is that anything can happen in motorsport, and this Santander Caterham 7 310R Championship race here at Donington Park Grand Prix circuit was a clear personification of that. So and I just want to personally say a big thank you to Caterham Motorsport for providing, I think, one of the most enthralling ladders of motorsport that I've had the opportunity of commentating on in just one weekend, and I hopefully look forward to the next time. So Scott's making his way down to the paddock for the Caterhams. So that is race 17 of the meeting here at Donington Park. We have 4 more races to go. We'll have the final races for both Group A and Group B for the 2019 British Racing and Sports Car Club Mazda MX-5 Championship. So we'll have race 3 for Group A, then race 3 for Group B, as they're just about to get Andrew Perry's number 11 DPR Motorsport Caterham 310R back into the pits. We'll then have the final race of the Teekay Couplings Production GTI Championship with both Mark 5 and Mark 2 16 valve generations represented. And then to curtail the action, you know what they say, as soon as it starts, it's quick to come around, and then as quick as it's you've been at the track, it's gone. And we conclude the action with race 21 at around 5:45 this evening, with the BRSCC 2019 Mazda MX-5 SuperCup and SuperSeries third and final race. And looks like they're going to be putting Andrew Perry's car onto a low loader, so that can be safely recovered back. So there might be a little bit of a slight delay. Well, actually, we are running at, well, the local time is now 3:47 p.m. and the penultimate race of the Mazda MX-5 Championships is due to start in just over 15 minutes. But I've definitely been entertained by the case. Really, really enjoyed it. A big thank you once again to the guys and girls in orange, the marshalling team. A big thank you from us here in the commentary box for being able to react quickly and hands down be the best in the business. And without you guys and girls, we would not be able to go to racetracks around the country, whether it be karting, cars, motorbikes, whatever. Those volunteer marshals are key to the great British motorsport fraternity, and also to all the racetracks that operate through the majority of the season. The clean-up is happening on the Fogarty S's, so everything on the gravel that's been littering the track. So they're doing a fantastic job out there. And just checking the track through certain sections for debris, just making sure that there are no undue punctures through bits and pieces of cars, as the number 50 of Greg Hyatt's car is also on a low loader, it seems. So 2 low loaders, as Andrew Perry's car is now has got all 4 wheels off the ground. So it looks like, yeah, the front right suspension, just looking at the barriers from directly opposite my commentary position, from where Scott and I have been since yesterday morning, that the right front took a very hefty hit. And obviously you've got the uprights, the suspension, so that's going to probably need at the very least springs, shock absorbers, lower suspension arms, and that kind of thing. So very, very interesting to see such cars, take a hit, but also they're very, very safe as well. So the main thing from our perspective as commentators is that we have, even though we might be up here in the commentary box, the thing is that we are just like everybody else. We always think that the main thing is that if we see an accident happen and the person gets out of that car unassisted, for us, that is a huge sigh of relief, and so glad to see that these cars are built to withstand such impacts, and it's great to see such great racing. So now Andrew Perry's car is now on the back of the low loader and being recovered back into Park Fermé and into the paddock, back to DPR Motorsport. As the BMW Touring course car now goes round just for some sighting laps, just making sure that everything is in order. And before too long, we should have Scott with the roving mic, as well. We will have a very enticing battle, as we saw earlier on. But I think I hear Scott down in the paddock. Scott, over to you.
Yep, the drivers just make their way out of the Park Fermé now around to the podium for our final Caterham podium of the weekend, and that being race 2 of the Santander Caterham 7-3-10R Championship. Of course, we'll be able, once that's done, we'll be able to sign off the weekend for Caterham, but there's still plenty of action to come from the Mazda MX-5s and the production GTIs. But I think everyone's going to get into position first of all to do that one. Actually, Ben Gillett gets a hug from his wife after a brilliant drive for him. That's a personal best this season, 4th place for Ben.
I think I left Colchester at 5:45.
Every time more people crowd, I have to step back a bit. The microphone continues to stretch. So, on for our podium.
but you know.
I live close-ish to here, and I used to commute going
Well, I think we're almost good to go with our podium, I think, for the second Santander Caterham 7 TCR race. So Jake McCormack in third place, first of a third for the weekend. That will do his championship chances no harm whatsoever. Jumps up to the third stepper. wrong step, Jay. Third place, not first. Not today. I think it's photo time first for the top three and the top step of the podium together. All together, trophies aloft, big smiles, and once those are out of the way, then they're all shaking the champagne before the photos are finished, and then immediately Jay McCormack goes straight to Gordon Sawyer's neck and shoves the whole bottle down it, as does Tom Grenzinger, giving him plenty of a champagne shower. And they might be rivals, but they're good friends on off the track, and plenty of antics. Jay's ever the charismatic man. Now then, I'm going to quickly jump at the very least with Gordon, who was a race winner. Gordon, quick word, enjoying the champagne and the spoils of victory. That's 7 for the season now, but as ever, these two don't make it easy for you, do they?
No, they don't, and I think that was the hardest race I've won all year. You know, that was hard battled. Come down to last chicane, really, all three of us. I can't believe I won it. Yeah, 2 more races at Brands Hatch, and it's the finale really, so it's going to be close, as Brands Hatch always brings the grid together. It's going to be a hard-fought race.
Back to you for our final Group A race for the Mazda MX-5. It's about to get underway.
Thank you very much, Scott. So they're currently on the formation lap at the moment. The excuse me. The grid line-up, well, it's a resumption of what we had in the second Group A race. Joe Wiggin from Mac Attack Racing starts once again on pole position in the 41. Alongside will be the number 5 of John Langridge, the number 1 of Will Blackwell Chambers, and the number 63 of Oliver Allwood, who Scott and I definitely think will be out for blood and looking to get a victory, obviously having started in Group B after a very difficult qualifying. He starts on the outside of row number 2. Jason Greatrex and Steve Foden will be on row 3 in 33 and 77. Matt Pollard and Oliver Graham in the 55 and 24 round out the top 4 rows, with Adam Bessel and Sebastian Fisher in the numbers 4 and 81, rounding out the top 10. David Waters in the treble 6 and Martin Tolley in the 23 round out the top 6 rows, ahead of Jack Rawls in the 177, David Turton in the number 30, Matt Luff in the 72, Marcus Bailey in the 54, Jack Moody in the 544, William Hayden in the 65 with Fraser Fenwick in the 263, and the 26 of Charlie Rawls rounding out the top 20 positions. Rounding out the 32 strong grid, it is going to be Callum Greatrex in the 32, the 722 of Alan Hawkins, the Ian Blake in the number 95, Nick Ledoyen in the number 60, Oliver Jenkins in the 57, Clive Chisnell in the 74, Mike Close in the 117 with Adam Craig in the 29, Michael Nibbs in the 82, Adrian Burge in the 7, Lewis Cannon in the 8, and Bryn Griffiths in the 31, rounding out the 32 strong grid as the sun decides to pack out its cheeky little head right about now, despite the close. Yes, and Lindsay from the BRSCC is up with us in the commentary box. Just sort of like saying, can you actually hear yourself? Yes, you can. She's been a very busy lady this weekend. But a credit to the British Racing and Sports Car Club. I've been enthralled. I've been looking forward to coming back to car circuit commentary, and to come back with the BRSCC is an absolute pleasure and an honour to do so, and really good to be back, but also to have a new taste of I've had a taste of the Teekay Productions Couplings Production GTI Championship and Series back in 2016, but now it's a fully fledged championship. It's definitely very good, and good to interview the top 3 in both Mark II 16 valve and Mark V categories. And I know for a fact that the top 3 were all running 6-speed manuals, so that just shows how much there is a lot of knowledge that I have about those Mark V GTIs, because Lindsay, GTI tartan socks on my feet at the moment, courtesy of Hildred. But I had to, it's the VW nut in me, and I know you told me off about saying that last night, but hey-ho, it is what it is. Right, okay, let's see. Do we get the green flag waving in the back of the grid? Let's just wait and find out. Red lights on the side of Gantry, lights out, and away we go into Redgate for the very first time. This is the penultimate race, 5 of 6. So Group 8 storming away down to Redgate, and there are some great moves happening. It's 4 abreast towards the middle part of the top 10 as they go into Redgate for the very first time. So who has got the whole shot? It's 3 wide, heading down into Craners. This is absolutely mental going down there for the very first time. But let's see who comes out of it on top. Looks like Wiggins has got the run, but Langridge is sticking with, still side by side, heading into the old hairpin. 3 abreast a bit further down the order, but Wiggins now got the advantage. Langridge runs wide, and as that allowed Will Blackwell Chambers to get inside, if someone goes off the grass, kicks up the dirt a little bit, down towards the bottom of the top 10. So they are coming through at a rate of knots, and they're heading to McLean's, and at the moment it is... Now that could be, I think, the danger driver that we've been waiting for to pounce towards the top of the field. It could be that Oliver Allwood is up into second behind Joe Wiggin, who leads, coming through Coppice. So they now come down towards the S's for the very first time, 2 abreast at points. So here we go. Right, let's see who's going to end out in front. So it looks to be Wiggin. Allwood is up into second position. Langridge is being hounded by Blackwell Chambers for third place, and up into third. So you've got Jason Greytrax up into fifth. As there's a bit of a lock up there, could have been from Blackwell Chambers there, I think. But Allwood now hustling Joe Wiggin for the lead. As into looks to be sixth position. We've got the number 4 of Adam Bezel. So Bezel's actually got a lightning start off at the start itself. So we'll just see what happens, as there is a bit of a lead starting to emerge between Wigan and Allwood, and it's about 9 on 6/10 of a second. So we go on to lap number 2. Top 12 separated by just 5.5 seconds, but Allwood got an absolutely brilliant start, Scott, from P4, and he's now up into P2, and he's going to try and chase down Wigan. He was close to him about half a lap ago, but now Wigan has got that car under him, and we saw that in the previous race.
I think, just talking with Lindsay, I think Allwood, if he get past Wigan, I think it'll be his race to lose. I think because Ollie's been arguably the quickest man all weekend so far. The way he charged through the field in the second Group A race, and towards the back of the field to 4th, and the way he carved his way through and got the fastest lap of the race, or one of the fastest laps of the race, was pretty. I think he had a 156.4. I think he did, and everyone else did 157. So Ollie arguably is the fastest man this weekend. He was quickest before whatever happened yesterday happened in qualifying, with a really stellar lap in his group. But I think as they come up through Coppice and onto the back straight, there is a possible chance that Allwood is going with Joe Wiggin. He's caught up a little bit more on this lap down the back straight towards the Foxy S's for the second time, and Joe Wiggin, I think, can certainly sense that he's coming. Towards the Foxes, they go. The possible change on the third. I think that's Langridge and Blackwell Chambers side by side. The 2 championship contenders are going to be switching positions, and they have. Blackwell Chambers up to third place as a result. So Blackwell Chambers into third. That's crucial. You can finish for the first time if you can. And Langridge may lose almost another 1 or 2, maybe 3 spots up. Even so goes Greytrax and Bezel, maybe Foden as well. Langridge is caught on the outside lane. He's got no choice. He has to stick to the outside line because Bezel's right there locking him out. Foden might also take advantage as well if he can possibly get through.
It's very much the case there. It's nigh up, well, it's nearly 2 by 2 from the number 33 onwards. That's definitely some snaking and trying to force the envelope, force the point through by Langridge through the middle. Can't make it stick. Down fifth, could be 6th now as Adam Bezel tries to slingshot past on the exit of Goddard's, heading down to Redgate. But Joe Wiggin has got a lead, and he's just put in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 57.275, and he's nearly 7/10 quick ahead of Allwood.
I think Langridge has lost momentum because he's in no man's land. He's just been passed by Crackers, but he's now got behind him stacking up Bezel and Foden and Oliver Graves having one of his best weekends of the season so far. Langridge not showing the same amount of consistency that he did in race 1. It's been a shaky couple of laps in this opening laps of this third and final Group A race. So he needs to find that momentum again. But this is now advantage Blackwell Chambers, who is putting away a little bit from Jason Greytrax in 4th place. Blackwell Chambers, he knows he needs to finish ahead of John Langridge and take some more points from him. And being back down at the moment 6th or 7th place, it's only going to be a benefit because I think the gap at the end of that race was, I think it was either 10 or 12 points, if I'm correct in my head. If we can pick up a few more, and if Blackpool Chambers can even get the fastest lap of the race, that'll bring him even closer with just one more weekend to go at Silverstone.
Definitely the case, and just keeping an eye on the battle between the leaders as they go through Coppice. And it looks like Allwood's a bit more measured in the brakes as they come down the short chute down towards the Fogarty S's. And it looks like Allwood's got a bit more of a run coming out of that corner. He looks a bit more settled in the braking zones and doing the turning in. Wigan's still got a fast car, but I think Allwood's really charging. He's got the bit between his teeth now. So it's anyone's guess who's going to come out in front. And, it's nose to tail between the two leaders. Here comes Allwood. He's bump drafting Wigan all the way down towards the Melbourne Loop. As looks like... now, who's that up into... that's Blackwell Chambers still keeping Greatrex at bay. But Wigan, very, very neat and tidy through Melbourne. He's kept Allwood at bay, but Allwood's still getting that toe going into Goddard's. So your guess is as good as mine. What's going to happen here? But now it's the top two will try and break away and actually have a battle on their own if Wigan can do anything. A little bit of a sideways snap there from the rear axle of Allwood coming out of Goddard's, but he's got the run going down into Redgate. He won't get it here, Scott, but he might get a bit more momentum going down the hill towards the Craners.
There's a possibility. Jason Gregory trying to squeeze up the inside of third place for Blackpool Chambers. Really forced the issue that could allow James to get back through as well. That was a bit of a mistake for Blackpool Chambers letting Gregory through, because now the exit, the run down towards the Claydon curves, it will be side by side again between the championship contenders into third and fourth, and Legridge has got fourth place at the expense of Blackpool Chambers. Foden's now up to sixth place. It's now seventh place for Adam Bezel, eighth for Oliver Graham, ninth and tenth are side by side between Sebastian Fisher and Martin Tolley. Also Matt Love and Matt Pollard are in there as well. Now we look at the mix as the leaders come back through the Craner curves and up through the left-hander at Starkeys, through Schwantz and into McLean's, and it's still Ollie Allwood hounding the back of Joe Wigan. He knows he's under pressure. Here's a stat for you. Ollie Allwood hasn't won a race so far in the Emmett Mark 1 since Leicester last year. Was one car off into the gravel at McLean's. Who's that? I'm not quite sure. Could be maybe Sebastian Fisher. I don't know. Even Martin Tolley, one of the two. See if we can look on the cameras for a second and try and find out who it might be. Who's off in the gravel track? It looks like it could be Martin Tolley, I think, maybe, off on the road. Is it Martin Tolley? I think it is, actually. Yeah, Martin Tolley. So Martin Tolley had a strong start to the weekend, not looking as strong as he was in this third half of the race so far.
The lead's changed. Allwood's got it. He's got past Wigan through the S's. That was a great move. He timed that to absolute perfection. He had the run on him coming through Coppice, but now Wigan's trying to charge back up the inside of Melbourne. Can he do that one?
He's got him back. He sends that trying to get the inside line. Allwood will try and fight this as much as he can, but Wigan squeezes into the outside of the road. He's going to try and get him back here. So Wigan knows what Allwood is about now. He knows how dangerous he can be. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth are all stacking up now. This is Langridge, Blackwell Chambers, Greatrex, Blackwell Chambers, Langridge, Bezel, Foden, and Graham are all in the mix here. This is the fight for the final podium place. And at the final corner, the rest of the top 10 is completed by, who is it? Matt Luff and Sebastian Fisher. And yes, it was Martin Tolley. Obviously, he's gone missing from that lead, from that pack, from seventh place downwards. So now Blackwell Chambers defending on the inside line from Jet Langridge now, as Gregory has got the podium position at the moment. Blackwell Chambers, of course, now crucially is back ahead of Langridge this time. He needs to keep outscoring him, particularly this weekend at the final three races at Silverstone in a few weeks' time. He has to finish ahead of him if he can. He has to come through the Craner curves up towards the old hairpin again. And Wigan now is really trying to keep as close as he can, but Allwood is pressuring all the way through the old hairpin now on the run through Starkeys. The sprint now back towards the top of the circuit for McLean's and Coppice, and Allwood now the pace. Look at the pace wise. Last time by Wigan was 3/10 quicker, but Allwood is sticking to him like glue as they come up through the head. And Greatrex, to be fair, isn't too far away. He's in third place. His last lap was a 58.4. It was 2/10 quicker than Allwood. He was only a tenth slower than Wigan. So there is a chance here that Greatrex, if these two keep on battling, Jason Greatrex, well, he hasn't won. He actually scored two victories here last year at the end of the season. At Donington Park, races 1 and 2, so he can and has won overall Group A races before. But like I said, the last time he did that was right here at Donington Park at the end of the season. It was in similarly dry conditions, but it was on the national circuit rather than the GP loop. Not that really matters too much. Back into the S's they come once again, still with Allwood right on turn of the wheel. He might get a good run down towards the Melbourne loop if he can, sticking to it right on the rear bumper once again when he goes to the inside and the outside into the hairpin. Greatrex keeps on giving chase behind him. Look at this, it's 3 in the fourth place. Blackwell Chambers late on the brakes, Bezel up the inside line. That will help Blackwell Chambers as his MCR teammate tries to get past him if he can. and I think he possibly has, but Langford gets him back on the exit. They're side by side, it's 2 by 2 behind them. There's Steve Foden battling along with Graham, down towards the hairpin at Goddard's, and Foden's on the inside of Graham, who tries to go back around the outside to reclaim the place if he can. Decent bit of movement here as he goes up through the exit, the final corner. And Wigan and Allwood, what's the gap between the top two now? Almost half a second. On the last lap, Allwood was about 1/10.5 quicker than Wigan. This is becoming one of the most intense races of the season, I think, so far. I think, particularly with the championship at stake, because you've got the championship contenders battling over 4th and 5th position. You've got Wigan trying to go for another hat-trick like he did at Stesterton. Allwood wants his first win in more than a year. And while you've got Jason Greatrex in the mix just in 3rd place, he wants to keep on solidifying his Masters lead, of course, for the drivers 45 and over, in 3rd place overall. And Blackwell, Chambers and Langridge have now got, as we said, Bezel, Foden and Graham causing the problems in the scrap between 6th, 7th and 8th position. This is a really close battle here, and genuinely for the season so far, from what I've seen, I'm not sure if Lindsay might agree, one of the tensest and possibly most interesting race of the season so far, particularly so late in the season as Allwood tries to really stick his nose up the inside of Wigan, but the 41 holds firm on the sprint again up towards the top of Coppice, and they really have now pulled away from Greatrex, who actually has the fast lap of the race, 57.021, but he lost about 0.3 of a second on the last lap. That group from 4th back down to 8th downwards, that 5-car train, is about a second and a half back from these top 3 at least. This is a really tense race, and there's still just under 9 minutes to go. There's still in the second half of the race, still plenty of time for this all to change.
Yeah, I did notice that Mike Nibs actually parked it on lap 4 as Allwood got a really good run coming out of the S's on the back bumper of Wigan. They're about half a car length between them. But the gaggle behind, being led by Will Blackwell Chambers with Adam Hessel behind, that's very, very interesting indeed. But just look how close Allwood is. A big lock up there going into Melbourne. But I tell you what, Allwood has got a really good measure of Wigan right now. He's building. I can just feel that. Got 8 minutes and 20. He doesn't need to make the move. If he makes it with around a minute to go and he keeps Wigan under pressure, either that's going to force Wigan into a mistake, or Allwood might go a bit too far into it in terms of trying to pressurise the mistake and make a mistake himself in the process.
A little battle further back between Jack Rawls and Marcus Bailey in position. Down the picture, that was over 12th and 13th place. As we head down through the rest of the field, and quick small update, I guess for Lindsay's sake, and Michael Close 22nd at the moment, running pretty well ahead of the group of cars. And he's heading back between Fraser Fenwick and a recovering Martin Tolley, so might have to get his elbows out for that one, because Martin's not the most polite driver sometimes, and I don't mean that a bit being too disrespectful, but sometimes he does like to be pretty forceful and make his point when he tries to overtake. That's what I mean. He's a very competitive driver, that's what I mean. I should probably shut up and get back to the leaders now before Martin comes and finds me afterwards. Anyway, the top 2 into McLean's. And again, Allwood is literally stuck to the rear bumper of Wigan like glue. Greatrex is there in 3rd place. Blackwell Chambers is in 4th. Crucially, though, John Langridge is back in front of Adam Bezel into 5th. So Bezel's back down to 6th. Foden, who was close to winning yesterday's first race, is in 7th place. And then we've got Graham, Luff and Fisher rounding out the top 10. There is still 7 minutes to go in this final race of the weekend. And we don't exactly know who's going to be the leader in the fact. Is that
no, Allwood's still behind.
Yeah, I thought for a second he might not have got through yet, but again, Allwood literally, I don't think Wigan's had this much pressure since he's been leading since the second half of the season began. He's had this much. The only time he's had this much pressure in the 9 races he's run since the second half of the season began. When he started his run of wins, he's won 7 races out of the last 8. He wants to make it 8 out of the last 9 and take another hat trick, like he did at Stesterton. But Ollie Allwood, who was really, I think, since Alton Park, was just rediscovered this form which he had when he was challenging for the title a couple of years ago. He's really on fire at the moment this weekend, particularly here at Donington Park. Greatrex has gone with them in 3rd place, but he's about a second and a bit back behind them, but he's keeping them honest. There's a 5-second track limits penalty has gone to car 32. That's Callum Greatrex, so that's one Greatrex sitting in front, the other one's going to get knocked down the order with a penalty.
Yeah, the funny thing is I've just been noticing that whilst Wigan and Allwood were setting sort of concurrent lap times, the previous lap, not this one that they've just completed, Greatrex was actually 0.3 of a second quicker, so his pace is there. And if they keep on battling, the 2 at the front, Wigan and Allwood, Greatrex is going to be there with them. So it might be a top 2 fight for the lead at the moment with 5 minutes and 38 seconds to go, but Greatrex might have that opportunity if he can try and keep pace.
It's not just Lee we need to look at, but his 4th and 5th is very close because Blackpool Chambers, crucially, is ahead of John Langridge, but he's got Bezel, Foden, and Oliver Graham, and Matt Love, and Sebastian Fisher all stacking up behind them. So this is looking pretty close. The 5-4 for Jack Moody's had a black and white warning flag for track limits for track limits, so he's going to be very careful not to transgress anymore. Into the top 2. Oh, and again, look at that. He's literally inside the boot lead of Gio. He's that close on the exit of Coppice Corner. Surely, the biding his time, he's looking for a right moment, but literally, Joe Wiggins somehow is just absorbing all of this pressure that Ollie Allwood's giving him. He's going to dart out. Wiggins has to try to throw the block on the inside line up towards the chicane with the pocket. Yes, is he up the inside line? Yes, I think he is on the inside. He's gone through. Yes, he has. He's done it.
No, Wiggins is coming back at him. So that was close.
And they've got to be careful because Jason Grettrex is not too far behind them. Back up the inside into the Belmont loop goes the number 41 Joe Wiggin. Or it doesn't go to the cutback on the exit. So hold on just further back in the second group. There's a change on with Steve Foden losing 1, possibly 2 spots to Matt Love and maybe Sebastian Fisher. The former Genetta Junior racer up the inside of Steve Foden, and that's another spot made up for what is now, I think, 8th place now. Foden's down to 9th, being put under pressure from both Fisher and also Matt Pollard, who was last year's Rookie of the Year in Mark 1s. There is still 4.25 minutes to go in this race, and anyone of these 3 cars at the front of the field could potentially win it, because even if something happens between these two, Jason Greatrex is right there to take advantage. He's right behind him. The gap is 1.2 seconds between the top 3. Blackpool Chambers somehow is still ahead of John Langridge. Bezel's also there for a bit of backup in his fellow MCR machine. So 2 MCR cars sandwiched with the motorsport car, and Bezel's, he's thinking about possibly trying to get back past Langridge. So talk about tension, particularly at this stage in the season. Big lock-up, I think, was something. Who was that big lock-up? That was Callum Greatrex, and he's got away with it, so that's good to see. 3 3/4 minutes to go, and
it's hard in the mouth, Tom.
Yeah, it is.
Well, it has been for the last few minutes.
I'm torn, because even though we're good to see Joe Wiggin get a victory, personally as well, a part of me, I really want to see Ollie Allwood win this race. No disrespect to Joe and the team and Tucker, because they've run a brilliant car, and his pace so far, he said he's been up there at the front. He's acknowledged himself. He hasn't got the fastest car, but he knows where to put it every single time. Another track limits penalty for the 666 of David Waters, so he will drop down to, at the moment, 18th place as a result of that. So 5-second penalty slapped onto him for track limits. And back down the back straight again. Is that all would possibly try and drag alongside? He'll be brave. He goes down the outside line. He's going to try and get himself in front of the braking zone. Wiggins still there on the inside line. They're going to turn into the fog. It's together. Wiggins still in front. But Jason Greatrex is on the tail. The 63 that comes with the S's. It is 3 of them for Molina. So here comes Greatrex on the run down from the Melbourne loop. He's going for 2nd place. Always throws the box to go up the inside of Wiggins. Here he comes down the inside line. But Wiggins will close the door into the Melbourne loop. It's that tense at the front of the top where they're all together. Before we look at the group of 8 cars between them. It's now Blackpool Chambers, Langridge, Bezel. Now we've got Sebastian Fisher up the inside of his teammate Oliver Graham. Pollard's up 2 spots past Matt Love and also Steve Foden. And a 3rd one past Sebastian Fisher. Maybe even Oliver Graham.
Wide at the back of that train. Oh my God!
4 abreast on the exit of that corner. This is one of the best races of the season. I kid you not. This is brilliant stuff. Out of the final corner, there is still 2 more laps to go. So there's still 2.25 minutes to go. 2 more laps now. What's interesting, Allwood's dropped back a little bit behind Wiggin, but he's now under real pressure from Jason Greatrex here. Ollie Allwood's got to try and dig and find something to get past Joe Wiggin here. Behind them, it's a melee of 4 backwards. Here comes John Langridge, the 2 championship contenders. They're going to be side by side. Back into a red corner, lock up Oliver Graham. As Langridge tries to get back around the outside line, the Bezel's there, so is Graham, so is Pollard, so is Fisher, so is Foden, and so is Matt Love. This scrap from 4th down to about 8th, 9th position, 10th position is genuinely, I think, in contention, if not possibly, one of, if not the best race of the season for the Mark 1s that I've genuinely seen. I've seen most of their races. This is genuinely one of the most exciting, and it's not over yet with a lap and a half to go.
The palpitations in my chest are increasing by the 1,000-fold here, Scott, because the top 3... I've just gone through McLean's. Wiggins still leading, Allwood, and now Jason Greatrex. Greatrex, I think, is the danger man here. We were hoping for Allwood, but Scott, rain spots on the commentary box windows.
As if we couldn't get any more drama, it starts to rain here at Donington Park as well.
This reminds me of a Fun Cup race that I commentated on a couple of years ago. We had so we had sunshine, rain, wind, tornado. Apart from snow, we had it all.
We did. Into the pocket, yes, they come. Still nose to tail, first, second, and third. Wiggin all with great tricks. That close on the run down to the Melbourne Loop. It is a good run off the chicane. Wiggin will have to go to Bentley once more. Where's all we're going to do? He's going to force the issue on the inside line. Wiggin goes right to the inside of the road to try and defend, but he knows if all can go to the outside, he can get the cut back into the hairpin. Meanwhile, behind him has been a change with fourth as Blackwell Chambers momentarily lost that fourth place to Bezel. Bezel slots back in behind his teammate. Language goes back up the inside of the four back to get past fifth position. Fish is in there, so it's Pollard. Gray goes around the outside of almost everyone for the 24, past his teammate. It's Springer Preston Kent on the exit of the Melbourne Loop. Brilliant race of fourth place downwards, but there's one lap to go in this race. There is another track limits penalty for 5.44 Jack Moody. One of these three guys has to win this race. Ollie Allwood has to find something to dig deep to get this race victory, otherwise it will be somehow another 3 wins of the weekend for Joe Wiggin. But Ollie will try everything he has to. He will throw literally everything he's got to try and get past Joe Wiggin. Jason Greatrex is there. It's still Blackwell Chambers 4th, crucially Bezel 5th, but the Langford goes back up the inside to try and regain himself back into the top 5, which he does. Matt Luff is also up the inside of Sebastian Fisher and he gets through into 6th place. Also Steve Foden defending for 8th, 9th and 10th, and also we've got in there Marcus Bays come from nowhere up instead. So that's a scrap between 4th down to 12th. That is what is that? 9 cars scrapping over 4th and 5th position. Where are our leaders?
Oh, side by side, Allwood's going around the outside of Wiggin.
He's going for it. The side by side, the one's rubbing wheels. Can Allwood go around the outside? It's going to be so close. He's going for it around the outside. They're still side by side on the exit. This is so tense. Side by side for the lead on the run up towards Coppice. This is one of the tightest races of the season, and it's not over yet. And he's still side by side. Allwood's on the outside line. If he can stay there, he'll have the inside line for the Fox. If he can possibly stay there. The trackside camera's dismissed somewhere. He's still on the inside line, and Greatrex is there as well. 3 of them for the lead down towards the Fox. This is arguably the best race of the weekend. It's not over yet. There's still 4 corners to go into the Fox for the final time. They have to sort it out, and Allwood turns into the chicane, and he's in the lead. He's got it, but Wiggin trying to pull off. Greatrex down the outside line. Allwood throws the block. Now it comes Greatrex on the outside for 2nd place, down to Melbourne Loop for the last time, and Allwood leads with 2 corners to go. Wiggin down the inside, last minute ditching in time to get first position. He's gone through. This is a really close one. Greatrex up for 2nd place, side by side for 2nd. Greatrex goes for a lead on the outside line. And we go down towards the end for the final time. We're looking for 4th place in the 2nd. Greatrex leads into the final corner. This is intense. Wiggin back up the inside line. Is he gone too deep? Out of Goddard for the final time. Can we get past by? Yes, he can. Was back to 2nd place. And incredibly, after 20 minutes, Joe Wiggin wins the 3rd race of the weekend. Allwood 2nd and Greatrex 3rd. How on earth did that happen without any contact? That was incredible. For 4th place, the sort out continues.
Blackwell Chambers.
It is.
Langridge is going to be behind him, and side by side. Alan Bezel gets. Well, I'm so out of breath. I couldn't really call that.
I'll help you. Will Blackwell Chambers was 4th. Langridge was 5th. Adam Bezel was a little bit of contact between Bezel and Luff, but he just between Langridge and Luff. Luff backed off and let Bezel get through. Luff gets 7th. Fisher 8th. Foden 9th. Ollie Graham 10th. If you're around the circuit, I implore you, give these guys a round of applause. What a fantastic race to end Group A for the Mazda MX-5s. And there is still one more left to go for Group B. I challenge them, be as good as that race. Now, Bryn Griffiths pulled off on the last couple of laps there, sadly, after he was off the road. To confirm how close that was, top 3 cover by 0.436 seconds. Less than half a second covered the top 3. And both Ollie Allwood and Jason Greatrex were that close to getting the victory. Ollie Allwood, though, that will really bump up his confidence. He knows he can run with some of the fastest guys out there. Jason Greatrex, that will do nothing but help his Masters lead. Crucially also as well, Will Blackwell Chambers has stolen a couple of points back from John Langridge. That will be some kind of comfort on the run towards the final rounds at Silverstone in a few weeks' time. They're going to come down towards the S if you're on the banks at the Melbourne Loop. Again, please give these guys a wave and a cheer and a round of applause. They absolutely deserve it. Joe Wiggin, Oliver Allwood and Jason Greatrex was one of the best races of the season for the Mazda MX-5 Championship, and they put on one heck of a performance into the Melbourne Loop. Please give them a round of applause. What a great race that was. And they deserve the plaudits for that one.
I'm going to do that in the commentary box. Bravo, guys, bravo. I tell you what, even though it's coming to the end of the race weekend, you said it very, very well, and quite poignantly, the best always comes last, doesn't it?
It does.
And that was case personified.
I'm now going to go and find some words to talk to these top 3 after that, because that was pretty intense. Right, I shall leave Alex to run down the rest of the grid and the course, and then get ourselves ready for our next. Well, that was Group A. Now
we've got Group B. Yes.
So basically, Group B's challenge is top that, because that's going to be a tall order to beat after what was a storming final Group A race. And the possibility is, with that small little rain shower, possibly it's raining in the air for the last race for Group B as well.
Because they're now heading out on track, so they're just coming out of the access road at the moment, heading onto the grid before their formation.
No, they're not. There's still this lot going around.
Oh, they're still. Oh, okay. Thank you, Scott, for that. You can see how out of breath and discombobulated, I think, I am this afternoon. It's the Group A's coming in, and then they'll send the Group B's out once the track is clear and it's been just checked over. But what a race! Top three at the end of it all, separated by just 0.43 seconds. And I think I have to say this: how on God's green earth did Joe Wiggin manage to fend off both Oliver Allwood and Jason Greatrex? Gents, that was a fantastic battle, and I'm sure they'll both be congratulating each other after that one, because that was one that was just hand on heart, one of the best races I think I've ever seen in terms of car circuit commentary, and even though I've only done it a couple of times, but that for me, it's not just Caterham's that captivated me, it's also the Mazda MX-5s, and a big thank you to our Group A competitors as the clean-up operation is underway. Rescue car is out to the stricken vehicle of the number 31 of sorry, I'm just trying to get my breath back and also trying to find the grid bits, but let's head down to Scott in the pit lane. Scott, over to you.
Tell you what, let's, if we can, let's probably get to the podium. Let's have a chat with Joe. Joe, one question. How did you do that with both Ollie Allwood and especially the last couple of laps, with them right on your tail? That was intense.
Yeah, it was intense, yeah. I don't know how. That's hard work. I'm out of breath after that one. But, great race, good fun. Just haven't got the pace, every time I went down the back straight, he just drove straight back up to me. And he was under yellow flags on the last lap, and he yelled it around the outside, and I thought he was going to back out, for the yellow flags, and he kept his foot and just drove back past me, ready for the green flag, and I thought, fuck yeah, now how can I do that?
Pardon me for the language on that one, apologies for that.
Sorry, yeah, so I was hoping to get back across and duck in, and then I just saw Ollie coming back past, and I was thinking, and he done it, he done it at the green flag, so. But, thanks to Tucker and everyone, and I don't know how we done that, but it's 3 out of 3 in that one.
That's 8 out of 9, so great record, well done.
Cheers.
Good stuff. Second place for Ollie Allwood. Ollie, that's more like it, isn't it? But that literally, you couldn't have pressed him any harder. You were driving the wheel of that thing, weren't you?
Yeah, that's all it had. This has been a really tough year, a tough weekend. We've come from 28th in the B to get this trophy. So, yeah, really pleased. I mean, fair play. Joe drove an absolute fantastic race. He was really clean all the way through, spot on. And Jason was just hounding us constantly. Every time we made a little mistake, Jason got a little bit closer and made it really difficult. But cracking race, really enjoyed it. Big thank you to the guys at AB Motorsport who've worked tirelessly this year to get me a podium. I can't believe it's taken 12 months, which I apologise for. But yeah, really good weekend in the end, despite how it started. So yeah, pretty happy.
I mean, from the start in qualifying, you've been absolutely on it with the pace, etc. And despite everything that's happened, you genuinely have been one of, not arguably, the fastest man out there all weekend. So I think at least one podium was inevitable.
Yeah, well, I wasn't so sure about 10 o'clock yesterday morning, sitting at the very back of the B. But yeah, I think the second race we did really well in the second race, and that kind of set this up. So I knew there was something on the cards. I was hoping for the win, but Joe's tough competitor, he did well.
We'll get him next time. Well done. And Jason, you were kind of a bit of a surprise. You were sort of, these two were battling. You sort of stuck up behind them the last couple of laps, didn't you?
I think they saw me coming up one point, so they started working together again to try and bridge the gap so they could battle it out at the end. But I just managed to keep the gap the same, and then as soon as they started arguing again, I was able to pounce and get straight on it then, and just take the optimum line through the S's where they were real slow, and that gave me the chance then at the end. We were actually coming up to the last hairpin. We were on the outside, but actually leading then, with no chance of turning in with two cars on the inside, so ended up going wide on the hairpin and coming third. But brilliant race.
But if anything else, it means that it solidifies at least your place at the top of the Masters points, so you've now got to go to Silverstone with hopefully some comfort that all you do is get some good finishes and title's yours, hopefully.
To be honest, not too bothered. I've only just become a master. All I'm worried about is podiums, winning races, and that's what we're aiming for. So big thanks to the team, my father, Redline, all my family's here. Thanks to all of them.
The title's a title, take it.
Cheers, mate, thanks.
Good stuff, well done. And just quickly, once again, apologies for the slightly colourful language there for Joe Wiggin. Obviously not intentional, but obviously after a race like that, it was certainly very intense. So, again, apologies, nothing intended there. But anyway, moving back on, that was Group A done and dusted. Now we keep on with the Mark 1s, but it's the final race now for Group B.
Yes, very, very, definitely an emotional time for Joe Wiggin from Mac Attack Racing, but very, very well deserved between him, Oliver Atwood and Jason Greatrex. But now we have the last of 6 races for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship. Race 3, Group B, and your grid is as follows. On pole position will be the number 25 of Ivan Leary. Thomas Jenkins in the 56 will be alongside on row 1 with Graham Rumsey in the 45 and Charles Mugglestone in the 96 on row number 2. Then it's Tim Dorr and Oliver Attard in the 37 and the 51 on row number 3 with Christian Dan and Peter Tyler on 27 and 180, that's row 4. Completing the top 10 is Bruce Robinson and Christopher Ginn in the numbers 90 and 20. Row 6, it's Bill Rawls in the 246 with Jonathan Fieldsend in the 53. Row 7, it's the 10 of Thomas Mallet and the number 17 of Andrew McGregor. Row 8, it's Peter Lancaster in the 312 and Mark Bond in the number 11. And completing the top 20, it's the 264 of William Breen, the 291 of Luke Souch, the number 9 of James Love and the number 78 of Richard Miller. And completing the 29 strong, it's Rob Mugglestone in the 15, the 42 of Toby Owen, the 38 of Andrew Dean, the 58 of Dale Whiteman, the number 68 of Ashley Heath, who was in that incident in the first lap of the previous race for Group B, as was Anthony Pettigrew, and the number 85. They start from row 13 with Chris Malloy in the 21, Jack Brewer in the 93, and Neil McGregor rounding out the 29 strong grid. And this is our penultimate Mazda race, if you cast the along with the MX-5 SuperCup and SuperSeries, taking us to the conclusion, plus with also a Teekay Couplings production GTI Championship race still to happen after this one. But Scott, another 20 minutes, another exciting race in prospect. I'm looking forward to seeing hopefully that Ashley and both Anthony have a bit more progression, because obviously they were, that four-way incident into on the first lap didn't really help either of them. But the main thing is that both of them were okay. Anthony's car, I knew from speaking to Mike, Mike Close was all okay, and just needed to be sort of ship-shape in Bristol fashion, ready to go racing again.
Drivers to look out for in this race is certainly going to be, obviously, the guys at the front. I think, arguably, Charles Mugglestone is in the best position to potentially win this race. Other drivers are close towards the front. Christian Dan will hope for some more progression from the 4th row of the grid, starting in 7th. Other drivers are a bit further down than maybe they would like to be. Possibly, I think, watch out for Jack Brewer, who's obviously back from 20th in the grid. I think, given his pace and he's quick enough to trouble some of the front runners and has done in the season in the Group A's, be sure to watch from him from 28th on the grid, who is not on the grid actually, fortunately. So no Jack Brewer for this final race, actually. Not in the pit lane either. So Chris Malloy will line up by himself, but the green flag is at the back of the field. So the final Mark 1 MX-5 race was race 3 for Group B is about to get underway. Ivan Leary and Thomas Jenkins on the front row. Red lights are up and red lights quickly go out, and it's a decent start for the first couple of rows. That's going to get away so far. Christian Dan gets his way blocked by Oliver Attard and Tim Dorr. The run towards turn 1 where it runs a bit of a slow second phase at the start. Tim Dorr shoots up the inside of the 4th bit with Christian Dan on his outside down towards turn 1, but it is going to be Ivan Leary who notes, Ivan notes, not Ivan Leary, sorry, it's Thomas Jenkins leads the way, Charles Mugglestone in 2nd place, Leary's down to 3rd from pole, 4th place for, I think, Charles Mugglestone. They come back down through the Craner Curbs for the first time and already trying to challenge for, Muggestone's in 2nd place, my apologies, so Muggestone's 2nd place behind Jenkins. They run into the old hairpin. Mugglestone already trying to look up the inside line and follow Thomas Jenkins already for the start of this second race, down through the Craner Curves, through the old hairpin, up through Starkeys, but Mugglestone is not going to hang around here. We know how quick he is after having been up there troubling drivers in the top 10 in Group A, trying to squeeze up the inside. He's got the line he needs up into McLean's, and he's thrown into P1 at the expense of Tom Jenkins, who really has to back off on the exit. He didn't expect Mugglestone to close in that much. Also with a good start already is Tim Dorr, who's starting on the 3rd row of the grid. He's up to 4th already, and he's really challenging the back of Ivan Leary up through Coppice and on the run down towards the Fogarty S's, he might possibly get a chance to go into third place if he's quick enough to do so. But as we may have expected at the front of the field, from fourth on the grid, Alex, into the league goes Charles Mugson, and given his pace so far this weekend in the Group A races, I think possibly, unless someone comes up to challenge him, it may be his race to lose.
Very true, Scott, as he comes through with about a 6 to 8 car lead at the moment, heading down towards the Melbourne Loop. A little bit further back, you've got the 27 there of Dan. That's a really good start from him. But it's going to be there's definitely some band's eyes up the inside into the Melbourne Loop from around 6th, 7th onwards, and there's more. There's nigh on 3 abreast down towards the back part of the field, let alone nigh on 4 abreast. So it's going to be very, very interesting, very, very tasty first part of the dessert, I would say here.
Yeah, that was Graham Rumsey, Oliver Attard and Oliver Robinson. Robinson's lost out a couple more spots in the shuffle to first of all Peter Tyler and possibly also now to Christopher Ginnis. Both Robinson gives him running to nudge on the exit of the back of Peter Tyler's car, so I tend to get on with it. As a result of that, he lost a bit of momentum, has lost a position to Christopher Ginnis. Might also lose out to who else? Thomas Mallet as well, I think, in the results. He could go down to about 11th place, which he hasn't yet. Another spot back into 11th place. So at the end of lap 1, it is Charles Mugson with the lead of just over a second and a half from Tom Jenkins in 2nd place, Tim Dawes in 3rd, followed by Ivan Leary 4th, Christian Down, one of his better performances of the season so far, in 5th position on lap 2. 6th place for Graham Rumsey, 7th for Oliver Attard, 8th for Peter Tyler, 9th for Christopher Ginn, and Oliver Robinson just rounding out the top 10 ahead of a rather racy Thomas Mallet in 11th place.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on the times at the moment. I mean, Mugglestone's just getting away with it because he's doing a 2-minute 3.7. Jenkins just did a 2-minute 5.2, and everyone else, I think, just having a look outside of the top 7, I can't really see many people that have actually gone sub 2-minute 10. So the top 7 really are pushing the envelope, but then you've got the battle between Leary, Dan and Rumsey over 4th, 5th and 6th. That's the battle that I could see probably concertinaing a little bit. But then it just depends on how quickly Jenkins wants to catch up with Mugglestone without destroying the tyres.
I think really, even if he tries, I think Mugglestone, with all due respect, has enough of a pace advantage, given how quick he was in the A races. He's got a pace advantage at the very least. Here comes Tim Dorder at 2nd place. He wants to best the rest if he can, looking to the inside line, possibly at Jenkins. He doesn't throw the block, he lets Tim Dorder slide up the inside line into the Melbourne Loop. Green and gold car of the Australian Tim Dorder into P2, to the extent that Jenkins will try and get back on the exit if he can. Tim Dor's pace, which has been getting stronger and stronger over the season, which is really good to see. With lots of development in his first full season after he did a couple of guest rounds last year. But jumping in to get this a proper try, he has a lock up into Goddard's hairpin. But Manchester's always got very well. I've spoken too soon. Exit of Goddard's hairpin, slots back with a big slide on the exit that he went way too hot into the apex of Goddard's, sitting very wide. As a result of that, then has to move back in behind Tom Jenkins. Side by side for 4th now between Christian Dan and Attard, and down the right blue car 27, up the inside past Oliver Edmund, which is his first race weekend this week, and he's also been sharing that car throughout the season. That car's been shared with his sibling Sam, and also with Jack Lemmer, who's one of the younger siblings of Barber Motorsport team boss Mark Lemmer, who's run that car at Snetterton. He was quite quick in that first round anyway, so that car's been driven a couple of times so far this season, but good to see. I think it's possibly a new outfit also run. I think SMDG Performance running that car. Correct me, I'm sorry if I've got that wrong, but good to see a relatively new outfit in the X5 Championship, and actually providing a pretty good car in the B races so far.
So 15 minutes to go. Mugglestone now has a lead of 3.8 seconds over Jenkins in the 56 and puts in the fastest lap of the race at 1 minute 59.184. That is nigh on. That's basically over 2 seconds quicker than Jenkins on that last tour. So Jenkins probably had a bit of a moment maybe somewhere where it caused him to lose a bit of pace, or is something starting to drop off pretty quickly?
Into the S's they'll come once again at the end of towards the end of lap 3. Into the left-hander they go. Mugglestone continues to lead the way, nice and smooth through the S's on the run towards the Melbourne Loop. He's got a nice gap now to the cars in 2nd and 3rd, and Tim Dawes, I think he was a little wavy through the chicane there, as Jenkins got back through again. So I think Dawes certainly pushing as hard as he dares, and also what's happening is a couple of mistakes he's made. He's falling back into the clutch, so Dan and Attard now fancy to look at 4th place up the inside of the 27 at Christian Dan. Into the Melbourne Loop they go, and Dan will try and break it out around the outside, but Attard quickly sweeps in front on the exit, takes the line he needs and holds on, also trying to get back with his pulses to Ivan Leary, where Rumsey also trying to stroke up the hill, with Bruce Robinson also going down the outside into the Melbourne Loop, straight to Goddard's. Christopher Ginn, meanwhile, the back comes battling with Peter Tyler. and that's a scrap over 8th and 9th from Bruce Robinson when he was in 10th place, but he's now picked up 2 more spots past Tyler and he's picking up another one in a moment if he can get past Graham Rumsey, and also Christian down a couple of spots back. He's dropped back a few car lengths to Oliver Attard. I think possibly a bit of a mistake he's got our hairpin, and he's got Ivan Leary all over him in the battle of 4th, but he's now 5th position.
Still some more personal bests being made. Leary and Rumsey have both gone into the 2-minute 2s. Leary with a 2-minute 2.322, Rumsey with a 2-minute 2.410. Lancaster, Souch in 15th and 16th. They're now running in the 2-minute 3s, but Souch was over 8 tenths quicker than the Lancaster and is about 6 tenths of a second adrift for position. So maybe Souch could get into the top 15 very, very shortly indeed if he's running at that pace, because he'll have him by the end of this lap.
Interesting enough, at the moment, Charles Wilkinson's the only driver at the moment in the field that's lapping sub 2 minutes. Everyone else is doing 2.1s, 2.01s and 2.02s. His last couple of laps have genuinely been 1:59, so he's certainly got the pace advantage. The gap is now almost 6 seconds at the front now in this final Group B race, as he heads his way now out of the Coppice and down the back straight towards the Fogarty S. Is now on lap 4 and turns his way left and then right through the Fogarty S's, continuing to spread eagle the field here at Cardiff 96. That's a well-sorted car that's been put together by Mike Combrace. He's been very happy with the progress, and so is Mike actually, the team. Seeing progress that high. He's did a really great job involving, of course, because everything happened in qualifying, post-qualifying, shall we say. He started a personal high of 4th in the Group A race, and to be fair, he held his own really well the first few laps. He was up there in the top 6 or 7, really giving as good as he's got, and that's thanks to not only how much he's grown as a driver, but also how good of a car Mike Combrace has given him. I'm sure he'll be praising it to no end for just how quick he is after the race, if he can seal the deal in this race. And so far at the moment, still with 12 minutes to go, he's saying all the right things and doing all the right moves to try and make this happen. And the gap now, it was almost 6 seconds across the line. It is now almost 8 seconds. Again, another 150. It isn't quick. It's consistently quick as well, which is really good.
The funny thing is, I've just noticed that Attard has just done. Also, is only the second driver in this race. He's just gone 1 minute 59.735, and he's closing to door, and they're about half a second apart. So Attard also trying to push forward. So could he get up into third place?
Oh, second, third, and fourth, and 3 abreast into the Crater curves. Very careful, boys. That's Jenkins, Dorr, and Attard. Toby Omi, I just watched out the window. He's heading to the pit lane with a problem. What about what's going on with second, third, and fourth? What's the sort out going to be? They're still going at it. Dorr, I think, has just got second place. He has. Well, they're trying to fight back around the outside of his Oliver Attard. Jenkins is back to 4th place. Jenkins trying to smut his way back through into 3rd. Doors don't hang out to dry on the outside line into McLean's. Jenkins thinks, right, can I try and get around the outside? Oops, no I can't because he's left the door open. And back through goes Tim Gore into 3rd place. So in the blink of an eye, Attard was 4th at the start of the lap. Now halfway through, he's up to 2nd. And to be fair, as you rightfully say, he is lapping on the same pace as the leader. So it's probably not too much of a surprise.
No, not at all. I mean, the thing is, it would only be a case of not if, it was a case of when Attard would go for it. And to see them go 3 abreast was sort of like, right, now here's the window of opportunity. That's what Attard would have been thinking. Thought, I can get them. If I can get the run of momentum by the time we get to McLean's, I've got it sorted.
So, in hairpin comes Charles Wilson. We're just coming up to half distance now with about 20 seconds left before we hit 10 minutes. Attard now in 2nd place. Remember, this is his first weekend in the championship. He's doing pretty well in that car. Because that car was mainly looked after, rented by Barlow Motorsport Assessors with Jack Lever at the wheel. And Sam Attard, all of his, I'm guessing he's maybe his brother, I think, or his sibling to cover any eventuality. Is second doing well, so that car second had some good experience in the last 3 rounds at Donington, at Stephenson, Alton Park, and now here at Donington. Tim Door's not finished, he's still at the back of the 51 as they head down the pit straight towards Redgate Corner once again at the start of lap 6. Lap time wise, it was a 2 minutes 1.2 for Attard, 2:02.1 for Door, and a 2:02.6 for Jenkins. So Jenkins trying to get back up the inside of the exit there of Tim Door. So I'll look back on the camera. So I think it might be side by side for 3rd. Attard will be in 2nd. Is it side by side for 3rd? It is. Tim Door trying to keep the outside line, but Jenkins might just getting those in front before the end of the second part of the Cloak curves. Maybe not, because they come back into the great old hairpin. Still side by side, but Jenkins has the inside line. Door has to capitulate, and through into 3rd place goes Jenkins. The red number 56 car into 3rd place.
I think now that Mugglestone hosted, he's got a very, very comfortable gap of around 9.5 seconds. He's now able to just, I wouldn't say go cruise control, it's just about just maintaining the gap. Because if he tries to keep on pushing in the 159.1s or 159.5s like he has been doing for the last 5 or so laps as we've gone into 55% race distance, it's quite interesting how he's able to just pull that gap and just consistently do it. He doesn't need to sort of push too hard now, as we've had a track limit warning for the number 312 of Lancaster, currently in 16th position. So yeah, Mugglestone's, it's his to lose, but with the way he's just sort of, he's going into the Melbourne Loop now, he's just nailing every single apex, every single braking point, every single throttle application coming out of the corner. And so it is a case of, I just need to keep doing this and I'm fine. Doesn't need to concentrate on anything else going on behind him.
Yeah, I think you're right. He has backed his pace a little bit because his last lap was a 2 minutes 0.3, so he has backed the pace a little bit to try to consolidate and need to bring it home. I think for the last 8 minutes to go in this race, he comes out of Goddard's to end of the lap. It'll be end of lap 6. Second and fourth at the moment appears to be relatively resolved because now Oliver Atard's got a small gap on Tom Jenkins. I say that, but Tom Jenkins now is under threat from Tim Dorr again. And also, watch out for the blue car, number 27, Christian Dan. He's not too far away either. Looking at lap times between 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, it was a 2 minutes 0.6, so matching just about almost leader pace of Muggleton. Because his last lap, Muggleton, was a 2 minutes 0.013, so he's still lapping in the 159s. Black and white flag is out for Rob Muggleton, so whilst his son leads the way, Rob Muggleton getting a bit of a warning for track limits there. Attard now in 2nd place still. Jenkins is now in. Oh, and that's a spin there with Christopher Lloyd. I think there's been a contact possibly with one of the 3 cars that just came across the start and finish line.
Yeah, I think one of them looks to be Bond in the number 11. They went 3 abreast going into Goddard's, and one might have had a little bit of lock-up. Couldn't really pick it out from the CCTV feed we had in the commentary box, but yeah, Bond just crossed the finish line in that very, very lilac purple car, I would say.
So looking at 2nd and 4th, Tim Dorr's back up the inside for 3rd place, trying to get past Tom Jenkins. Jenkins got a little bit better speed off McLean's on the run towards Coppice, but he's on the outside line, so into Coppice they go, and Tim Dorr is still there on the outside line as they come up through the right-hander onto the back straight, and then Dorr, crucially, will be on the outside line for the first part of Fox S's, which is a left-hander, but it's quite a fast sequence of corners, the Fox S's. Mugleson already up through the S's down towards Melbourne Loop. That's how big his lead is, over 10 seconds at the last time they came past the pits. Attard in a nice comfortable 2nd place at the moment. Jenkins is back into 3rd with Dorr in 4th position, and Christian Dan is catching them. He's not too far away, he's really catching them actually. His last lap actually was a 2 minutes 1.2. He matched the personal best set by Tom Jenkins last time riding. He was half a second quicker than Tim Dorr, and I tell you what, he's actually on the back of these two now, so there is a possibility. If he plays his cards right, he is one of the strongest weekends of the season so far. There's a chance he could even snatch a podium here if he's able to usurp both Tom Jenkins and Tim Dorr in the process if they carry on to squabble as they are.
That's very true, as they're going to cross the start-finish line, so we'll find out what the gap is between. It's 9.23 seconds. Attard was about, just over a second quicker than Mugglestone, but Mugglestone just doesn't need to worry about it.
No.
You know, those that are battling behind him, Dorr, he was a 10th of a second slower than Jenkins on that particular lap, but that's because he's been battling away with him at the moment. So that's going to compromise him. If he's trying to force a way past, firmly but fairly, it's going to compromise him in terms of just pure lap pace, in terms of race pace. So he'll need to get a little bit of clearer air, and that might help to give him that extra 10th, 2 tenths back. He might need to facilitate an overtake.
So 5 minutes to go left on the clock now, and Charlie Muggleson is already on his way up towards Coppice Corner. Into McLean's goes on the Attard. 3rd place for Jenkins, but now 4th place Tim Dorr under threat from Christian Dan in the bright blue number 27 car. There's a chance he could snatch 4th place here, but this battling's only going to help Tom Jenkins pull away now in the final podium spot. We're on lap 8 of this final Group B race for the Mazda MX-5 Championship. A bit of a change of position across the pit straight between Anthony Pesca and Andrew Dean. That's towards the back of the field, and it's still a fight for 24th and 25th position, so a bit of a nice little scrap between the pair of them. Mugglestone on his way out on the S's towards Melbourne Loop at the end of lap 8, if he can. And on that 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th home. Here's Oliver Attard down towards the hairpin. 3rd, 4th and 5th. Jenkins trying to pull away back. Been caught by Tim Dorr on his way into the S's and under brakes into the Fogarty chicane. Now back towards the hairpin. Tim Dorr closing back in. He's dropped suspicion down slightly, but Dan is still keeping him honest as they come into the 180-degree right-hander. The sun starts to burst out of the sky here. We must sort of late afternoon sun is late Sunday afternoon sunshine. Tim Dorr possibly considering a move now for third place. He was looking possibly to the outside of Thomas Jenkins into the hairpin, and then we've got Christian Dan still keeping them both honest in fifth position. Possibly he can sense a podium in third place. It's maybe there for the taking, but I mean, if he can get the better of both Jenkins and Dorr before this race is done, with still 3.5 minutes to go.
And he was actually the slowest out of the three of them that time around, so it's going to pick up the pace. I mean, he's showing up to be just over 5.5 tenths per second behind the number 37 Dorr, and then it's a further, just over 3.5 tenths over to Jenkins. So he needs to really find that pace over, I think, in the next lap or two. If he can find about 7 tenths, at the very least, he'll have an opportunity to go on to the final lap and maybe have that opportunity to get onto that podium.
Well, we are still nose to tail, third, fourth and fifth, through Starkeys and up towards Schwantz and McLean's.
And we just had someone going off the track, outside the old hairpin, and kicking up a load of dust and going grass tracking.
That, I think, was Christopher Ginn, I think, because he just lost out and slotting them behind the guy who was battling, which was Oliver Robinson. So I think he was trying to get close to him and a little too wide. I said, battle behind them between Graham Rumsey and Bill Rawls. That's a scrap that's going on, as we said, between them for 9th and 10th to the bottom of the top 10 now. Here comes Charles Robinson out of the chicane, and he'll have now, I think, possibly one more time around. So this time, right, we'll get the last lap of it, because we've got 2 minutes 25 on the clock to go to get down towards the Melbourne Loop. Here comes Oliver Attar in a strong second place, and we're certainly happy with a bit of silverware in the season. Now for third, what's happening between these three? Now Christian Dan's got past Tim Dorr now for fourth place, and his next target is right in front of him now, Tom Jenkins. There's a good chance if he can stay where he is. He gets really close on the brake into the hairpin. And Christian Dan could be on course, potentially, I don't want to jinx it, so touch wood, could he possibly, maybe, be on course for a podium. Well, Tim Dorr might have something to say about that if he get past him, and then Jenkins. Just behind them, Ivan Leary's not too far away in 6th. Robertson's 7th. Christopher G's recovering off his little grass track in 8th. And Bill Rawls and Graham Rumsey scrapping over 9th and 10th. On to the last lap of the race has gone Charles Buxton, who's already out of Redgate Corner. Charlie Buxton that he's trying to pick up. One of a handful of Group B victories that he'll have had then. Second place for Attar. Third, fourth and fifth all pretty close. Let's see what Christian Dan's got left in the tank to possibly overhaul Tom Jenkins in the last lap of the race here. Around this final time around the Donington Grand Prix, certainly if he can get past.
So 5-second penalty for 3-1-2 there. So Lancaster in 16th. That's put Lancaster a bit further down the order, but it just depends on how far back Heath is. But yeah, I mean, Mugglestone just literally in the 2 minutes. Attar about 8 tenths slower. Jenkins, Dan and Dorr. Dorr sort of dropped off a little bit there by about 8 tenths of a second off of the number 27 Dan in 4th position, Scott. So it's not going to be enough now.
What, to make a move for third place?
Yeah.
Well, he's right behind him on his rear bumper on the run through copies, so maybe that might not be the case. He might have an opportunity. Maybe he gets close enough to him on the run into the S's, which we'll just keep an eye on in the background, looking at the run down towards the S's. But into the Melbourne Loop for the final time comes our race leader, and this, I think you have to agree, has been a very sunny, casual Sunday afternoon drive for Charles Buxton. He would have preferred to be back in the A group, but certainly proved to everyone just how much progress he's made. There has been a change with third, fourth, because it has now Tim Dorr's got back into 4th place. Ivan Leary's up there for 5th possibly, so it could be the case that Christian Dan's chance for podium may have gone. But into the final corner, it's been, I think, to be fair, an easy drive for this man. Charles Buxton will certainly head to the checkered flag and be very pleased with that performance. He gives a small wave to the checkered flag and he takes victory in the final Group B race of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 Championship. It'll be a great second place. He should be delighted with this. For Oliver Attar, second place in that race, great job for him. For third place, it will resolve in favour of Thomas Jenkins, followed by Tim Dorr. And there's been a bit of a shuffle in the last couple of corners because Ivan Leary and Chris Robertson have both found a way past Christian Dan. But still, I think Christian can be pleased with that. 7th place, one of his better results of the season so far, better performances so far, getting very close to a podium. 8th place goes to Christopher Ginn. 9th to Bill Rawls, who gets ahead of Graham Rumsey in the top 10. And small cars coming across Peter Tyler as well. Luke Souch, he had some gearbox problems for the start of the weekend, but he's happy with that. He's inside the top 15. 13th place for him, a little bit of a sort of a celebratory hand signal. Polite, of course, but happy with that 13th place. And so he should be. That's really good to see him in the top half of the field. Really good progress made by Luke. And then we've got Andrew McGregor and William Bream in his first proper weekend in the MX5. He should also be pretty happy with a top 15 finish, and also should Mark Bond in 17th place behind Pete Lancaster, who, of course, will have that 10-second penalty. Actually, he's far his lap to go. He's got a humble front end, but he's brought us to the end in 20th place, which is good to see. So it looks as though, apart from Toby Owen and Mallet and Richard Bartlett, who we also lost, everyone else, which is all 25 cars that were still running, all appear to have made it home again, which is quite nice. We only lost 3. So, time to make a note of our top 3 then. So Charles Waggleston with a nice simple victory there. I'm sure he'll tell me his ending but from 4th on the grid, Charles Waggleston takes maybe a slightly expected victory, shall we say, to be fair to that. Second place, Oliver Attard and Tom Jenkins. It's not the first time he's been on the Group B podium, so he'll be pleased with some more silverware. Oliver Attard should be very pleased in his first weekend to pick up at least a second place in the Group B race. He's made some great progress. That car, every single driver's been in it, it's made some really good progress over the weekend, so nicely sorted out car there. And let's see what all three have got to say for themselves, shall we?
Couldn't agree more with you there, Scott. So it might some people might have thought that for Mugglestone it was a sunny Sunday afternoon drive, but yeah, I think I agree with Scott with thinking that it might be anything but. That just so a big thank you to BRSCC Mazda MX5 Championship this weekend for that's concluded their racing action. And we go into very shortly into our penultimate race of the weekend. The one that I have a little bit of a soft spot in my heart, a little penchant for, being in some ways originated from that same country as Volkswagen. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to give our drivers from the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Championship Group B that have started to file their way into the pit lane, I know that there's going to be 3 very happy individuals that will be very shortly speaking to Scott Woodwiss down in the pit lane. Some of them being sort of ushered on and being directed towards the paddock, where they'll park up their vehicles for the final time before starting to get things packed up, ready to drive home safely this very evening. And apart from Mugglestone, Attard was the only other driver that got into the 1 minute 59s. And it's been a very interesting time so far. But Scott is down in the pit lane. Scott, over to you.
Yeah, top 3 down here out of the cars already. And I think it's not too, as James said, that I think that Oliver Attard and his possibly exam might have some relation to certain Scottish British GT champion, formerly Marco Attard, I think, but possibly. I can tell that because he is wearing, I think, possibly his father's older overalls. Good to see that the Attard family's making some progress. And immediately Oliver comes over to say congratulations to the rest of the top 3. And so good to see that there's some good camaraderie after that race. There's 3 very hard-fought drives for all drivers involved. And some more celebrations with his family for Charlie. And I'll see if I can quickly just jump in and have a word if I can. Charlie, quick word. I want to say that was a simple Sunday drive. I'm guessing it wasn't.
I think it was a simple Sunday drive.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, I think starting, I only had 3 people in front off the start line. Obviously, I should be in the A grid, really, with the car as good as it is. But yeah, as soon as I got past Tom, it was a nice plod, really. So yeah, job done.
I do want to cast your mind back to yesterday morning when everything happened, of course, and you found yourself 4th on the good for race A. Do I even dare ask what was going through your mind when you saw that?
Can I get up the inside of Langridge and Blackwell Chambers? I attempted it, but it didn't really work. But no, great day. Massive thanks to MCR for such a rapid car and great driver coaching.
See you next time. Well done. Go and enjoy it.
Cheers.
Second place to Oliver Attard, who's over here. He'll get his trophy in a second. I think Lindsay will give him his trophy in a second. But let's have a word with Oliver. And as you start, Dad Marco also giving him a hug as well. Kind of like father like summary. That was a pretty good drive for you for second place, and your old man's impressed as well. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it was a great race, really good fun. Thanks to Steve, Louise, Jack and Luke for preparing the car, because it feels amazing, really quick. And that's all I have to say, really. Thank you very much.
Good. Hopefully we'll see you next time, hopefully.
Perfect, thank you.
So, quick word Marco, actually, as well. Well done. Proud of him?
Yeah, really good. He's done so well today.
it's such a steep learning curve, as you all know, and to actually finish second there and keep his cool was really good.
You're out of breath, aren't you, trying to run down to come and congratulate him, aren't you?
I couldn't miss him on his first podium. So, yeah.
It's good that both of also Sam as well, it's a good runs at Alton Park, so both sons are coming out quite nicely in these cars, aren't they?
Yeah, no, Sam did really well at Alton Park last time round, really good, but it's all credit to the team. They do a good job, they prepare. I'm going to say this anyway, but it's the best looking car on the grid. You look at it, you can just see it just looks so good, and attention to detail.
Black and green's a good colour combo, I'll admit that.
Yeah, I don't think that was Ollie's doing.
Well done, Marco, congratulations, well done. And I'll see if I can quickly grab where has our third place man got to. There he is, just over there. It's Tom Jenkins. Pardon me for a second. Tom, third place. You made to work for it though, because both Tim and also then Christian certainly gave you a lot of pressure, didn't they?
Yeah, they all wanted third place, I can tell you that. It was touch and go, but somehow we managed to stay in there and come home with a trophy.
And you and Oliver have made some good progress over the season, haven't you, both in your individual cars? So, as overall, how do you feel the season's gone so far?
Yeah, pretty good. We've had a few tussles here and there, fair bit of damage, but we keep coming out and coming back for more. And Ollie managed to stay in the A's, so that's pretty good, but getting beaten by your younger brother, it's not so good.
See you at Silverstone.
Sorry?
See you at Silverstone.
Yeah, we're both here at Silverstone. So.
Good stuff, enjoy it, well done. Right, I think the couple of production GTIs just got off, I think, possibly for their formation lap, I think, so we'll let the MX-5s crack on with their final podium for Group B, and Alex, back to you with the grid for the second production GTI race.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott Woodwiss. Great to hear from the top three there. So the formation lap for the penultimate race of the meeting, race 20 here at Donington Park Grand Prix. It's the second and final encounter for the Teekay Couplings Production GTI Championship for both the Mark II 16 valve and also the Generation 5 Mark 5 Golf GTIs. So the grids are as follows. There is a 2-grid gap between the Mark 5s and the Mark II 16 valves, which will be released at the very same time, unlike the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup and SuperSeries, which will have a 20-second delay between the two grids going. Simon Hill, 8 from 9 for the number 51. He lines up back again on pole position. Alongside him will be James Colburn in the number 1, with Martin Walsh, who hopefully won't be dancing a jig in the car, but hopefully on the pedals to get himself maybe a bit further up the podium this time. We'll have Simon Verco in the number 11 alongside on row number 2. John Beale in the 46. We'll have Ryan Sayer in the 61 alongside on row 3. Richard Marsh in the 33 will have John Maudsley in the number 7 alongside on row 4, and completing the 10 strong in the Mark 5 grid is Paul Blackburn in the 83 and Jamie Butcher in the 42. Then we go back to row 8 or row 1 for the Mark 2 16 valves with Chris Webb starting from pole position in the 57. He'll have Pete Milne alongside with Luke Haberman in the 19 alongside. Spencer Beale will be alongside alongside the number 19 on row 2 in the 64, with Matthew Rhodes in the 25 and Ian Webb in the 75, rounding out the penultimate row of the grid with Tim Hartland starting in the inside of row number 4, and we'll have Matthew Eccles alongside. So Tim Hartland, current championships leader, still in the Mark II 16 valve class, but he has work to do, having been beached off the outside of McLean's. And when I spoke to Pete, there was a little bit of it seems to be might have been a racing incident, I believe, just a little bit of contact, and it does happen going side by side into corners. It can put people one way or the other in terms of where their track position is, as the Mark 5s, led by Simon Hill in the 51, start to make their way towards the grid. And for those wanting to find out a bit more information about the drivers and what race numbers they are, you can go to page 20 of the programme here. So just waiting for the last of the Mark IIs to pull up onto the grid. So let's wait for it and see what happens. Green flag waves at the back of the field for the penultimate time. 5-second board is up. Red lights will now ignite on the starting gantry as they do, and wait for it, lights out and off we go for the Teekay Couplings Production GTI Championship. Second race of the weekend, and it is side by side between Hill and Colburn going down into Redgate for the first time of asking. As Hill has got the advantage, but Colburn's trying to stick it around the outside. This could allow Martin Walsh to jump up past the number one. But it looks like Colburn's actually blocked that off going through Redgate down into the Craner curves. So Hill leads. And it's side by side towards sort of 8th and 9th position in terms of there. They go through the old hairpin. So Hill's got the initial advantage. And they are slightly dropping, so both he and Colburn, looks to be dropping Martin Walsh a little bit further back as they go through McLean's for the first time. Colburn is about a car length and a half behind Simon Hill. There is a great battle for 4th and 5th at the minute, so it looks like it might be that Simon Vercoe's up into 3rd place already past Walsh. I'll wait to see until they come through the S's just to confirm that, as the 2 leaders of line astern heading down the S's for the very first time. We'll see where Tim Hartland is at the moment in just a few minutes, but so Simon Hill still leading the way. Colburn in 2nd place, and there's a great slingshot going into Melbourne there, but for 5th place, but that driver couldn't make that stick quite yet. And in terms of the Mark IIs, who are definitely, looks like Tim Hartland's made up at least 2 places, maybe could make that 3. No, he's actually in 3rd now, and he's pushing Webb along. He's trying to go around the outside towards into Goddard's, as Colburn is now just over half a second off of Simon Hill. Walsh still in 3rd. Simon Vercoe still in 4th place. John Beale in 5th. Blackburn up from 9th into 6th place. And at the moment, well, Hartland has definitely got the fire lit in his belly, because he's now up into 3rd place in the Mark IIIs. He was battling with Pete Milne earlier on, as he's now got past Chris Webb for the lead of the Mark II category. So leaders coming through, having come out of the old hairpin, and they go up the hill, up into McLean's, and it's still pretty much. Colburn looks to be a bit more measured in the braking zone going through into McLean's, but then Hill gets a better run coming out of McLean's up towards Coppice. And Hartland's definitely on the back bumper of Chris Webb now for 2nd position, as Milner's trying to get away in the 44 as the Mark V's make their way down the back straight, heading down into the S's. So Simon Hill's still got the track advantage, can keep the racing line and keep Colburn behind, which he has done still. And it looks like Vercoe has definitely got a bit more pace, and he's actually dropped John Beale. He's coming under pressure from Blackburn in the 83. Blackburn trying to go towards the inside, actually thinks better of it, goes back into the toe, heading into Melbourne. And Colburn's got a bit more good pressure under the brakes there, going in, as it's definitely a side-by-side nigh on, as looks like Webb's trying to go up the inside of Milne, and Hartland's trying to follow through past Webb, but he has to slot back into 3rd position. I'll tell you what, Hartland knew that he could have done it, but he thought, I had that problem at McLean's in the first race, I'm not going to take that chance here and go off at Goddard's, because he wants to extend his championship lead, which was quite sizable coming into the last race that we had earlier on, just after the lunch break. So Hartland's got the run on Milne in the 44. Chris Webb now retakes the lead in the Mark IIs. Hill and Colburn, in the meantime, are separated by just under 0.6 of a second. But the number 11 of Simon Vercoe has done a 1 minute 52.005. So he is now pushing. He could catch Walsh, and he looks to be doing so. But again, it just depends on how hard these drivers push. Because Simon Hill's got 8 wins from 9. He could make it 9 out of 10. This very afternoon, and that would be quite a hefty win-success ratio, a 90% in that sort of matter of fact. But they come through to Coppice. Colburn closing. Walsh has been dropped a little bit. Vercoe hasn't really made that much of an inroad into Walsh at the moment, but just depends on how big the dirty air pocket is for Verco in order to get a draft going down the back straight, heading into the S's. And in the meantime, just keeping an eye on the battle for... And, well, I tell you what, Hartland and Milne are at it again for second and third, and Hartland's still behind behind Milne for second. Colburn, in the meantime, definitely looking a bit more aggressive in the braking zone, and he's closing on Hill. And that is about a 3 to 4 car length lead that Simon Hill's got at the moment, going into Goddard's. As the Mark IIs have made their way through. Leader for that, Chris Webster, who won the earlier race this afternoon. So let's see how much of the gap Colburn has actually eaten out of it. By about 3/100ths, but more importantly, takes the fastest lap of the race at 1:51.378, but was only fractionally faster, about 3/100ths ahead of Simon Hill. But Hill has still got that gap, which he's kept quite level at about just over half a second. And Tim Hartland really putting the pressure cooker on to Pete Milne in second position. Hartland goes towards the outside, going into Redgate, but can't slingshot past. Very different set of aerodynamics in terms of the Mark 5s and Mark 2s. The Mark 2s are a bit more boxy, as we've got a Mark 5 pulling into the pits. That is, unfortunately, the number 61 of Ryan Sayer from Spalding. That looks to be... He's just trundling down the pit lane at the moment, so not too sure, but it will be a technical problem of some kind. Just keeping an eye on the leaders as the Mark 5s go up through Coppice again. Simon Hill still leading. James Colburn still... It's again, I think, when I spoke to all of the top three, it was about getting the proper start. And James Colburn said to me, yeah, we're all using the 6-speed manual gearbox that was a standard fit. The DSG was actually an optional extra on the Mark 5s, but you did have to pay a premium if you got it out of the showrooms. But in this case, the 6-speed manuals seem to be the better choice, because I just can see Simon Verco. He's just put in a 1 minute 52.429. He was about 9/10 slower than Walsh in third, so he's not catching. So it looks to be a veritable stalemate, I think is the terminology I'll use here. But it just depends on whether Colburn wants to get rid of that potential of 9 out of 10 wins success rate that Simon Hill could have very shortly. But we've had someone off out of Redgate. I'm going to keep an eye on the Mark 2s. I've just seen Chris Webb come through the S's. No, actually, Tim Hartland is battling away with... I'll tell you what, he's actually closed the gap on Pete Milne. So it's the other... Now we've got another Mark 5 coming in.
Paul Blackburn.
83.
Paul Blackburn.
Paul Blackburn. So... I'm just keeping an eye on... Because there are two...
Is it with Luke Harberman?
Luke Harberman, who was on the podium. So his race has come to an abrupt end, unfortunately. So he was feeling a bit, feeling confident of having that chance to maybe go for another podium, but his race has come to an abrupt end. So at the moment, we've got 6 minutes and 26 seconds left to go.
Change for second in Mark 2s. Change for second.
So looks like Tim Hartland, thank you very much, Scott, has got past Pete Milne for second position. He tried getting past him up into McClinton in the first race. But Tim, unfortunately, met the mercy of the gravel on the outside. Still pretty much even Stevens between the top four. It hasn't really changed. No one's made that big of an inroad, but, Simon Hill actually has, because he's extended the gap to just under a second.
It's not a second.
Huh?
It's not a second.
It's not a second now, but it was when they came across the line, because it looks like James Colburn has decided, with 5 minutes and 45 to go, right, Simon, you want 9 out of 10? You're going to have to fight for it. And he is pushing. You can tell he's pushing, because I can just see by the sort of body language just behind the wheel as he sort of just literally put that into fourth gear and just went, I'm going to blast it. And he's closed up really, really well in the braking zone in there into Redgate.
4/10 out of him.
So, yeah, that was a 1 minute 52.198 from Simon Hill, a 1 minute 51.759. As Sayer comes back into the pits, probably to see if he had killed the gremlins, but unfortunately not. So Looks like he might be parking up, but Tim Hartland now has 5 minutes to catch up to Chris Webb, who is leading the Mark IIs at the moment, as
pulled out a bit more.
Yeah, you're definitely right there. So it looks like the gap is extended between Simon Hill and Colburn. So as they go up, they've gone up to Coppice. So probably when James decided, I'm going to take some time out of you, Simon's actually responded in kind. It looks like Simon's got that car a bit more hooked up in the faster section. So obviously heading up into McLean's through Schwantz Curve, the Craner Curves is a perfect example. If you can carry the momentum and the car is set up optimum, Simon might have that advantage through the first half of the track, and then James now is closing up. He's come out with a bit more turn of momentum coming out through the S's. So James Colburn looks to be trying to close up, but it's just Simon Hill has that initial first half lap advantage, but Colburn is now looking a bit racier. We're going into the last 4 minutes. Could he spring a surprise? It is possible. I mean, stranger things have happened. So we've got 2 laps. So we'll have 2 laps left to go. They're running at the 1:52s at the minute, and the gap was just over half a second. Has Colburn closed the gap? No. Well, it's sort of like even Stevens, probably about 0.6.
3 laps.
Yeah, maybe 3 laps. I mean, if they're running at 1:51, so they'll have this. They will have 2 laps to go. As it's there's definitely a nice side-by-side battle there. A little bit further down the order.
More to the enlarge.
So that's for 6th position at the minute. It's 33 and 7 battling through Redgate. And let's see who's got the advantage going through the Craner Curves while the leaders go through the old hairpin. Let's just keep an eye on the battle for the lead. Because I know that Chris Webb is coming under fire. Tim Hartland was 0.6 of a second quicker on the last lap. And he's gone quicker still. Chris Webb did a 1:57. Tim Hartland has dropped the gap down to 1 second, so he is pushing. I'm wondering, it's not going to be a case of if. He has got this and another lap to do it, and they're running. For those watching the TSL timing, the Golf Mark 5s are running at a 1 minute. Let's look at it from a leader's perspective. Simon Hill 1:51.5. Even in the Mark 2s, Tim Hartland is running at a 1:56.8. And despite the generational gap between them, as Colborne's really closing up now, now let's see if he gets a bit more aggressive on the brakes into Melbourne. He does. He brakes a little bit deeper there, or there or thereabouts. He gets a better run coming out of the apex, and he's about 2 to 3 car lengths behind Simon Hill, heading into Goddard's. So Hill's really been very, very wise, very wily to what Colborne's doing. So Colborne is really trying to get the run out. It's going to be a little bit closer than 0.6. Let's just see what it is now. 0.593. So 2 more laps to go. 1:50 to go on the clock. So the next time around they get the final lap board. As Chris Webb looks to have kept that gap pretty much equidistant between himself and Tim Hartland going through as they're coming through Melbourne at the moment. Mark's 5's coming through into Craners, into the old hairpin, and the top 4 looking to close up a little bit more there. So it's not just Colborne, it's Walsh and Vercoe that are also. Yeah, Vercoe has done the fastest lap out of anybody in the top 4 in 1:51.224. He's got the gap down to Walsh by about 0.7 of a second, and is closing. So Walsh could be under threat for a podium place. Top 3 for the Mark IIs come across the start-finish line. So it's Webb, 1.3 seconds ahead of current points leader Tim Hartland, as obviously a little bit of a change up at the top of McLean's, a little bit further down the order, but the top 4 making their way down.
It's close. Very close. Very close.
That was very close indeed. It's going to get closer still. So they're going to prepare the last lap board.
Watch. Right his tail.
Oh my goodness me, Walsh has really got the hurry up here. He's on the back, he's getting close to Colborne. Could he go for a move now? He's thinking of it. He's gone very deep into the braking zone, into Melbourne's, but Colborne had the advantage. They're now going to come out of the corner. Walsh isn't going to have the run on Colborne. Colborne had better traction coming out of that corner. So the last lap board is being prepared. Simon Hill is going to see it first, then James Colborne. Then it's going to be Martin Walsh and Simon Verco that are going to have to battle now, and this is so close. It was 2 seconds between the top 4 last time around. It is 1.5, and the fastest out of everybody in the top 4, Verco in the number 11, and they are nigh on line of stone between 2nd to 4th. Hill has got a gap of around half a second between himself and Colborne, then it's a further half a second to Walsh, and then a further half a second to Verco, but it's just dependent on who is going to get the better run of momentum down the Craner curves for the final time. And I'm just keeping an eye out for our Mark II contingent. Looks like the top 3 coming round, being led by Chris Webb with Tim Hartland and Pete Milne rounding out the top 3 at the moment. As the top 4 for the Mark Vs go up the hill into McLean's for the final time. And I tell you what, Verco's looking menacing behind Walsh in the 96.
Coleman's close. Coleman's very close.
Oh my goodness me, you're definitely right. Colborne definitely very close there. Thank you, Scott, for that spot, because they're coming through Coppice for the final time. Hill's going to get some good run out, but Colborne's got the toe. He's coming down into the S's for the final time. Will Colborne spring a surprise for the number 51 of Simon Hill as they come through the S's? Let's find out very shortly. It's about 2 car lengths between Hill and Colborne. They go down into Melbourne, into the loop for the final time. Let's see what Colborne does. Does he get a better run? Walsh gets very close. Verco thinks about it but decides to back out of it. But let's see what happens. Hill has still got the run of momentum in his favour. Walsh is going to try to go towards the outside of Colborne, going into Golos for the final time. The pair go nearly door to door. A little bit of bumping there, but Colborne, I think, has hung on. But ladies and gentlemen, 9 out of 10, Simon Hill takes the checkered flag in the 51, and it was a drag race to the finish between Colborne and Walsh for the runner-up spot by just under 0.2 of a second. But brave attempt from Martin Walsh in the 96 to try and go up around the outside of James Colborne, going into Goddard's for the final time, and a drag race between Marsh and Maudsley, with Marsh coming out better on that by just over 1/10 of a second. John Beale rounds out the top 5, and we're just going to wait to see what happens. Looks like Chris Webb is going to do the double here this weekend at Donington Park, as Tim Hartland, coming from the back part of the grid, really had made sure that he didn't rub doors with Pete Milne again, so at least there'll be a bit of joviality between the pair of them on the podium very, very shortly. But around the final corner, and winning the double here in the Mark II 16-valve category of the Teekay Couplings Production GTI Championship is Chris Webb in the 57. Tim Hartland from the back row of the Mark IIs takes 2nd position ahead of Pete Milne in the number 44. And it was only a matter of time before Tim Hartland was going to try and get himself as close to victory as he could, but he managed to get to within 1.2 seconds, as we've got one of the Mark IIs running very, very slowly there, which is the number 64 of Spencer Beale, and he takes the checkered flag, albeit at a crawl. So I think that was a very enthralling with the last of the Teekay Coupling Production GTI Championship races here at Donington Park. So Simon Hill makes it 9 wins out of 10 this season, ahead of James Colborne, with Martin Walsh rounding out the top 3. I wonder if Martin's going to do a little dancing jig, because he definitely tried to do that on the pedals, like he might have heard me in the commentary. Thought, I'll go and give it a go and see if we can get past James and see what happens. So I'm going to head down to the pit lane and see if I can grab a word with all 3 from Mark 5s and Mark 2s, Scott.
Just a small note when you do interview, just keep the questions a bit shorter, because the first time I went in the bit, make a bit. That's the only thing I want to say. Apart from that, they were decent, just making sure we can get the grid in time, that's all. So, nice. That's all. But, no, I know you like it, I thought I'd let you have that one just to yourself, so you can enjoy it. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. He's going to head down to the underneath the race controls to have a chat to our top 3, both the Mark 5s and the Mark 2s. And all I can say is now is 20 races down on the timetable, 1 still to go, and it could be a crucial one. This is for the final race of the weekend for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 SuperCup and SuperSeries. I don't think there's any cars to clear up, because Luke Hardman's car was already behind the barriers and back in the paddock after he retired, but Redgate Corner. But as Alex said, it's 9 wins out of 10 now. So it's if you got that second victory and the victory he missed out on, which went to James Coleman, he could have got a perfect record this season. But 9 times out of 10, it's not bad. He's still got one more round to go at Brands Hatch at the end of September to try and secure it. But I think it's fair to say, if it's not almost certain this time, Simon Hill must surely have at the very least one hand on the title now in the Mark 5s with a performance like that. The Mark 2s make their way into pit lane. Chris Webb taking his second win of the weekend. Good to see the former double champion back in form. Tim Hartland with a crucial second place, much better fortunes than he had in race 1. Pete Milne once again on the podium. There's a very happy Rob Sadler. Heads over to Chris Webb to go congratulate him. And again, I think Rob can be happy with the production GTI this year. It's a great little championship, especially for those who want to race a Volkswagen on a budget. Great cars, the Mark 2s and the Mark 5s, so be sure to go check them out. ProductionGTI.com. They do have highlights for TV, for online highlights, which they get put on YouTube, and also on the channels such as Frontrunner and others as well. I think now we can hear from both the top in the Mark 2 and the Mark 5s. Alex Goldschmidt in the pit lane. What's the atmosphere like?
Yes, thank you, Scott. A repeat of the Mark 5s. So, Simon, quickly, done the double here, 9 out of 10, 90% success rate. How do you feel?
I'm over the moon. I mean, luck comes in two forms, good and bad, and I've had my share of good luck this year. So it's not broken down, not full, and that's what helps you with the points. Having said that, James is in exactly the same position. He's always in second place. It wouldn't surprise me if he got fastest lap today, because I was struggling in that race today. I think any longer I was going to lose that lead.
All the very best of the luck next round. James. Okay, now, I think he might have been dancing again there, Martin Walsh. Thank you very much. He was dancing on the pedals because he tried to get past you on the final lap, going around the outside. That was a bit of an audacious move from him, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think I tried to have a go at Simon and it slowed me down coming out the Melbourne hairpin and gave him a good run on me. So, he tried round the outside, but nearly.
All the very best of luck for the next round. Now, you did take some advice from me, didn't you, Martin?
Yep, you're the genius.
Well, you started dancing on the pedals, not dancing the pit lane, did you?
Honestly, don't look at my moves here. They won't do you any favours.
You know Michael Flatley, my friend. Good luck for the next round. We'll get to the top 3. Chris, the double here at Donington. Pretty good feeling, eh?
Yeah, wonderful actually. Had to fight for it. Pete got very good start, and Tim was coming from it at the end as well. So I think if that had been a 20-minute race, it might have been a different outcome. But it's 15 minutes, so I'm very happy.
Definitely wanting a cold beverage after that one, don't you?
Absolutely. Beer's on me.
I'm not going to take that literally. Tim, first race, a bit of a disaster, obviously with McLean's. Obviously yourself and Pete were having a bit of a ding-dong battle, but coming back from the back row of the grid to finish second behind Chris, good satisfying feelings around at the weekend, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it was. I had quite a lucky first lap, so I cleared a few guys on the first lap, and then a bit of a battle with Pete again. Fortunately this time we didn't come together. And then I had to try and go after Chris, but I think I'd overheated my tyres a bit trying to catch Pete and then make a break on him. And I had a couple of massive moments. I thought the old hairpin about 3 laps to go, I thought the car was gone. I don't know how it stayed on the track, and so I had to back it off a couple of percent. And I didn't, Chris never makes mistakes. That's the thing, if you're not really on your game, you're not going to catch him. So anyway. He raced well. He raced really well.
All the very best of luck for the next round, Tim. Nice to have a repeat of that battle with Tim, but this time it didn't come to blows. But you still got another podium. How do you feel?
Well, I should be happy. I'm disappointed. I was leading the race from the start, wasn't I? And to finish third after that is that's the joy board, isn't it? Really.
Well, there's always where there's a will, there's a way, isn't there, my friend?
Absolutely, we'll be back. Yeah, we'll just keep plugging away and doing the right things, and things will come right.
All the very best of luck, Pete Milne. Scott, I hear that they're on their way on the final formation lap of the weekend, so back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Alex, and well done to all 3 in our top 3 on the podium for both the Mark 2s and Mark 5s. You're correct, the SuperCup and SuperSeries cars are off on their formation lap, the final formation lap of the weekend. Now, the grid for race 3 is set by a partially reversed grid. They make a random draw of a random number. I think it's from between 6, 7 and 8, if I'm correct. They pulled number 7, so if George Grant for Clapham North listening, I'll give you something to smile about, because on pole position, as by virtue of the reverse grid draw, number 169, TCI UK star Lewis Kent. So he will start on pole position. Apparently he and Bradley have had one or two possibly little engine gremlins, but hopefully starting from pole position might give him a bit of an incentive to possibly go after what could become a first decent SuperCup result. He's got Will Stevenson alongside him in the 62 on the front row of the SuperCup. Row 2, with a good position for the second row, the Jack Sycamore, he could surprise on the second row of the grid. Alongside him is Patrick Fletcher, also with a good chance for fourth on the grid. Row 5 looks pretty tasty, with number 8, Aidan Hills, and number 43, Jack Cardigan. Both, crucially, will start ahead.
Well, for the time being, when they start the race anyway, Jack Carter and Luke Herbert. How long will stay like that remains to be seen. Luke Herbert will start alongside David Henderson, number 36, on the fourth row of the grid. Row 5 in SuperCup is 99, Nick Rutter, and 223, Gary Townsend. Row 6 is 44, Bradley Kent, the other brother of Lewis, and number 96, Christopher Richardson, with Paul Myers, and another one to watch out for from the back of the SuperCup grid, being Joe Marshall in 199. And Chris Dawkins had no end of problems this weekend, will hopefully be able to start the race at the back of the grid in the SuperCup in what looks to be 15th in the SuperCup at the back of their field. Then we move a couple of rows back to our Mark 5 contenders, with Matt Pickford again on pole position by virtue of his 2 race wins. Simon Hutchings has taken third in race 1, second in race 2, and as I said in his interview, it's only really one way up from there, which is to go to the race victory. If he can beat Matt Pickford off the line, he'll start from the front row of the Super Series runners. Row 2 in Super Series is number 7, Alex Miller, and number 15, Clive Powles. Row 3 in Super Series is 42, Christina Holly, and number 11, Declan Lee. Row 4 is 84, Adam Rowlandson, and 112, David O'Reilly, and then Jim Hart, number 27, Liz Walton, number 19, and another car to watch for from the back of the Super Series grid is going to be Simon Fleet, although apparently Simon has got
gearbox. He had a gearbox failure in the last race, so if that's a brand new gearbox in there, that will give him all the synchro mesh he needs to get up the field.
An impressive job done by Mike Corporation to get that gearbox changed in the time they did. So as well as running a complete fleet of Mark 1 car, which I think is quite a superhuman effort. So kudos to the MCR to get that sorted. I'm sure Simon will be very grateful for that as well. So, interesting scenario there. Lewis Kent, who is contending for the TCI UK title in his first ever SuperCup weekend, will start his third ever race in SuperCup from a reverse grid pole position. Will Stevenson has been in a similar position before the front row of the grid. We know how much progress he's made. He's had a couple of top 5s throughout the year and can be quick if he's on form. Jack Sycamore could be in an optimum position, as could also Patrick Fletcher, but also the 3 main men to watch out for, of course, are the 3 main contenders of the title. Aidan Hills in 5th position, Jack Harding in 6th, and of course Luke Herbert in 7th place. Both Hills and Herbert have a win, so if we're going by one each for the championship contenders, for argument's sake, it would suggest that Harding is on course for victory, but it's never that simple in motorsport, particularly in the SuperCup. So Lewis Kent, no stranger to lining up in pole position. He has done the Fiestas, and he has done, of course, the TCI UK. We'll start on the front row of the grid, with Clapham North MOT back number 169. Cars regularly driven by George Grant at Clapham North. And I'm pleased to hear that car is perched nicely on pole position. The question is, how long can Lewis Kent keep it on the road? Can he possibly get a good start? It was only one of the very few rear-wheel drive starts he had, because he has raced rear-wheel drive before this weekend, having raced in Sports 2000, but mainly his experiences in front-wheel driving Fiesta Juniors, the Senior Fiesta Championship, and of course TCI UK. Simon Fleet at the back of the grid in the Super Series, the green flag is waving. The final race of the weekend of the entire timetable and of the MX5 SuperCup and Super Series is about to begin. Lewis Kent on reverse grid pole, Will Stevenson alongside him. Lights out when we are racing. It's actually a pretty good start from pole from Lewis Kent, a decent start also from the second row for Patrick Fletcher and also for Jack Cardigan and Aidan Hills. They're going to be 3 abreast with Jack Sycamore for 4th, 5th and 6th, but it is going to be with the whole shot into turn 1. It is possibly doing Lewis Kent. In fact, it is Lewis Kent. He actually manages to block any attack from Patrick Fletcher. Up the inside of Will Stevenson now as the Super Series cars get underway. It's a cracking get over the second row of the group from Clive Powles. It's going to be possibly 3 abreast for the Super Series down in towards turn 1. He must have a bit of a slow start as he's dropped behind both Hutchings and Powles, and also possibly as well, who was next to him as well on that grid. It was Alex Miller as well.
Fleet's already made up 3 places from the back part of the grid despite the gearbox failure. He's gone absolutely flying. It was a brilliant textbook start there from the number 21. Aidan Hills actually had a differential issue, so he got a lightning start off the grid from the 3rd row, so he's already putting himself in contention, but looks like as everyone trying to nearly trips over themselves going through into Redgate, Lewis Kent has started to get away a little bit here, hasn't he, in the Clapham North MOT car?
He really has. He's got a nice lead there. Aidan was up to 2nd place already, but the lead in the Super Series it's two silver cars first and second. It's either going to be Hutchins ahead of Powell's or vice versa. It might actually be Hutchins ahead of Powell's, I think, actually. So he's going to look for possibly his first win, only his first weekend, his third ever race in the Super Series. Into the chicane they'll come for the first time, come the SuperCup cars. Aidan Hills is now taking the lead from Lewis Kent. He's holding on for the time being at the front of the field. He's now going to get assaulted from the sides by Jack Hardy diving up to second place. But Kent goes the block, and that's a bit of a mistake there for Aidan Hills, who blocked up big time. Round goes Lewis Kent. Not sure if he was tagged or not by Jack Hardy. There's a big block up from somebody. Maybe Lewis Kent, but after such a great start, he goes all the way down to second to last in the SuperCup field. And that's a disaster, isn't it, for him? Unfortunately, trying to get back underway. It was also not great for the Kent pound. Bradley Kent also seems to be struggling on the run up towards Goddard. So, what was a great first few corners for the Kent family seems to have kind of dropped a little bit into their worst nightmare, but they're going to try and claw back up the foot the best they can. So, Lewis is lost in behind brother Bradley. At the end of lap 1 in the SuperCup, it's Hills, Harding, Fletcher, Sycamore, and Herbert the top 5. But the Super Series, it's going to be in the lead.
It's Hutchings, Powell's, and Pickford. That's your top 3. So, Powell's really on the recovery from obviously what happened in the first race when he had a bit of a tank slapper and collected Rutter in the process. So, and Pickford has actually powered past Powell's on the approach onto Redgate. That's great work from the number 16. So, but there is a huge gap between Hutchins and Pickford for now what is the lead of the Super Series class, as the leaders from SuperCup now go up the hill into McLean's.
What's happened now is actually it's almost becoming a carbon copy of what happened last time out at Brands Hatch in the reverse race, because last time it was Hills and Harding who picked their way through to the front of the field. By the time Hills got to second place, Harding was way up the road. This time, though, Hills leads with Harding second, and they're both trying to pull away from Patrick Fletcher in third place. Herbert's got past Sycamore in the process after they crossed the line into fourth. So Sycamore's down to fifth. Stevenson should be sixth from Gary Townsend, who's the top Masters driver, not just in the SuperCup, but overall anyway. Nick Rutter's up to 8th. Christopher Richardson having a much better run so far this week in 9th. And Joe Marshall from the back of the SuperCup grid is head up into 10th position. The top trying to pull away. Herbert's up to 3rd now, and Fletcher could lose 4th at the expense of Jack Sycamore and head into the Melbourne Loop and hampered up the inside. Stevenson also close to the braking, as does Townsend number 223. Townsend can't get his elbow down when he needs to. Wide on the exit from Fletcher. So Stevenson comes under attack from Townsend down towards the Goddard's head. And Russ is also having a decent run so far. As we say, Nick, this is one of his better weekends. Good progression from both Nick Rutter and Christopher Richardson here at Donington Park. But the top 2 across the line in SuperCup. Hills being tailed now by Jack Harding. Harding wants his first win of the weekend. Hills wants his second, and of course, if he can get a win, that will certainly give him some great points towards possibly keeping in touch with the top 2. We go to the last couple of round meetings of the season in the SuperCup. First of all at Silverstone on the international circuit, then at Donington Park back here on the Grand Prix circuit, back with TCI UK in mid-October.
So the Super Series makes its way to cross the line for the completion of their second lap. It is now Hutchings in 37, Powers in 2nd, Pickford in 3rd, and Pickford is closing on Powers. He's in the slipstream going down towards Redgate. Then it is Miller in the number 7, Fleet up into 5th place. From the back row of the grid is the number 21, having had that gearbox failure in the first race earlier on today. So he's making some good inroads and just keeping an eye on his lap times. He's done 1 minute 56.4, Pickford 1 minute 56.3, Powers and Hutchings both on 156.1s.
It does appear at the moment that Hills and Harding got this race on lockdown at the moment between the two of them. They really have pulled away from Luke Herbert, who has about 0.6 of a second advantage over the fourth place man, Jack Sycamore, with Fletcher now rounding out the top 5. He's come back down towards the chicane, still nose to tail first and second, but it is Hills in the blue, orange and black car in number 8, and there's the red and white machine of Jack Harding. Herbert in the all blue car number 1 is 3rd, followed by Fletcher, Sycamore, then Fletcher. Stevenson under attack for 6th place by Gary Townsend, number 223. Nick Rutter, of course, running strongly. Also good run so far from the back is Joe Marshall, and also making a couple of spots. Bradley Kent's passing up into Christopher Richardson. The two Kent brothers are starting to almost work together because they've managed to pick up a couple of spots. Recently, Lewis Kent has got past David Henderson. His next target is going to be the back of Nick Rutter when he gets close to him around the hairpin. Joe Marshall will come to the back of very shortly, and that'll be a possible move up into the top 10 if you can find the pace. The top 2 in the SuperCup go through the right hand of Redgate nose to tail, with the Hills still just keeping Harding at bay.
Lewis Kent has just been pinged for track limits. He's been given a black and white. It's the 169, but still in Super Series. Hutchings still leads. Powell's is trying to close him down as they go across the start-finish line. Gap was just under a second. It's now 6.5 tenths. So Powell's is getting a move on and was over 3/10 of a second quicker. Pickford in third. Miller and Fleet round out the top 5, followed by Holly and Rowlandson. So still pretty much even Stevens for the top 4 in Super Series, Scott.
For the SuperCup lead, Harding is really giving the big hurry up to Aidan Hills. He's got right on the rear bumper as they head up towards McLean's now. This is on lap 4. New fastest lap of the race again, set by Jack Harding, 1:51.874. He was about half a tenth quicker than Aidan Hills, who would have set the fastest lap of the race had Harding not gone half a tenth quicker. They head down the back straight towards the Fogarty S's once again on lap 4. And still, Hills is keeping Harding at bay here as they turn in through the left and right of the Fogarty S's. There's a tiny gap pulled out to Jack Harding as they come through. It looks pretty even to what it was the last time by down towards the Melbourne Loop. Harding close back in. Herbert's in a no man's land here. He's not really making too many inroads on the top 2. At the same time, he's not really losing any time to that sitting wide 4th position. In return, he's pulling away from Patrick Fletcher, who in turn is actually being caught by both Paul Stevenson and Gary Townsend. Looking further back just behind Nick Rutter, we see that Joe Marshall is still slowly but surely caught by the looks of things by Lewis Kent, who's still being tailed by David Henderson. And, well, he was being tailed, but it's not going to matter too much because Lewis Kent has been given a 5-second penalty because he's kept on abusing track limits and he's going to knock him down in the result at the moment at least behind David Henderson, possibly even further.
Well, down in Super Series, as they're coming through the Melbourne Loop, it is still the number 37 Simon Hutchings leading from Clive Powell's. Pickford now coming under attack from both Alex Miller and the very well recovering Simon Fleet, who is literally on the back bumper of the number 7 as the top 5 go through Goddard's. So Fleet definitely got the fire lit and wants to get the fire lit on the touch paper, and he wants to definitely get into the top 3 after that gearbox failure which put him out of the race, as they now head out to Redgate to start their 5th lap of this race thus far.
And the SuperCup back into McLean's, and still it's nose to tail between Hills and Harding. Herbert is trying to close in the gap as best they can, but when his last lap was a 1:52.8, and these two are kind of almost working together, and they're lapping about 3 or 4 tenths quicker, or even half a second quicker than Herbert at the moment. And that's the difference between running in a pair compared to running on your own, because with 2 cars running as one, they can punch a bigger hole through the air and run even quicker. So it's actually, inadvertently, Hills and Harding are helping themselves in a battle amongst their own and pulling away from Herbert, who has no one to kind of latch onto a toe with in front. Although there's got to be a point in this race where, in the latter stages of the race, Harding will have to possibly break that truce and maybe go for the win to make it basically 1 each for the top 3 championship contenders. Herbert's trying to close in as Harding just keeps on nibbling away at the rear bumper and Hayden Hills exiting the Melbourne Loop. That was almost Goddard. If anything, at the very least, it's certainly keeping the pressure on Hayden Hills as they come through. Jack Sycamore on one of his better weekends this season, 4th at the moment. He has a podium so far, he picked up back at Anglesey. He's in 4th place at the moment. 5th place now for Patrick Fletcher, still running in the top 5. Gary Townsend has got past Will Stevenson for 6th position. Rutter's still 8th, Joe Marshall 9th, and it's now David Henderson's at 10th because the 5-second time penalty is now been applied to Lewis Kent, who's now showing on the time screen is 13th now, even behind his brother Bradley Kent, who will be running ahead of him at the moment in 12th place.
Super Series, the top, well, it looks like Hutchings is trying to extend the lead over Powell's. It was about 1.5 seconds last time round, but Fleet definitely the danger driver here. As Hutchings comes round to complete another lap. Looks like Powell's has closed the gap somewhat, probably closer to a second. It's less than a second. He's gone nigh on half a second quicker than Hutchings. So Powell's, Pickford actually is the quickest of the top 5. Fleet's done a personal best. Miller has as well, and that has put them to within about 2 seconds of each other, going on to lap 6.
And quickly looking at the Super Series, effectively, in terms of where it sits. If Hutchings wins, he'll be winner number 10. If Powell wins, he'll be winner number 10. If Pickford wins, he'll secure the hat-trick, still with a 9th different winner of the season. If for somehow Alex Miller wins, he'll be the 10th different winner. So at the top 4, 3 of them haven't won a Super Series race this season and could possibly bring the number of winners into double figures. That's just how competitive it can be with the various drivers coming in and out of it. Into the chicane for the top 2 in the SuperCup they go. Hill's still being pressured by Harding all the way down towards the Melbourne Loop. What about Herbert? Is he making any inroads? He did last time though. His last lap was 1:52.4 compared to low 153s. All someone skipped over the chicane. That was, I think, possibly Will Stevenson or Gary Townsend. Either one, they skipped over the chicane and brought a little dust and dirt across the exit of the S's. So it's still Hills and Harding leading the way. Harding still has the fastest lap of the race, and he'll gain the extra 2 points, which will be valuable to him because he will take, if it stays as it is, 4 points out of Luke Herbert. And I think when you've got the exact same amount of points, which is 100, same as Aidan Hills will get if he remains in front and takes the victory. So still Hills from Harding and Herbert, Sycamore and Fletcher round out the top 5. And how the post is looking out in the Super Series.
Well, the top 3 has started to break away. Simon Hutchings. Well, here comes Matt Pickford up the inside and makes the move past 5 poles. Very quick, very briefly. I know that Simon Fleet was trying to go past up the inside of Alex Miller through McLean's. Didn't make the move stick. He's got the move done now after the Melbourne hairpin, but those two are now starting to drop away. This is giving Simon Hutchings the lead he needs, and now it's Pickford in second position. Obviously, Pickford won the earlier race.
Oh, there's Powell at the moment because he's dropped way back actually. He's dropped to 5th now. So what's happened there?
I don't know. Probably won a better moment through Goddard's, but that means that he's got Christina Holly in the 42 right with him, about sort of half a second adrift.
There was a funny moment at the end where sort of Christina Holly made a big dive and locked up a little bit, and she's trying to regain. Adam Brotherson almost like, I went to turn, found Holly was there, and I was like, oh, no, don't turn it there. It was a bit of like a very British sort of after you, after you, because you made a mistake, kind of almost a little bit of contact. Thankfully, they avoided each other. That's quite an amusing moment between two relative Mark III newbies in the mix. Back down towards the chicane come our top 2, with Harding still, as ever, glued onto the rear bumper rail. As close as he's ever been, though. We're getting into that second half of the race, potentially that Truce to pull away in the top 2 from third place man Luke Herbert might start from broken. He's looking to the outside line. He wants to try and get the undercut. He can try and force him one off the exit. It's a tighter one off the corner. But the better momentum through the entire Melbourne loop seems to have kept Aidan Hills with a better run off the corner. Better exit, better speed on the run towards Goddard's. There is a better car that also pulled down between the top 2. Let's look at lap times also when they come past this time by for Herbert, because he is getting inching closer bit by bit. Last time by they all did 1 minute 52. What about this time by? It is a lap time wise 152.9 for Hill, 153.0 for Harding, 152.5 for Herbert. Still 2.4 seconds though. There's still 6.5 minutes to go, but that gap is coming down. But maybe for Herbert, not quite quick enough.
But in Super Series, Simon Fleets is definitely on the back bumper of Matt Pickford for second position going through the Melbourne Loop. But in the meantime, Scott, they have closed up on the number 37 of Simon Hutchings. So Hutchings now having to fight for this victory, and it's going to be between the top 4, which is rounded out in 4th position by Alex Miller in the number 7. And as they come round to complete another lap, the gap, a little touch on the dirt, I think, there from Hutchings coming out of Goddard's, and the gap was 2 seconds. It's now 6/10.
Very close, isn't it, between the top 4 altogether. The top 4 are covered by as strong as the gap we can. Hutchings, Pickford, Miller and Fleet. That's roughly round about. That's almost 2 seconds between the top 4. Is that close? Right, back to the SuperCup leaders. And I think Herbert, when we talked to him later on after this race, he might possibly feel that he was pushing like crazy, but he might have felt that by the time he managed to get into third place to chase after the top 2, they were just too far ahead as much as he tried to put it and close in. There's no denying he's pushing as hard as he dares, but at the moment it seems as though that these top 2, they aren't necessarily holding each other up as much as he would have liked. So out of the Fox as they go, Harding, Hills literally is so good at absorbing all this pressure because he knows, I think he realises that part of it is working together with Harding to try and pull away and grab some points. The second side might be trying to find the gap that he needs. There was a little bit of a sneak up the inside lanes, but pulling himself alongside. This is the moment that Harding needs then on the run towards Goddard's corner. He's going to be on the outside towards the final hairpin towards the end of the lap. Looks to the outside line, sends it down the outside. He'll look for the undercut again as he did at the Melbourne Loop to try and swing through. A little wide on the exit for Hills, but this might give him the great momentum he needs, and here he comes. For the first time in this race, it is the chance for Jack to try and make the pass of the lead. Tries to edge alongside the outside of Aidan Hills on the run towards Redgate corner. They both hit the brakes. One was a little later to try and sweep around the outside if he could, but again he would look for the undercut, the switch back on the other side of the corner, exiting Redgate on the run towards the Craven curves. Nothing doing just yet, but what about Luke Herbert? The gap is now 2.8 seconds, so incredibly it's gone out on that lap. I think possibly with only 4.5 minutes to go, unless something really kicks off, I think Herbert's stuck in third place.
Also, Fletcher and Stevenson have been battling between themselves over 5th position. Stevenson got a good run going through towards Melbourne, but the Super Series in the meantime looks like Pickford is trying to close the gap, but Fleet is definitely flying at the moment. Between the top 2, it's half a second. Fleet's has done another personal best. Pickford's actually quicker than the top 3. Miller's dropping a little bit further behind by about 1.3 seconds off of Fleet. So Fleet has definitely thought, well, I've got a podium opportunity here. Maybe I could even go for second. There's still 3 minutes and 54 to go.
Now, here's a crucial point coming up in this race, because the lead in the SuperCup are coming up to put a lap on Paul Myers in the 50. No, it's not Paul. Yeah, I think it's Paul Myers in the 54. He'll be that for the second time. There's a 5-second penalty for track limits. Has gone to car 223. That is Gary Townsend again for track limits. So he's been knocked down to 10th in the standings at the moment. Even though for side by side, the back marker did make a bit of an effect on the lead for the top 2, because Hills managed to catch in front. Even though Harding was right there, he's going back down under brakes, closing right up onto the rear bumper again. Harding is really trying to force the issue, trying to force a mistake here on the number 8 car in front of him. Herbert has to try and clear the back markers. Paul Myers, I think, will just quickly get out of the way. I think he does. Drive from Paul, well done. Letting leaders get through. Just keep an eye on the down the back straight for the SuperSeries guys. But again, Jack Harding, all this race, he keeps on just pushing and pushing and pushing Aidan Hills. Not physically, but really pushing him pace-wise all the way in this race so far. We're coming up to just under 3 minutes to go. I think we've got now 2 laps left of this race.
Bradley Kemp is slowing, and the Simon Fleet has actually just got past Matt Pickford for second in SuperSeries. So Bradley Kemp was slowing, and it compromised Pickford. And then all of a sudden, Simon Fleet went charging up the inside of the number 16 into Melbourne. So that's a change for second. But Pickford is back on the attack on Fleet, heading into Gollard's. He's going to go a little bit deeper into the braking zone into Gollard's, but I don't think he'll have the run on Fleet coming out of the corner, as Fleet makes it nice and tidy. Hutchins a little bit sideways, but not too much that it's not out of control.
Look at the SuperCup guys, they're almost side by side again as Harding tries to look again around the outside line to try and force the mistake. Again, looking for that undercut to try and get past Aidan Hills. He really is forcing the issue here. They're on the penultimate lap of the race because there was only just over 2 minutes to go, so they will get the last lap board next time by. Out through Coppice now for the second to last time, and onto the back straight come the top 2. Now, Herbert's got the gap down to the lead between, to 2.3 seconds between, and he's getting a little bit closer, so he's realised in these last couple of laps, because they are starting to properly fight now, he is making up quite a bit of time, but I think it might be too little too late as they come back into the fog. Yes, it's very close to line, looks to the inside line. This is the chance he needs to get up the inside now, and Hills wants to try and throw the block, but he's not quick enough. Harding, he's up the inside line, and finally he's able to go for the lead into the hairpin. Hills trying to go back around the outside. He tried this possibly at Croft a couple of races ago, didn't quite work. It has worked this time though. He's got the grip on the outside line, and he stays in front somehow. But look at his benefits. Luke Herbert rubbing his hands and thinking, right, time for me to end the battle now with 1 lap to go. Into the hairpin they go, and Luke Herbert, amazingly, is right there. Here goes Harding on the exit on the outside line. There's almost a bit of contact. Try to sneak up the inside line, but Herbert can sense possibly getting second win of the season, or the weekend, sorry, if he can catch these two on the last lap and catch them napping as they scrap amongst themselves.
Well, SuperSeries in the meantime, Hutchins has got clear daylight between himself and the number 21 of Simon Fleet as they go down towards Melbourne for the penultimate time. Pickford is in third. Alex Miller still in fourth, but Hutchins had a gap of just over 1.7 seconds last time around, and he's going to be comfortable, but that depends if anything happens between now and the end of this race. It's just over a lap to go in SuperSeries as well.
Oh, Harding showed his nose a little bit on possibly the inside of the old hairpin, and Luke Herbert is right there. He's looking possibly to the outside line. He's on the rear bumper of Jack Harding through Starkey's up towards front curve. The top 3 are all together once again. Herbert looks to the outside line of Harding. This is the first time that Herbert's put Harding under pressure at all. He's been the hunter all this race. Now Harding's become the hunted, and he's that close on the run up towards the Coppice now on the final lap of the race. 1 lap to go here. We're on the last lap of the weekend of the entire race meeting. It's either going to be at the moment either Aidan Hills, Jack Harding, or Luke Herbert who'll win this race. It'll be astonishing if it's Luke Herbert. If it's Jack Harding, he'll have pressed him so hard. Aidan Hills, if he wins, would have put on such a great defensive effort. They're going to head towards the chicane for the final time, and I think possibly Luke Herbert's trying to get to the outside line to beat Jack Harding into the chicane, but he's not going to do it. And the fact that these two are battling is allowing Aidan Hills to get away here. That might be the saving grace for Aidan Hills. Exiting the final the S's on towards the Melbourne Loop for the final time. I think possibly that battle with Luke Herbert has adversely helped Aidan Hills to get away from Jack Harding a little bit. He'll try and close back in with the last couple of corners. The final corner is in sight now. And after such a long battle at the front of the field, Aidenhill looks as though, with a little bit of inadvertent help from Luke Herbert distracting Jack Harding on the last lap of the race, he will turn into the hairpin for the final time, a little deep at the apex, but that won't matter too much. And for the second time this weekend, it will be another win for Aidenhill. And that helps immensely in the championship. He's happy with that one. He takes victory in race 3 of the SuperCup. Harding gets second place, but importantly, he also takes the fastest lap of the race and 2 more points away from Luke Herbert in the point standings.
Meanwhile, in Super Series, down to the Melbourne Loop, they come for the final time, and it is Simon Hutchings from Swansea who leads by a clear, convincing gap, as Simon Fleet's still in second position. But Pickford and Miller could be dangerous roundabout now, because Pickford's got a good run coming out of Melbourne. I think Hutchings is going to get this, but it's between Fleet and Pickford for the runner-up spot. So Hutchings comes round Goddard's for the final time. Nice and tidy, keeps it clean, as does Fleet. So, great win for Simon Hutchings in the MX-5 Super. I tell you what, Simon Fleet, I doff my cap to thee, good sir. That was brilliant. From last in Super Series, after a gearbox failure, to second position, ahead of the number 16 of Matt Pickford. Alex Miller in seventh, in the number 7, finished in 4th position. A good run also from Clive Powells, who ended up 5th at the end of it. Nice work from Christina Holly to finish 6th in the class. Adam Rowlandson finished behind the number 42 in just behind in about 5 seconds drift, and the number 84. And rounding out the Super Series classing, it was David O'Reilly in the 112, Jim Hart in the 27, with Liz Walton from Lutterworth rounding out the grid. But what a way, the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup and Super Series round off the BRSCC Caterham race weekend here at the Donington Grand Prix circuit. But Scott Woodwiss is on his way down to the pit lane.
Bye, Alex.
Hang on.
As MX-5 engine wasn't sounding all that healthy, very clunky, shall I say. It didn't sound very healthy when he pulled up. So whatever the issue was, it must have happened literally right just after the end of the race. But like I said, Jack Harding did get the fastest lap of the race. He scores exactly the same amount of points as Aidan Hills does. In come the rest of our Super Cup run. That's how far away ahead they were, because into the pit lane come Will Stevenson, Jack Sycamore and the rest, and Patrick Fletcher. And also in come our Super Series top 3. Just in the pit lane, and as you saw, he's still celebrating in the cockpit of that car. First weekend in the Super Series, it's not bad, is it? 3rd place in race 1, 2nd in race 2, and he caps off his first weekend with a victory. How about that? Great stuff. 2nd for Simon Fleet, he's got to be delighted with that. Matt Pickford on the podium again, 2 wins in the 3rd. Got to be happy with that weekend's work. So everyone just pulling in. So as everyone starts to have a word with each other, I'm going to have a dive in. Got the top tier for a second. And I think it's safe to say you can relax now, because for that 20 minutes, Jack did not let you for 1 second, did he?
No, well, not at all. Well, that's what I expect from Jack, but as hard as he is to race against, he's also literally one of the cleanest drivers you'll ever race against as well. So it's nice to have him behind you in some respects, but in other respects you wish it was someone else, because he's so fast. Obviously got into the lead halfway through the first lap, and I thought with Lewis might have been able to be the bottleneck a little bit and hold him up, but wasn't to be. Jack was there with me, so it was 20 minutes of pure just looking in the mirror and just putting the car where it needed to be. But 2 wins. I've had 3 wins here now, so I love this place.
It's a key weekend for you, because of course you're still just in the hunt for the championship. You keep these 2 honest, but it's really a weekend you needed, wasn't it?
Yeah, just for me personally, really. The championship wise obviously went wrong at Croft, but for me personally, I wanted to come here, prove a point. We've still got the pace. We changed the car a little bit for this weekend, back to what we had at Snetterton and Alton, and we're back to winning again. So we've had 2 bad rounds, but now this is the best weekend I've ever had, so I'm really happy with it.
Still got 2 to go. Never ever till it's over.
Yeah,
all right,
we'll see. Cheers, mate.
2nd place to Jack Harding once again. Crucially, fastest lap as well, so you got as many points as Aidan, so that's a comfort for that one. But again, didn't let him relax, did you?
No. It was a plan to get the fastest lap. I mean, the first half of the race, when I saw me and Aidan got into 1st and 2nd, and I saw Luke get into 3rd, I literally just pointed in to go, and I just followed him all the way around, and I just thought, right, let's just get away from Luke, and we did. And then Aidan's car started to go off a little bit, and I had a bit of I think I kind of knew in my head that I'd probably have the fastest lap by that point. I was like, I'm going to have to try and get past him in there, but he just fought really well. But he was just, his pace was great. To say he didn't have a slipstream.
it would have been a bit of a lunge if I'd have had to try and get past him. I had one attempt down to the hairpin when I got alongside him, and I just lost the rear a little bit, and he just managed to. We came out side by side. It was the same thing again. So, but no, I'm really happy with second. It was a great race. Really enjoyed it.
And crucially, you've taken now 4 points because you've got the fast lap and finishing ahead of Luke. So that's 4 more points out of him with 2 metres to go. So keeps it tight.
Yeah, it makes it back to a bit more doable now. So we'll see what happens. Do you know what I mean? I'm enjoying it. I really enjoyed that race. So more of them, I'll be happy.
See you at Silverstone.
Thank you.
Good stuff. I think in third. First of all, car didn't sound so great. What do you think the problem was?
I've a manifold downpipes snapped, so it wasn't helping my cause because I was losing a little bit of power. But it wasn't major. But these boys broke through quick at the start. Fair play to them. I tried, but it was just I didn't want to take too many risks. I didn't want to damage the car. So Jack's had a good weekend. He's taken 6 points out of me. So now I'm down to my last 6 banker. But so close in it. So.
But the key thing is you still lead, but it's as close as ever this year, isn't it, with 2 meetings to go?
Yeah, I don't think we've ever been so close. Actually, last year we were 4 points split going into the last round, but I was comfortable. Now I'm not. But we've had a good weekend. The car's been on rails. We've had Octavian, Dad, and Dan working on it. So shout out to them, and we'll get it all fixed up, ready for Silverstone.
See you there. Well done.
Cheers,
good stuff. Right, let's have a chat with our Super Series guys. Whereabouts is our race winner? Where's he got to? Oh, he's just over here in the background, just down here. Simon Hutchings. Well, Simon, I said it, didn't I? Third in race 1, second in race 2, only 1 place to go, and you did it. Well done.
That was for you, that was it.
Oh, for me, was it? Oh, I appreciate it. But no, seriously, so you've taken this series like a duck to water. You really have.
I really, really enjoyed. Yeah, it's first of all, thanks to the Super Series for being a really welcoming bunch. Really good racing with everyone. So yeah, thoroughly enjoyed. Yeah, and Paul Sheard has really looked after me all weekend. So I really appreciate that. And obviously my fiance and my parents are putting up with me. Really, great weekend.
I guess the big question is, fancy coming back for more?
Yeah. The plan is to be in Silverstone now in October. So we'll see if we can continue.
Brilliant. We'll see you there. Well done.
Thanks very much.
Good stuff. Second place for where's Simon Fleet? Simon, well, we commend you for that drive, wasn't it? That makes up for your problems earlier on. Back in the grid to second, and you nearly got these two. Well, you managed to get Matt, you nearly got Simon as well, but got to be pleased with that one.
Ecstatic, obviously. Gearbox went in the second race, so gutted about that, but these things happen. My fantastic mechanic Mike Comber got it fixed in about an hour and a half, out we went and came from 11th with gritted teeth. Managed to get all the way through, no contact with anyone, so good clean race. And unfortunately for Matty, made a mistake and went in the gravel, and through I went. So good.
It's nice to see you back on form like you had it back at Brands Hatch, because you were strong there. Good to see you back there with the sharp end of the season coming up.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff. We'll see you next time. Good stuff. And Matt Pickford, 2 wins in the third. That'll do, won't it?
That'll do. I got a shocking start. Simon and Clive Powell's had me off the start, so by Redgate I was in third place already. Clive kind of dropped. I think it was actually at the last hairpin, and so we were back in second. Coming through the chicane at the end, somebody dumped a load of gravel and I hit it and Simon didn't. So I don't know how I held on to that, but he was sliding all over the place, but he came through on the inside, so that fair play.
I think this week is a testament, because this is your second season in Mark 3s. You've had a couple of seasons in Mark 1s. The progress that you'll agree you've made is phenomenal.
Yeah. So last year we suffered a lot with engine difficulties, so over the winter the car got completely rebuilt, and this year it's been a different car. So I'm very pleased with the car, and I'm very pleased with what Brian and the guys at BC Cars Motorsport have done with it.
Back for more at Silverstone?
Back for more at Silverstone.
Good stuff, we'll see you there. Well done, mate, good stuff. Right, so the final podiums are taking place now for the Mazdas, and that's it. That's the end of what's been a fantastic weekend with Caterham's, Mazda MX-5s, production GTIs and all. So it's been a cracking weekend. And just to kind of give my final sign-off, thank you to all the drivers for some fantastic racing throughout the weekend, from everyone at Caterham Cars and Caterham Motorsport, for the entire Mazda MX-5 paddock in the Mark 1 SuperCup and the Super Series. Thanks to everyone here at Donington, all the Donington staff, all the officials, all the fantastic marshals. They've had such a great weekend in both little spots around, but mostly good weather. You've had a fantastic weekend. You've been so great. So great, efficient work from the marshals. Thanks to all our volunteers, all our BRSCC officials, and thanks to everyone who's been here, whether you've been a supporter or a part of a team or just a sponsor, etc. Thanks for coming here to support the weekend, support the championships. And we do it all again. We've got a bit of a month's break now for a club meeting for BRSCC, because we've got the next ones coming up, I believe, at Mallory Park and Silverstone. which I think is the weekend when we see the Mark M1 M5s coming back again, or at least there's not for a little bit later on. But that pretty much rounds off the weekend, so I'll make my way back up to the commentary box. And Alex, I think it's time for you to give your final sign for what's been, I'm sure for you, a very memorable weekend as well.
Thank you very much indeed, Scott. Yes, I have to admit, I have never been so anticipated ahead of a race weekend, and it thoroughly delivered. I echo Scott's sentiments with the whole of the BRSCC, the team here at Donington Park Grand Prix circuit, the marshals. A big shout out to them, because without them we would not go racing weekend in, weekend out. The volunteers, the teams, Caterham and Motorsport, the Mazda brigade as well, and just seeing so many familiar faces that I haven't seen in quite a long time in the paddock, and to come here to Donington Park has been an absolute pleasure and an absolute joy. So from me, Alex Goldschmidt, co-commentator, to my very capable friend and good buddy, Mr. Scott Woodwiss, and I have to say, on that note, it's good night from us both.
Even though I'm out of breath, I'll still talk in a second. So, but yeah, great weekend, and 1 second.